Welcome to BTC Radio Audiobook and ASMR, the ultimate destination for audiobook enthusiasts and literary explorers. If you're someone who finds solace in the symphony of words, if you yearn to get lost in captivating tales spun by master storytellers, then you've just discovered your haven. Join us on a journey where pages come to life through the power of sound, where every narrative nuance and character emotion is vividly painted in the theater of your mind. From timeless classics to contemporary gems, our channel is a sanctuary for those who believe that stories are meant to be heard. So, sit back, close your eyes, and let the magic of words transport you to distant worlds, one audiobook at a time.
Advertisement. The following sketches, as far as the 21st know, originally appeared in the Nova Scotian newspaper. The great popularity they acquired induced the editor of that paper to apply to the author for the remaining part of the series, and permission to publish the whole entire. This request having been acceded to, the editor has now the pleasure of laying them before the public in their present shape. Halifax, December, 1836. Slick's letter. After these sketches had gone through the press, and were ready for the binder, we sent Mr. Slick a copy, and shortly afterwards received from him the following letter, which characteristic communication we give entire, editor. To Mr. Howe. Sir. I received your letter, and note its contents. I ain't over half pleased, I tell you. I think I have been used scandalous, that's a fact. It warn't the part of a gentleman for to go and pump me arter that fashion, and then go right off and blart it out in print. It was a nasty, dirty, mean action, and I don't thank you nor the squire a bit for it. It will be more nor $1,000 out of my pocket. There's an eend to the clock trade now, and a pretty kettle of fish I've made of it, haven't I? I shall never hear the last on it, and what am I to say when I go back to the States? I'll take my oath I never said one half the stuff he has set down there. And as for that long lockrum about Mr. Everett, and the Han, Alden Gobble, and Minister, there ain't a word of truth in it from beginning to end. If ever I come near hand to him agin, I'll larn him, but never mind, I say nothin'. Now there's one thing I don't cleverly understand. If this here book is my sayin's and doin's, how comes it yourn or the squire's either? If my thoughts and notions are my own, how can they be any other folks's? According to my idea, you have no more right to take them than you have to take my clocks without payin' for 'em. A man that would be guilty of such an action is no gentleman, that's flat, and if you don't like it, you may lump it, for I don't vally him nor you, either, nor are a blue nose that ever stepped in shoe leather the matter of a pin's head. I don't know as ever I felt so ugly afore since I was raised. Why didn't he put his name to it, as well as mine? When an article haunt the maker's name and factory on it, it shows it's a cheat, and he's ashamed to own it. If I'm to have the name, I'll have the game, or I'll know the cause why, that's a fact. Now folks say you are a considerable of a candid man, and ride up and down in your dealin's, and do things above board, handsome, at least so I've heard tell. That's what I like, I love to deal with such folks. Now s'pose you make me an offer? You'll find me not very difficult to trade with. And I don't know but I might put off more than half of the books myself, too. I'll tell you how I'd work it. I'd say, here's a book they've namesake arter me, Sam Slick the Clockmaker, but it ta'n't mine, and I can't altogether just say rightly whose it is. Some say it's the general's, and some say it's the bishop's, and some say it's Howe himself, but I ain't availed who it is. It's a wise child that knows its own father. It wipes up the blue noses considerable hard, and don't let off the Yankees so very easy either, but it's generally allowed to be about the prettiest book ever writ in this country, and although it ain't altogether just gospel what's in it, there's some pretty home truths in it, that's a fact. Whoever wrote it must be a funny feller, too, that's sartin, for there are some queer stories in it that no soul could help larfin' at, that's a fact. It's about the wittiest book I ever seed. It's nearly all sold off, but just a few copies I've kept for my old customers. The price is just $5.60, but I'll let you have it for $5s. because you'll not get another chance to have one. Always acts a sixpence more than the price, and then bait it, and when Blue Nose hears that, he thinks he's got a bargain, and bites directly. I never see one on 'em yet that didn't fall right into the trap. Yes, make me an offer, and you and I will trade, I think. But fair play's a jewel, and I must say I feel riled and kinder sore. I ha'n't been used handsome atween you two, and it don't seem to me that I had ought to be made a fool on in that book, arter that fashion, for folks to laugh at, and then be sheared out of the speck if I am. Somebody had better look out for squalls, I tell you. I'm as easy as an old glove, but a glove ain't an old shoe to be trod on, and I think a certain person will find that out afore he is 6 months older, or else I'm mistaken, that's all. Hopin' to hear from you soon, I remain yours to command. Samuel Slick. Pugnoston, River Phillip, December 25, 1836. P.S. I see in the last page it is writ, that the squire is to take another journey round the shore, and back to Halifax with me next spring. Well, I did agree with him, to drive him round the coast, but don't you mind, we'll understand each other, I guess, afore we start. I calcate he'll rise considerable early in the mornin', afore he catches me asleep agin. I'll be wide awake for him next hitch, that's a fact. I'd a gin $1,000 if he had only used Campbell's name instead of mine, for he was a most an almighty villain, and cheated a proper raft of folks, and then shipped himself off to Botany Bay, for fear folks would transport him there. You couldn't rub out Slick, and put in Campbell, could you? That's a good feller. If you would I'd make it worth your while, you may depend. The Clockmaker. No, The Trotting Horse. I was always well mounted. I am fond of a horse, and always piqued myself on having the fastest trotter in the province. I have made no great progress in the world. I feel doubly, therefore, the pleasure of not being surpassed on the road. I never feel so well or so cheerful as on horseback, for there is something exhilarating in quick motion, and old as I am, I feel a pleasure in making any person whom I meet on the way put his horse to the full gallop, to keep pace with my trotter. Poor Ethiop! You recollect him, how he was wont to lay back his ears on his arched neck, and push away from all competition. He is done, poor fellow. The spavin spoiled his speed, and he now roams at large upon my farm at Truro. Mohawk never failed me till this summer. I pride myself, you may laugh at such childish weakness in a man of my age, but still, I pride myself in taking the concert out of coxcombs I meet on the road, and on the ease with which I can leave a fool behind, whose nonsense disturbs my solitary musings, on my last journey to Fort Lawrence. As the beautiful view of Colchester had just opened upon me, and as I was contemplating its richness and exquisite scenery, a tall thin man, with hollow cheeks and bright twinkling black eyes, on a good bay horse, somewhat out of condition, overtook me, and drawing up said, "I guess you started early this morning, sir?" "I did, sir," I replied. "You did not come from Halifax, I presume, sir, did you?" In a dialect too rich to be mistaken as genuine Yankee. "And which way may you be traveling?" asked my inquisitive companion. "To Fort Lawrence." "Ah," said he, "so am I, it is in my circuit." The word circuit sounded so professional, I looked again at him, to ascertain whether I had ever seen him before, or whether I had met with one of those nameless, but innumerable limbs of the law, who now flourish in every district of the province. There was a keenness about his eye, and an acuteness of expression, much in favor of the law, but the dress and general bearing of the man made against the supposition. His was not the coat of a man who can afford to wear an old coat, nor was it one of Tempest and Moore's, that distinguish country lawyers from country boobies. His clothes were well made, and of good materials, but looked as if their owner had shrunk a little since they were made for him. They hung somewhat loose on him. A large brooch, and some superfluous seals and gold keys, which ornamented his outward man, looked New England-like. A visit to the States had perhaps, I thought, turned this Colchester beau into a Yankee fop. Of what consequence was it to me who he was? In either case I had nothing to do with him, and I desired neither his acquaintance nor his company. Still I could not but ask myself, who can this man be? "I am not aware," said I, "that there is a court sitting at this time at Cumberland?" "Nor am I," said my friend. What then could he have to do with the circuit? It occurred to me he must be a Methodist preacher. I looked again, but his appearance again puzzled me. His attire might do, the color might be suitable, the broad brim not out of place, but there was a want of that staidness of look, that seriousness of countenance, that expression, in short, so characteristic of the clergy. I could not account for my idle curiosity, a curiosity which, in him, I had the moment before viewed both with suspicion and disgust. But so it was. I felt a desire to know who he could be who was neither lawyer nor preacher, and yet talked of his circuit with the gravity of both. How ridiculous, I thought to myself, is this! I will leave him. Turning towards him, I said I feared I should be late for breakfast, and must therefore bid him good morning. Mohawk felt the pressure of my knees, and away we went at a slapping pace. I congratulated myself on conquering my own curiosity, and on avoiding that of my traveling companion. This, I said to myself, this is the value of a good horse. I patted his neck, I felt proud of him. Presently I heard the steps of the unknown's horse. The clatter increased. Ah, my friend, thought I, it won't do, you should be well mounted if you desire my company. I pushed Mohawk faster, 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 to his best. He outdid himself. He had never trotted so handsomely, so easily, so well. I guess that is a pretty considerable smart horse, said the stranger, as he came beside me, and apparently reined in, to prevent his horse passing me. There is not, I reckon, so spry a one on my circuit. Circuit, or no circuit, one thing was settled in my mind. He was a Yankee, and a very impertinent Yankee, too. I felt humbled, my pride was hurt, and Mohawk was beaten. To continue this trotting contest was humiliating. I yielded, therefore, before the victory was palpable, and pulled up. Yes, continued he, a horse of pretty considerable good action, and a pretty fair trotter, too, I guess. Pride must have a fall. I confess mine was prostrate in the dust. These words cut me to the heart. What? Is it come to this, poor Mohawk, that you, the admiration of all but the envious, the great Mohawk, the standard by which all other horses are measured, trots next to Mohawk, only yields to Mohawk, looks like Mohawk, that you are, after all, only a counterfeit, and pronounced by a straggling Yankee to be merely a pretty fair trotter? If he was trained, I guess that he might be made do a little more. Excuse me, but if you divide your weight between the knee and the stirrup, rather most on the knee, and rise forward on the saddle, so as to leave a little daylight between you and it, I hope I may never ride this circuit again, if you don't get a mile more an hour out of him. What? Not enough, I mentally groaned, to have my horse beaten, but I must be told that I don't know how to ride him, and that too by a Yankee. Aye, there's the rub, a Yankee what? Perhaps a half-bred puppy, half Yankee, half blue nose. As there is no escape, I'll try to make out my riding master. Your circuit, said I, my looks expressing all the surprise they were capable of. Your circuit, pray what may that be? Oh, said he, the Eastern Circuit. I am on the Eastern Circuit, sir. I have heard, said I, feeling that I now had a lawyer to deal with, that there is a great deal of business on this circuit. Pray, are there many cases of importance? There is a pretty fair business to be done, at least there has been, but the cases are of no great value. We do not make much out of them, we get them up very easy, but they don't bring much profit. What a beast, thought I, is this, and what a curse to a country, to have such an unfeeling pettifogging rascal practicing in it. A horse jockey, too, what a finished character. I'll try him on that branch of his business. That is a superior animal you are mounted on, said I. I seldom meet one that can travel with mine. Yes, said he coolly, a considerable fair traveler, and most particular good bottom. I hesitated. This man who talks with such unblushing effrontery of getting up cases, and making profit out of them, cannot be offended at the question. Yes, I will put it to him. Do you feel an inclination to part with him? I never part with a horse, sir, that suits me, said he. I am fond of a horse. I don't like to ride in the dust after every one I meet, and I allow no man to pass me but when I choose. Is it possible, I thought, that he can know me, that he has heard of my foible, and is quizzing me, or have I this feeling in common with him? But, continued I, you might supply yourself again. Not on this circuit, I guess, said he, nor yet in Campbell's circuit. Campbell's circuit, pray, sir, what is that? That, said he, is the western, and Lambton rides the shore circuit, and as for the people on the shore, they know so little of horses, that Lambton tells me, a man from Aylesford once sold a hornless ox there, whose tail he had cut and nicked for a horse of the Goliath breed. I should think, said I, that Mr. Lambton must have no lack of cases among such enlightened clients. Clients, sir, said my friend, Mr. Lambton is not a lawyer. I beg pardon, I thought you said he rode the circuit. We call it a circuit, said the stranger, who seemed by no means flattered by the mistake. We divide the province, as in the almanac, into circuits, in each of which we separately carry on our business of manufacturing and selling clocks. There are few, I guess, said the clockmaker, who go upon tick as much as we do, who have so little use for lawyers. If attorneys could wind a man up again, after he has been fairly run down, I guess they'd be a pretty harmless sort of folks. This explanation restored my good humor, and as I could not quit my companion, and he did not feel disposed to leave me, I made up my mind to travel with him to Fort Lawrence, the limit of his circuit. No, to the clockmaker. I had heard of Yankee clock peddlers, tin peddlers, and Bible peddlers, especially of him who sold polyglot Bibles, all in English, to the amount of £16,000. The house of every substantial farmer had 3 substantial ornaments, a wooden clock, a tin reflector, and a polyglot Bible. How is it that an American can sell his wares, at whatever price he pleases, where a blue nose would fail to make a sale at all? I will inquire of the clockmaker the secret of his success. What a pity it is, Mr. Slick, for such was his name, what a pity it is, said I, that you, who are so successful in teaching these people the value of clocks, could not also teach them the value of time. I guess, said he, they have got that ring to grow on their horns yet, which every 4-year-old has in our country. We reckon hours and minutes to be dollars and cents. They do nothing in these parts but eat, drink, smoke, sleep, ride about, lounge at taverns, make speeches at temperance meetings, and talk about House of Assembly. If a man don't hoe his corn, and he don't get a crop, he says it is all owing to the bank, and if he runs into debt and is sued, why, says the lawyers are a curse to the country. They are a most idle set of folks, I tell you. But how is it, said I, that you manage to sell such an immense number of clocks, which certainly cannot be called necessary articles, among a people with whom there seems to be so great a scarcity of money? Mr. Slick paused, as if considering the propriety of answering the question, and looking me in the face, said, in a confidential tone, Why, I don't care if I do tell you, for the market is glutted, and I shall quit this circuit. It is done by a knowledge of soft sawder and human natur. But here is Deacon Flint's, said he, I have but 1 clock left, and I guess I will sell it to him. At the gate of a most comfortable-looking farmhouse stood Deacon Flint, a respectable old man, who had understood the value of time better than most of his neighbors, if one might judge from the appearance of everything about him. After the usual salutation, an invitation to alight was accepted by Mr. Slick, who said he wished to take leave of Mrs. Flint before he left Colchester. We had hardly entered the house, before the clockmaker pointed to the view from the window, and addressing himself to me, said if I was to tell them in Connecticut there was such a farm as this away down east here in Nova Scotia, they wouldn't believe me. Why, there ain't such a location in all New England. The deacon has 100 acres of dike. 70, said the deacon, only 70. Well, 70. But then there is your fine deep bottom. Why, I could run a ramrod into it. Interval, we call it, said the deacon, who, though evidently pleased at this eulogium, seemed to wish the experiment of the ramrod to be tried in the right place. Well, interval, if you please, though Professor Elizur Comstick, in his work on Ohio, calls them bottoms, is just as good as dike. Then there is that water privilege, worth $3,000 or $4,000, twice as good as what Governor Cass paid $15,000 for. I wonder, Deacon, you don't put up a carding mill on it. The same works would carry a turning lathe, a shingle machine, a circular saw, grind bark, and— Too old, said the deacon, too old for all those speculations. Old, repeated the clockmaker, not you. Why, you are worth half a dozen of the young men we see nowadays. You are young enough to have, Here he said something in a lower tone of voice, which I did not distinctly hear, but whatever it was, the deacon was pleased. He smiled and said he did not think of such things now. But your beasts, dear me, your beasts must be put in and have a feed, saying which, he went out to order them to be taken to the stable. As the old gentleman closed the door after him, Mr. Slick drew near to me, and said in an undertone, "That is what I call soft sawder. An Englishman would pass that man as a sheep passes a hog in a pasture, without looking at him, or," said he, looking rather archly, "if he was mounted on a pretty smart horse, I guess he'd trot away, if he could." Now I find, here his lecture on soft sawder was cut short by the entrance of Mrs. Flint. "Just come to say good-bye, Mrs. Flint." "What, have you sold all your clocks?" "Yes, and very low, too, for money is scarce, and I wish to close the concarn. No, I am wrong in saying all, for I have just one left. Neighbor Steele's wife asked to have the refusal of it, but I guess I won't sell it. I had but two of them, this one and the feller of it, that I sold Governor Lincoln. General Greene, the Secretary of State for Maine, said he'd give me $50 for this here one. It has composition wheels and patent axles. It is a beautiful article, a real first chop, no mistake, genuine superfine. But I guess I'll take it back. And beside, Squire Hawk might think kinder harder that I did not give him the offer." "Dear me," said Mrs. Flint, "I should like to see it. Where is it?" "It is in a chest of mine over the way, at Tom Tape's store. I guess he can ship it on to Eastport." "That's a good man," said Mrs. Flint. "Just let's look at it." Mr. Slick, willing to oblige, yielded to these entreaties, and soon produced the clock, a gaudy, highly varnished, trumpery-looking affair. He placed it on the chimney-piece, where its beauties were painted out and duly appreciated by Mrs. Flint, whose admiration was about ending in a proposal, when Mr. Flint returned from giving his directions about the care of the horses. The deacon praised the clock. He too thought it a handsome one. But the deacon was a prudent man. He had a watch, he was sorry, but he had no occasion for a clock. "I guess you're in the wrong fro this time, deacon. It ain't for sale," said Mr. Slick, "and if it was, I reckon neighbor Steele's wife would have it, for she gives me no peace about it." Mrs. Flint said that Mr. Steele had enough to do, per man, to pay his interest, without buying clocks for his wife. "It's no concarn of mine," said Mr. Slick, "as long as he pays me what he has to do, but I guess I don't want to sell it, and beside it comes too high. That clock can't be made at Rhode Island under $40. "Why, it ain't possible," said the clockmaker, in apparent surprise, looking at his watch. "Why, as I'm alive it is 4 o'clock, and if I haven't been 2 hours here, how on earth shall I reach River Phillip tonight? I'll tell you what, Mrs. Flint, I'll leave the clock in your care till I return on my way to the States. I'll set it a-going and put it to the right time." As soon as this operation was performed, he delivered the key to the deacon with a sort of serious comic injunction to wind up the clock every Saturday night, which Mrs. Flint said she would take care should be done, and promised to remind her husband of it, in case he should chance to forget it. "That," said the clockmaker as soon as we were mounted, "that I call human natur'. Now that clock is sold for $40. It costs me just $6.50. Mrs. Flint will never let Mrs. Steele have the refusal, nor will the deacon learn until I call for the clock, that having once indulged in the use of a superfluity, how difficult it is to give it up. We can do without any article of luxury we have never had, but when once obtained, it is not in human nature to surrender it voluntarily. Of 15,000 sold by myself and partners in this province, 12,000 were left in this manner, and only 10 clocks were ever returned. When we called for them, they invariably bought them. We trust to soft sawder to get them into the house, and to human nature that they never come out of it. No. 3. The silent girls. "Do you see them are swallows?" said the clockmaker. "How low they fly? Well, I presume we shall have rain right away. And them noisy critters, them gulls, how close they keep to the water, down there in the Shubenacadie. Well, that's a sure sign. If we study nature, we don't want no thermometer. But I guess we shall be in time to get under cover in a shingle maker's shed about 3 miles ahead on us." We had just reached the deserted hovel when the rain fell in torrents. "I reckon," said the clockmaker, as he sat himself down on a bundle of shingles, "I reckon they are bad off for inns in this country. When a feller is too lazy to work here, he paints his name over his door, and calls it a tavern, and as like as not he makes the whole neighborhood as lazy as himself. It is about as easy to find a good inn in Halifax as it is to find wool on a goat's back. An inn, to be a good concarn, must be built a purpose. You can no more make a good tavern out of a common dwelling house, I expect, than a good coat out of an old pair of trousers. They are etarnal lazy, you may depend. Now there might be a grand spec made there, in building a good inn and a good church." "What a sacrilegious and unnatural union," said I, with most unaffected surprise. "Not at all," said Mr. Slick. "We build both on speculation in the States, and make a good deal of profit out of 'em too, I tell you. We look out a good sightly place, in a town like Halifax, that is pretty considerably well peopled, with folks that are good marks, and if there is no real right down good preacher among them, we build a handsome church, touched off like a New York liner, a real taking looking thing, and then we look out for a preacher, a crack man, a regular 10-horsepower chap. Well, we hire him, and we have to give pretty high wages too. Say $1,200 or $1,600 a year. We take him at first on trial for a Sabbath or two, to try his paces, and if he takes with the folks, if he goes down well, we clinch the bargain, and let and sell the pews, and I tell you it pays well and makes a real good investment. There were few better specs among us than inns and churches, until the railroads came on the carpet. As soon as the novelty of the new preacher wears off, we hire another, and that keeps up the steam." "I trust it will be long, very long, my friend," said I, "ere the rage for speculation introduces the money changers into the temple. With us." Mr. Slick looked at me with a most ineffable expression of pity and surprise. "Depend on it, sir," said he, with a most philosophical air, "this province is much behind the intelligence of the age. But if it is behind us in that respect, it is a long chalk ahead on us in others. I never seed or heard tell of a country that had so many natural privileges as this. Why, there are twice as many harbors and water powers as we have all the way from Eastport to New Orleans. They have all they can ax, and more than they deserve. They have iron, coal, slate, grindstone, lime, firestone, gypsum, freestone, and a list as long as an auctioneer's catalogue. But they are either asleep, or stone blind to them. Their shores are crowded with fish, and their lands covered with wood. A government that lays as light on 'em as a down counterpin, and no taxes. Then look at their dikes. The Lord seems to have made 'em on purpose for such lazy folks. If you were to tell the citizens of our country that these dikes had been cropped for 100 years without manure, they'd guess you had seen Colonel Crooked, the greatest hand at a flam in our nation. You have heard tell of a man who could NTC London for the houses. I tell you, if we had this country, you could NTC the harbors for the shipping. There'd be a rush of folks to it, as there is in one of our inns, to the dinner table, when they sometimes get jammed together in the doorway, and a man has to take a running leap over their heads, afore he can get in. A little nigger boy in New York found a diamond worth $2,000. Well, he sold it to a watchmaker for 50 cents. The little critter did NT know no better. Your people are just like the nigger boy, they don't know the value of their diamond. Do you know the reason monkeys are no good? Because they chatter all day long, so do the niggers, and so do the blue noses of Nova Scotia. It's all talk and no work. Now, with us it's all work and no talk. In our shipyards, our factories, our mills, and even in our vessels, there's no talk. A man can't work and talk too. I guess if you were at the factories at Lowell we'd show you a wonder. 500 Gauls at work together, all in silence. I don't think our great country has such a real natural curiosity as that. I expect the world don't contain the beat of that, for a woman's tongue goes so slick of itself, without water power or steam, and moves so easy on its hinges, that it's no easy matter to put a spring stop on it. I tell you, it comes as natural as drinkin' mint julep. I don't pretend to say the Gauls don't nullify the rule, sometimes at intermission and arter hours, but when they do, if they don't let go, then it's a pity. You have heard a school come out, of little boys, Lord it's no touch to it, or a flock of geese at it, they are no more a match for 'em than a pony is for a coach horse. But when they are at work, all's as still as sleep and no snoring. I guess we have a right to brag o' that invention. We trained the dear critters, so they don't think of striking the minutes and seconds no longer.
Dear listeners, take a break to subscribe our channel, hit the like button and share these audiobooks with your family and friends. Happy listening!
Now the folks of Halifax take it all out in talking. They talk of steamboats, whalers and railroads, but they all end where they begin, in talk. I don't think I'd be out in my latitude if I was to say they beat the women kind at that. One feller says I talk of going to England, another says I talk of going to the country, while a third says I talk of going to sleep. If we happen to speak of such things, we say, I'm right off down east, or I'm away off south, and away we go, just like a streak of lightning. When we want folks to talk, we pay 'em for it, such as ministers, lawyers, and members of Congress. But then we expect the use of their tongues, and not their hands, and when we pay folks to work, we expect the use of their hands, and not their tongues. I guess work don't come kind o' natural to the people of this province, no more than it does to a full-bred horse. I expect they think they have a little too much blood in 'em for work, for they are near about as proud as they are lazy. Now the bees know how to serve out such chaps, for they have their drones too. Well, they reckon it's no fun, a-making honey all summer, for these idle critters to eat all winter, so they give 'em lynch law. They have a regular built mob of citizens, and string up the drones like the Vicksburg gamblers. Their maxim is, and not a bad one neither I guess, no work, no honey. No, for conversations at the River Phillip. It was late before we arrived at Pugnose. The evening was cool, and a fire was cheering and comfortable. Mr. Slick declined any share in the bottle of wine. He said he was dyspeptic, and a glass or two soon convinced me that it was likely to produce in me something worse than dyspepsy. It was speedily removed, and we drew up to the fire. Taking a small penknife from his pocket, he began to whittle a thin piece of dry wood, which lay on the hearth, and after musing some time said, I guess you've never been in the States. I replied that I had not, but that before I returned to England I proposed visiting that country. There, said he, you'll see the great Daniel Webster. He's a great man, I tell you. King William, No. 4, I guess, would be no match for him as an orator. He'd talk him out of sight in half an hour. If he was in your House of Commons, I reckon he'd make some of your great folks look pretty streaked. He's a true patriot and statesman, the first in our country, and a most particular cute lawyer. There was a Quaker chap too cute for him once, though. This Quaker, a pretty knowin' old shaver, had a cause down to Rhode Island, so he went to Daniel to hire him to go down and plead his case for him. So says he, Lawyer Webster, what's your fee? Why, says Daniel, let me see, I have to go down south to Washington to plead the great insurance case of the Hartford Company, and I've got to be at Cincinnati to attend the convention, and I don't see how I can go to Rhode Island without great loss and great fatigue. It would cost you maybe more than you'd be willing to give. Well, the Quaker looked pretty white about the gills, I tell you, when he heard this, for he could not do without him nohow, and he did not like this preliminary talk of his at all. At last he made bold to ask him the worst of it, what he would take. Why, says Daniel, I always liked the Quakers. They are a quiet, peaceable people who never go to law if they can help it. And it would be better for our great country if there were more such people in it. I never seed or hear tell of any harm in 'em except going the whole figure for General Jackson, and that everlastin' almighty villain, Van Buren. Yes, I love the Quakers. I hope they'll go the Webster ticket yet, and I'll go for you as low as I can anyway afford, say $1,000. The Quaker well nigh fainted when he heard this, but he was pretty deep too, so says he, Lawyer, that's a great deal of money, but I have more causes there. If I give you the $1,000, will you plead the other cases I shall have to give you? Yes, says Daniel, I will to the best of my humble abilities. So down they went to Rhode Island, and Daniel tried the case and carried it for the Quaker. Well, the Quaker he goes round to all the folks that had suits in court, and says he, what will you give me if I get the great Daniel to plead for you? It cost me $1,000 for a fee, but now he and I are pretty thick, and as he is on the spot, I'd get him to plead cheap for you. So he got $300 from one, and $200 from another, and so on, until he got $1,100, just $100 more than he gave. Daniel was in a great rage when he heard this. What, said he, do you think I would agree to your letting me out like a horse to hire? Friend Daniel, said the Quaker, didst thou not undertake to plead all such cases as I should have to give thee? If thou wilt not stand to thy agreement, either will I stand to mine. Daniel laughed out, ready to split his sides at this. Well, says he, I guess I might as well stand still for you to put the bridle on this time, for you have fairly pinned me up in a corner of the fence anyhow. So he went good-humoredly to work and pleaded them all. This lazy fellow, Pug-Nose, continued the Clockmaker, that keeps this inn, is going to sell off and go to the States. He says he has to work too hard here, that the markets are dull, and the winters too long, and he guesses he can live easier there. I guess he'll find his mistake afore he has been there long. Why, our country ain't to be compared to this, on no account whatever. Our country never made us to be the great nation we are, but we made the country. How on earth could we, if we were all like old Pug-Nose, as lazy as ugly, make that cold thin soil of New England produce what it does? Why, sir, the land between Boston and Salem would starve a flock of geese, and yet look at Salem, it has more cash than would buy Nova Scotia from the king. We rise early, live frugally, and work late, what we get we take care of. To all this we add enterprise and intelligence. A feller who finds work too hard here, had better not go to the States. I met an Irishman, one Pat Lonigan, last week, who had just returned from the States. Why, says I, Pat, what on earth brought you back? Bad luck to them, says Pat, if I weren't properly bit. What do you get a day in Nova Scotia? Says Judge Belair to me. 4 shillings, your lordship, says I. There are no lords here, says he, we are all free. Well, says he, I'll give you as much in 1 day as you can earn there in 2. I'll give you 8 shillings. Long life to your lordship, says I. So next day to it I went with a party of men digging a piece of canal, and if it wasn't a hot day my name is not Pat Lonigan. Presently I looked up and straightened my back. Says I to a comrade of mine, Mick, says I, I'm very dry. With that, says the overseer, we don't allow gentlemen to talk at their work in this country. Faith, I soon found out from my 2 days' pay in one, I had to do 2 days' work in one, and pay 2 weeks' board in one, and at the end of a month, I found myself no better off in pocket than in Nova Scotia, while the devil a bone in my body that didn't ache with pain, and as for my nose, it took to bleeding, and bled day and night entirely. Upon my soul, Mr. Slick, said he, the poor laborer does not last long in your country. What with new rum, hard labor, and hot weather, you'll see the graves of the Irish each side of the canals, for all the world like 2 rows of potatoes in a field that have forgot to come up. It is a land, sir, continued the Clockmaker, of hard work. We have 2 kind of slaves, the niggers and the white slaves. All European laborers and blacks, who come out to us, do our hard bodily work, while we direct it to a profitable end, either rich nor poor, high nor low, with us, eat the bread of idleness. Our whole capital is in active operation, and our whole population is in active employment. An idle fellow, like Pug-Nose, who runs away to us, is clapped into harness afore he knows where he is, and is made to work. Like a horse that refuses to draw, he is put into the team-boat. He finds some before him and others behind him. He must either draw, or be dragged to death. No, v. Justice Pettifog. In the morning the Clockmaker informed me that a justice's court was to be held that day at Pug-Nose Inn, and he guessed we could do a little business among the country folks that would be assembled there. Some of them, he said, owed him for clocks, and it would save him a world of traveling, to have the justice and constable to drive them up together. If you want the fat weather, there's nothing like penning up the whole flock in a corner. I guess, said he, if General Campbell knew what sort of a man that our magistrate was, he'd disband him pretty quick. He's a regular suck egg, a disgrace to the country. I guess if he acted that way in Kentucky, he'd get a breakfast of cold lead some morning, out of the small end of a rifle, he'd find pretty difficult to digest. They tell me he issues 300 writs a year, the cost of which, including that tarnation constable's fees, can't amount to nothing less than $3,000 per annum. If the Hon, Daniel Webster, had him afore a jury, I reckon he'd turn him inside out, and slip him back again, as quick as an old stocking. he'd paint him to the life, as plain to be known as the head of General Jackson. He's just a fit feller for lynch law, to be tried, hanged, and damned, all at once. There's more nor him in the country. There's some of the breed in every county in the province. Just one or two to do the dirty work, as we keep niggers, for jobs that would give a white man the cholera. They ought to pay his passage, as we do with such critters, tell him his place is taken in the mail coach, and if he is found here after 24 hours, they'd make a carpenter's plumb bob of him, and hang him outside the church steeple, to try if it was perpendicular. He almost always gives judgment for plaintiff, and if the poor defendant has an offset, he makes him sue it, so that it grinds a grist both ways for him, like the upper and lower millstone. People soon began to assemble, some on foot, and others on horseback and in wagons. Pugnose's tavern was all bustle and confusion, plaintiffs, defendants, and witnesses, all talking, quarreling, explaining, and drinking. "Here comes the squire," said one. "I'm thinking his horse carries more roguery than law," said another. "They must have been in proper want of timber to make a justice of," said a third, "when they took such a crooked stick as that. Sap-headed enough too for refuse," said a stout-looking farmer. "May be so," said another, "but as barred at the heart as a log of elm." "Howsomever," said a third, "I hope it won't be long afore he has the wainy edge scored off of him, anyhow." Many more such remarks were made, all drawn from familiar objects, but all expressive of bitterness and contempt. He carried 1 or 2 large books with him in his gig, and a considerable roll of papers. As soon as the obsequious Mr. Pugnose saw him at the door, he assisted him to alight, ushered him into the best room, and desired the constable to attend the squire. The crowd immediately entered, and the constable opened the court in due form, and commanded silence. Taking out a long list of causes, Mr. Pettifog commenced reading the names. Jane Sharp versus John Slug. Called John Slug. John Slug being duly called and not answering, was defaulted. In this manner he proceeded to default some 20 or 30 persons. At last he came to a cause, William Hare versus Dennis O'Brien. Called Dennis O'Brien. "Here I am," said a voice from the other room. "Here I am. Who has anything to say to Dennis O'Brien?" "Make less noise, sir," said the justice, "or I'll commit you." "Commit me, is it?" said Dennis. "Take care then, squire, you don't commit yourself. You are sued by William Hare for £3 for a month's board and lodging. What have you to say to it?" "Say to it," said Dennis. "Did you ever hear what Tim Doyle said when he was going to be hanged for stealing a pig? Says he, if the pig hadn't squealed in the bag I'd never have been found out, so I wouldn't he. So I'll take warning by Tim Doyle's fate. I say nothing, let him prove it." Here Mr. Hare was called on for his proof, but taking it for granted that the board would be admitted, and the defense opened, he was not prepared with proof. "I demand," said Dennis, "I demand an unsuit." Here there was a consultation between the justice and the plaintiff, when the justice said, "I shall not nonsuit him, I shall continue the cause." "What, hang it up till next court? You had better hang me up then at once. How can a poor man come here so often? This may be the entertainment Pugnose advertises for horses, but by Jockers, it is no entertainment for me. I admit then, sooner than come again, I admit it." "You admit you owe him £3 then for a month's board?" "I admit no such thing. I say I boarded with him a month, and was like Pat Moran's cow at the end of it, at the lifting. Bad luck to him. A neighbor was here called who proved that the £3 might be the usual price." "And do you know I taught his children to write at the school?" said Dennis. "You might," answered the witness. "And what is that worth?" "I don't know. You don't know." "Faith, I believe you're right," said Dennis, "for if the children are half as big rogues as the father, they might leave writing alone, or they'd be like to be hanged for forgery." Here Dennis produced his account for teaching 5 children, 2 quarters, at 9 shillings a quarter each, £4 10s. "I am sorry, Mr. O'Brien," said the justice, "very sorry, but your defense will not avail you. Your account is too large for one justice. Any sum over £3 must be sued before 2 magistrates. But I only want to offset as much as will pay the board. It can't be done in this shape," said the magistrate. "I will consult Justice Doolittle, my neighbor, and if Mr. Hare won't settle with you, I will sue it for you." "Well," said Dennis, "all I have to say is, that there is not so big a rogue as Hare on the whole river, save and except one scoundrel who shall be nameless, making a significant and humble bow to the justice. Here there was a general laugh throughout the court. Dennis retired to the next room to indemnify himself by another glass of grog, and venting his abuse against Hare and the magistrate. Disgusted at the gross partiality of the justice, I also quitted the court, fully concurring in the opinion, though not in the language, that Dennis was giving utterance to in the bar-room. Pettifog owed his elevation to his interest at an election. It is to be hoped that his subsequent merits will be as promptly rewarded by his dismissal from a bench which he disgraces and defile by his presence. No. 6. Anecdotes. As we mounted our horses to proceed to Amherst, groups of country people were to be seen standing about Pugnosed Inn, talking over the events of the morning, while others were dispersing to their several homes. A pretty prime superfine scoundrel, that Pettifog, said the clockmaker. He and his constable are well mated, and they've travelled in the same gear so long together, that they make about as nice a yoke of rascals as you'll meet in a day's ride. They pull together like one rope reeved through 2 blocks. That our constable was e'en almost strangled t'other day, and if he hadn't he had a little grain more wit than his master, I guess he'd had his windpipe stopped as tight as a bladder. There is an outlaw of a feller here, for all the world like one of our Kentucky squatters, one Bill Smith, a critter that neither fears man nor devil. Sheriff and constable can make no hand of him, they can't catch him nohow, and if they do come up with him, he slips through their fingers like an eel, and then, he goes armed, and he can knock the eye out of a squirrel with a ball, at 50 yards hand running, a regular ugly customer. Well, Nab, the constable, had a writ agin him, and he was ciphering a good while how he should catch him. At last he hit on a plan that he thought was pretty clever, and he schemed for a chance to try it. So one day he heard that Bill was up at Pugnosed Inn, a-settling some business, and was likely to be there all night. Nab waits till it was considerable late in the evening, and then he takes his horse and rides down to the inn, and hitches his beasts behind the hay stack. Then he crawls up to the window and peeps in, and watches there till Bill should go to bed, thinking the best way to catch them our sort of animals is to catch them asleep. Well, he kept Nab waiting outside so long, with his talking and singing, that he well nigh fell asleep fist himself. At last Bill began to strip for bed. First he takes out a long pocket pistol, examines the priming, and lays it down on the table, near the head of the bed. When Nab sees this, he begins to creep like all over, and feel kinder ugly, and rather sick of his job. But when he seed him jump into bed, and heard him snore out a noise like a man driving pigs to market, he plucked up courage, and thought he might do it easy arter all if he was to open the door softly, and make one spring on him afore he could wake. So round he goes, lifts up the latch of his door as soft as soap, and makes a jump right atop of him, as he lay on the bed. I guess I got you this time, said Nab. I guess so too, said Bill, but I wish you wouldn't lay so plaguey heavy on me. Just turn over, that's a good fellow, will you? With that Bill lays his arm on him to raise him up, for he said he was squeezed as flat as a pancake, and afore Nab knew where he was, Bill rolled him right over and was atop of him. Then he seized him by the throat, and twisted his pipe till his eyes were as big as saucers, and his tongue grew 6 inches longer, while he kept making faces for all the world like the pirate that was hanged on Monument Hill at Boston. It was pretty near over with him, when Nab thought of his spurs, so he just curled up both heels, and drove the spurs right into him. He let him have it just below his crupper. As Bill was naked he had a fair chance, and he ragged him like the leaf of a book cut open with your finger. At last, Bill could stand it no longer. He let go his hold and roared like a bull, and clapping both hands behind him, he out of the door like a shot. If it hadn't been for them our spurs, I guess Bill would have saved the hangman a job of Nab that time. The clockmaker was an observing man, and communicative. Nothing escaped his notice. He knew everybody's genealogy, history, and means, and like a driver of an English stage coach, was not unwilling to impart what he knew. Do you see that snug-looking house there, said he, with a short sarce garden afore it, that belongs to Elder Thompson. The elder is pretty close-fisted, and holds special fast to all he gets. He is a just man and very pious, but I have observed when a man becomes near about too good, he is apt, sometimes, to slip ahead into avarice, unless he looks sharp arter his girths. A friend of mine in Connecticut, an old sea captain, who was once let in for it pretty deep, by a man with a broader brim than common, said to me, "Friend Sam," says he, "I don't like those folks who are too and good." There is, I expect, some truth in it, though he needn't have swore at all, but he was an awful hand to swear. Howsomever that may be, there is a story about the elder, that's not so coarse either. It appears, an old minister came there once, to hold a meetin' at his house. Well, after meetin' was over, the elder took the minister all over his farm, which is pretty tidy, I tell you, and he shewed him a great ox he had, and a swinging big pig, that weighed some 600 or 700 weight, that he was plaguey proud of, but he never offered the old minister anything to eat or drink. The preacher was pretty tired of all this, and seeing no prospect of being asked to partake with the family, and tolerably sharp set, he asked one of the boys to fetch him his horse out of the barn. When he was taking leave of the elder, there were several folks by at the time. Says he, "Elder Thompson, you have a fine farm here, a very fine farm, indeed. You have a large ox too, a very large ox. And I think," said he, "I've seen today," turning and looking him full in the face, for he intended to hit him pretty hard, "I think I have seen today the greatest hag I ever saw in my life." The neighbors snickered a good deal, and the elder felt pretty streaked. I guess he'd give his great pig or his great ox either, if that story hadn't got wind. No, 7. Go ahead. When we resumed our conversation, the clockmaker said, "I guess we are the greatest nation on the face of the earth, and the most enlightened too." This was rather too arrogant to pass unnoticed, and I was about replying that whatever doubts there might be on that subject, there could be none whatever that they were the most modest, when he continued, "We go ahead. The Nova Scotians go astarn. Our ships go ahead of the ships of other folks, our steamboats beat the British in speed, and so do our stage coaches, and I reckon a real right-down New York trotter might stump the universe for going ahead. But since we introduced the railroads, if we don't go ahead, it's a pity. We never fairly knew what going the whole hog was till then. We actually went ahead of ourselves, and that's no easy matter, I tell you. If they only had education here, they might learn to do so too, but they don't know nothin'." "You undervalue them," said I. "They have their college and academies, their grammar schools and primary institutions, and I believe there are few among them who cannot read and write." "I guess all that's nothin'," said he. "As for Latin and Greek, we don't value it a cent. We teach it, and so we do painting and music, because the English do, and we like to go ahead on 'em, even in them are things. As for reading, it's well enough for them that has nothing to do, and writing is plaguey apt to bring a man to state's prison, particularly if he writes his name so like another man as to have it mistaken for his N. Ciphering is the thing. If a man knows how to cipher, he is sure to grow rich. We are a calculating people, we all cipher. A horse that won't go ahead is apt to run back, and the more you whip him the faster he goes astarn. That's just the way with the Nova Scotians. They have been running back so fast lately that they have tumbled over a bank or two, and nearly broke their necks. And now they've got up and shook themselves, they swear their dirty clothes and bloody noses are all owing to the banks. I guess if they want look ahead for the future, they'll learn to look behind, and see if there's a bank near hand 'em. A bear always goes down a tree starn foremost. He is a cunning critter, he knows 'tain't safe to carry a heavy load over his head, and his rump is so heavy, he don't like to trust it over his'n, for fear it might take a lurch, and carry him heels over head, to the ground, so he lets his starn down first, and his head arter. I wish the blue noses would find as good an excuse in their rumps for running backwards as he has. But the bear ciphers, he knows how many pounds his hams weigh, and he calculates if he carried them up in the air, they might be top heavy for him. If we had this province we'd go to work, and cipher right off. Halifax is nothing without a river or back country, add nothing to nothing, and I guess you have nothing still, add a railroad to the Bay of Fundy, and how much do you get? That requires ciphering. It will cost $300,000, or £75,000 your money. Add for notions omitted in the addition column, 1/3, and it makes even money, £100,000. Interest at 5%, £5,000 a year. Now turn over the slate and count up freight. I make it upwards of £25,000 a year. If I had you at the desk, I'd shew you a bill of items. Now comes subtraction. Deduct cost of engines, wear and tear, and expenses, and what not, and reduce it for shortness down to £5,000 a year, the amount of interest. What figures have you got now? You have an investment that pays interest, I guess, and if it don't pay more, then I don't know chalk from cheese. But suppose it don't, and that it only yields 2.5%, and it requires good ciphering, I tell you, to say how it would act with folks that like going astarn better than going ahead. What would them our wise ones say then? Why, the critters would say it want pay, but I say the sum and half stated. Can you count in your head? Not to any extent, said I. Well, that's an eternal pity, said the clockmaker, for I should like to show you Yankee's ciphering. What is the entire real estate of Halifax worth, at a valuation? I really cannot say. Ah, said he, I see you don't cipher, and Latin and Greek won't do. Them our people had no railroads. Well, find out, and then only add 10% to it, for increased value, and if it don't give the cost of a railroad, then my name is not Sam Slick. Well, the land between Halifax and Ardoise is worth nothing. Add 5% to that, and send the sum to the college, and ask the students how much it comes to. But when you get into Hants County, I guess you have land worth coming all the way from Boston to see. His Royal Highness the King, I guess, hasn't got the like in his dominions. Well, add 15% to all them our lands that border on Windsor Basin, and 5% to what but's on Basin of Mines, and then, what do you get? A pretty considerable sum, I tell you, but it's no use to give you the chalks, if you can't keep the tallies. Now we will lay down the schoolmaster's assistant, and take up another book every bit and grain as good as that, although these folks affect to sneer at it. I mean human nature. Ah, said I, a knowledge of that was of great service to you, certainly, in the sale of your clock to the old deacon. Let us see how it will assist you now. What does a clock want that's run down? Said he. Undoubtedly to be wound up, I replied. I guess you've hit it this time. The folks of Halifax have run down, and they'll never go to all eternity, till they are wound up into motion. The works are all good, and it is plaguey well cased and set. It only wants a key. Put this railroad into operation, and the activity it will inspire into business, the new life it will give the place, will surprise you. It's like lifting a child off its crawling, and putting him on his legs to run. See how the little critter goes ahead arter that. A colonel, I don't mean a colonel of militia, for we don't vally that breed o' cattle nothing, they do nothing but strut about and screech all day, like peacocks, but a kernel of grain, when sowed, will stool into several shoots, and each shoot here many kernels, and will multiply itself thus. 4 times 1 is 4, and 4 times 25 is 100. You see all natural ciphers, except the blue noses. Just so. This here railroad will not perhaps beget other railroads, but it will beget a spirit of enterprise that will beget other useful improvements. It will enlarge the sphere and the means of trade, open new sources of traffic and supply, develop resources, and what is of more value perhaps than all, beget motion. It will teach the folks that go astarn or stand stock still, like the State House in Boston, though they do say the foundation of that has moved a little this summer, not only to go ahead, but to nullify time and space. Here his horse, who, feeling the animation of his master, had been restive of late, set off at a most prodigious rate of trotting. It was some time before he was reined up. When I overtook him, the clockmaker said, "This old Yankee horse, you see, understands our word go ahead better nor these blue noses. What is it," he continued, "what is it that fetters the heels of a young country, and hangs like a poke around its neck? What retards the cultivation of its soil, and the improvement of its fisheries? The high price of labor, I guess. Well, what's a railroad? The substitution of mechanical for human and animal labor, on a scale as grand as our great country. Labor is dear in America, and cheap in Europe. A railroad, therefore, is comparatively no manner of use to them, to what it is to us. It does wonders there, but it works miracles here. There it makes the old man younger, but here it makes a child a giant. To us it is river, bridge, road and canal, all one. It saves what we ha'n't got to spare, men, horses, carts, vessels, barges, and what's all in all, time.
Dear listeners, take a break to subscribe our channel, hit the like button and share these audiobooks with your family and friends. Happy listening!
Since the creation of the universe, I guess it's the greatest invention, arter man. Now this is what I call ciphering, arter human natur, while figures are ciphering arter the assistant. These two sorts of ciphering make education, and you may depend on Squire, there is nothing like folks ciphering, if they want to. Go ahead. No, 8. The preacher that wandered from his text. I guess, said the Clockmaker, we know more of Nova Scotia than the Blue Noses themselves do. The Yankees see further ahead than most folks. They can e'en a'most see round t'other side of a thing. Indeed, some on them have hurt their eyes by it, and sometimes I think that's the reason such a sight of them wear spectacles. The first I ever heard tell of Cumberland was from Mr. Everett of Congress. He knowed as much about it as if he had lived here all his days, and may be a little grain more. He is a splendid man that, we class him number 1, letter A. One night I chanced to go into General Pepys' tavern at Boston, and who should I see there but the great Mr. Everett, a-studying over a map of the province of Nova Scotia. Why, it ain't possible, said I, if that ain't Professor Everett, as I am alive. Why, how do you do, Professor? Pretty well, I give you thanks, said he. How be you? But I ain't no longer professor. I gin that up, and also the trade of preaching, and took to politics. You don't say so, said I. Why, what on earth is the cause o' that? Why, says he, look here, Mr. Slick. What is the use of reading the Proverbs of Solomon to our free and enlightened citizens, that are every mite and mortal as wise as he was? That our man undertook to say there was nothing new under the sun. I guess he'd think he spoke a little too fast, if he was to see our steamboats, railroads, and India rubber shoes, 3 inventions worth more nor all he knew put in a heap together. Well, I don't know, said I, but somehow or another, I guess you'd have found preaching the best speculation in the long run. Them our Unitarians pay better than Uncle Sam, we call, said the Clockmaker, the American public Uncle Sam, as you call the British John Bull. That remark seemed to grig him a little. He felt uneasy like, and walked twice across the room, 50 fathoms deep in thought. At last he said, Which way are you from, Mr. Slick, this hitch? Why, says I, I've been away up south a-speculating in nutmegs. I hope, says the professor, they were a good article, the real right down genuine thing. No mistake, says I, no mistake, Professor, they were all prime, first chop. But why did you ask that our question? Why, says he, that eternal scoundrel, that Captain John Allspice of Nahant, he used to trade to Charleston, and he carried a cargo once there of 50 barrels of nutmegs. Well, he put half a bushel of good ones into each end of the barrel, and the rest he filled up with wooden ones, so like the real thing, no soul could tell the difference until he bit one with his teeth, and that he never thought of doing, until he was first bit himself. Well, it's been a standing joke with them Southerners egging us ever since. It was only t'other day at Washington, that everlasting Virginie duelist General Cuffy, afore a number of senators, at the President's house, said to me, Well, Everett, says he, you know I was always dead egging your tariff bill, but I have changed my mind since your able speech on it. I shall vote for it now. Give me your hand, says I, General Cuffy. The Boston folks will be dreadful glad when they hear your splendid talents are on our side. I think it will go now. We'll carry it. Yes, says he, your factories down east beat all natur. They go ahead on the English along chalk. You may depend I was glad to hear the New Englanders spoken of that way. I felt proud, I tell you. And says he, there's one manufacture that might stump all Europe to produce the like. What's that? Says I, looking as pleased all the time as a gull that's tickled. Why, says B, the facture of wooden nutmegs. That's a cap sheaf that bangs the bush. It's a real Yankee patent invention. With that all the gentlemen set up a laugh, you might have heard away down to Sandy Hook, and the general gig gobbled like a great turkey cock, the half nigger, half alligator like looking villain as he is. I tell you what, Mr. Slick, said the professor, I wish with all my heart them our damned nutmegs were in the bottom of the sea. That was the first oath I ever heard him let slip. But he was dreadful riled, and it made me feel ugly too, for it's awful to hear a minister swear, and the only match I know for it is to hear a regular sneezer of a sinner quote scripture. Says I, Mt. Everett, that's the fruit that politics bear. For my part, one never seed a good graft on it yet, that bore anything good to eat, or easy to digest. Well, he stood a while looking down on the carpet, with his hands behind him, quite taken up a ciphering in his head, and then he straightened himself up, and he put his hand upon his heart, just as he used to do in the pulpit. He looked pretty, I tell you, and slowly lifting his hand off his breast, he said, Mr. Slick, our tree of liberty was a beautiful tree, a splendid tree. It was a sight to look at. It was well fenced and well protected, and it grew so stately and so handsome that strangers came from all parts of the globe to see it. They all allowed it was the most splendid thing in the world. Well, the mobs have broken in and tore down the fences, and snapped off the branches, and scattered all the leaves about, and it looks no better than a gallows tree. I am afeard, said he, I tremble to think on it, but I am afeard our ways will no longer be ways of pleasantness, nor our paths, paths of peace. I am, indeed, I vow, Mr. Slick. He looked so streaked and so chop-fallen, that I felt kinder sorry for him. I actually thought he'd a boohood right out. So, to turn the conversation, says I, Professor, what a great map is that I seed you a-studyin' over when I came in. Says he, it's a map of Nova Scotia. That, says he, is a valuable province, a real clever province. We han't got the like on it, but it's most plagially in our way. Well, says I, send for Sam Patch. That our man was a great diver, says the Clockmaker, and the last dive he took was off the Falls of Niagara, and he was never heard of agin till t'other day, when Captain Enoch Wentworth, of the Susie and Whaler, saw him in the South Sea. Why, says Captain Enoch to him, why, Sam, says he, how on earth did you get here? I thought you was drowned at the Canadian lines. Why, says he, I didn't get on earth here at all, but I came right slap through it. In that our Niagara dive, I went so everlasting deep, I thought it was just as short to come up t'other side, so I came in those parts. If I don't take the shine off the sea serpent, when I get back to Boston, then my name's not Sam Patch. Well, says I, Professor, send for Sam Patch, the diver, and let him dive down and stick a torpedo in the bottom of the province and blow it up, or if that won't do, send for some of our steam towboats from our great eastern cities, and tow it out to sea. You know there's nothing our folks can't do, when they once fairly take hold on a thing in earnest. Well, that made him laugh. He seemed to forget about the nutmegs, and says he, that's a bright scheme, but it won't do. We shall want the province some day, and I guess we'll buy it of King William. They say he is over head and ears in debt, and owes 900 millions of pounds sterling. We'll buy it, as we did Florida. In the meantime we must have a canal from Bay Fundy to Bay Vart, right through Cumberland Neck, by Shediac, for our fishing vessels to go to Labrador. I guess you must ax leave first, said I. That's just what I was ciphering at, says he, when you came in. I believe we won't ax them at all, but just fall to and do it. It's a road of necessity. I once heard Chief Justice Marshall of Baltimore say, if the people's highway is dangerous, a man may take down a fence, and pass through the fields as a way of necessity, and we shall do it on that principle, as the way round by Al Sable is dangerous. I wonder the Nova Scotians don't do it for their own convenience. Said I, it wouldn't make a bad speculation that. The critters don't know no better, said he. Well, says I, the St. John's folks, why don't they? For they are pretty cute chaps them. They remind me, says the professor, of Jim Billings. You knew Jim Billings, didn't you, Mr. Slick? Oh yes, said I knew him. It was he that made such a talk by shipping blankets to the West Indies. The same, says he. Well, I went to see him the other day at Mrs. LeCain's boarding house, and says I, Billings, you have a nice location here. A plaguey sight too nice, said he. Marm LeCain makes such an eternal tuss about her carpets, that I have to go along that everlasting long entry, and down both staircases, to the street door to spit, and it keeps all the gentlemen a-running with their mouths full all day. I had a real bout with a New Yorker this morning. I run down to the street door, and afore I seed anybody a-coming, I let go, and I vow if I didn't he let a chap have it all over his white waistcoat. Well, he makes a grab at me, and I shuts the door right to on his wrist, and hooks the door chain taut and leaves him there, and into Marm LeCain's bedroom like a shot, and hides behind the curtain. Well, he roared like a bull, till Black Lucretia, one of the house helps, let him go, and they looked into all the gentlemen's rooms and found nobody, so I got out of that scrape. So, what with Marm LeCain's carpets in the house, and other folks' waistcoats in the street, it's too nice a location for me, I guess, so I shall up Killick and off to Morro to the Tremont. Now, says the professor, the St. John's folks are just like Billings. 50 cents would have bought him a spit box, and saved him all them our journeys to the street door, and a canal at Bay Vart would save the St. John's folks a voyage all round Nova Scotia. Why, they can't get at their own backside settlements, without a voyage most as long as one to Europe. If we had that our neck of land in Cumberland, we'd have a ship canal there, and a town at each end of it as big as Portland. You may talk of Solomon, said the professor, but if Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like a lily of the field, either was he in all his wisdom, equal in knowledge to a real free American citizen. Well, said I, Professor, we are a most enlightened people, that's sartain, but somehow I don't like to hear you run down King Solomon either. Perhaps he warn't quite so wise as Uncle Sam, but then, said I, drawing close to the professor, and whispering in his ear, for fear any folks in the bar-room might hear me, but then, said I, maybe he was every bit and grain as honest. Says he, Mr. Slick, there are some folks who think a good deal and say but little, and they are wise folks, and there are others agin, who blart right out whatever comes uppermost, and I guess they are pretty considerable superfine darned fools. And with that he turned right round, and sat down to his map and never said another word, lookin' as mad as a hatter the whole blessed time. No, 9. Yankee eating and horse feeding. Did you ever hear tell of Abernethy, a British doctor? Said the clockmaker. Frequently, said I, he was an eminent man, and had a most extensive practice. Well, I reckon he was a vulgar critter that, he replied, he treated the Honorable Aidan Gobble, secretary to our legation at London, dreadful bad once, and I guess if it had been me he had used that way, I'd have fixed his flint for him, so that he'd think twice afore he'd fire such another shot as that or again. I'd have made him make tracks, I guess, as quick as a dog does a hog from a potato field. He'd have found his way out of the hole in the fence a plaguey sight quicker than he came in, I reckon. His manner, said I, was certainly rather unceremonious at times, but he was so honest, and so straightforward, that no person was, I believe, ever seriously offended at him. It was his way. Then his way was so plague rough, continued the clockmaker, that he'd been the better, if it had been hammered and mauled down smoother. I'd 'a leveled him as flat as a flounder. Pray what was his offense? Said I. Bad enough you may depend. The Honorable Alden Gobble was dyspeptic, and he suffered great uneasiness arter eatin', so he gees to Abernethy for advice. What's the matter with you? Said the doctor. Just that way, without even passing the time o' day with him. What's the matter with you? Said he. Why, says Alden, I presume I have the dyspepsy. Ah, said he, I see. A Yankee swallowed more dollars and cents than he can digest. I am an American citizen, says Alden, with great dignity. I am secretary to our legation at the court of St. James. The devil you are, said Abernethy, then you'll soon get rid of your dyspepsy. I don't see that our inference, said Alden, it don't follow from what you predicate at all. It ain't a natural consequence, I guess, that a man should cease to be ill, because he is called by the voice of a free and enlightened people to fill an important office. The truth is, you could no more trap Alden than you could an Indian. He could see other folks' trail, and made none himself. He was a real diplomatist, and I believe our diplomatists are allowed to be the best in the world. But I tell you it does follow, said the doctor, for in the company you'll have to keep, you'll have to eat like a Christian. It was an everlasting pity Alden contradicted him, for he broke out like one ravened distracted mad. I'll be d, said he, if ever I saw a Yankee that didn't bolt his food whole like a boa constrictor. How the devil can you expect to digest food that you either take the trouble to dissect, nor time to masticate? It's no wonder you lose your teeth, for you never use them, nor your digestion, for you overload it, nor your saliva, for you expend it on the carpets, instead of your food. It's disgusting, it's beastly. You Yankees load your stomachs as a Devonshire man does his cart, as full as it can hold, and as fast as he can pitch it with a dung fork, and drive off, and then you complain that such a load of compost is too heavy for you. Dyspepsy, eh? Infernal guzzling, you mean? I'll tell you what, Mr. Secretary of Legation, take half the time to eat, that you do to draw out your words, chew your food half as much as you do your filthy tobacco, and you'll be well in a month. I don't understand such language, said Alden. For he was fairly riled, and got his dander up, and when he shows clear grit, he looks wicked ugly, I tell you. I don't understand such language. Sir, I came here to consult you professionally, and not to be, Don't understand, said the doctor, why it's plain English. But here, read my book, and he shoved a book into his hands and left him in an instant, standing alone in the middle of the room. If the Honorable Alden Gobble had gone right away and demanded his passports, and returned home with the legation, in one of our first-class frigates, I guess the English would as soon see Pison as one o' them are serpents, to Washington, the President and the people would have sustained him in it, I guess, until an apology was offered for the insult to the nation. I guess if it had been me, said Mr. Slick, I'd 'a' headed him afore he slipped out o' the door, and pinned him up agin the wall, and made him bolt his words again, as quick as he throwed 'em up, for I never seed an Englishman that didn't cut his words as short as he does his horse's tail, close up to the stump. It certainly was very coarse and vulgar language, and I think, said I, that your secretary had just cause to be offended at such an ungentlemanlike attack, although he showed his good sense in treating it with the contempt it deserved. It was plaguey lucky for the doctor, I tell you, that he cut stick as he did, and made himself scarce, for Alden was an ugly customer. He'd 'a' gin him a proper scalding. He'd 'a' taken the bristles off his hide, as clean as the skin of a spring shoat of a pig killed. At Christmas, the clockmaker was evidently excited by his own story, and to indemnify himself for these remarks on his countrymen, he indulged for some time in ridiculing the Nova Scotians. Do you see that our flock of colts, said he, as we passed one of those beautiful prairies that render the valleys of Nova Scotia so verdant and so fertile? Well, I guess they keep too much of that our stock. I heerd an Indian one day ax a tavern keeper for some rum. Why, Joe Spaulding, said he, I reckon you have got too much already. Too much of anything, said Joe, is not good, but too much rum is just enough. I guess these blue noses think so 'bout their horses. They are fairly eat up by them, out of house and home, and they are no good neither. They ben't good saddle horses, and they ben't good draft beasts. They are just neither one thing nor t'other. They are like the drink of our Connecticut folks. At mowing time they use molasses and water, nasty stuff only fit to catch flies. It spiles good water and makes bad beer. No wonder the folks are poor. Look at them, our great dykes. Well, they all go to feed horses. And look at their grain fields on the upland. Well, they are all sowed with oats to feed horses, and they buy their bread from us. So we feed the asses, and they feed the horses. If I had them critters on that marsh, on a location of mine, I'd just take my rifle and shoot every one on them. The nasty yo-necked, cat-hammed, heavy-headed, flat-eared, crooked-shanked, long-legged, narrow-chested, good-for-nothing brutes. They ain't worth their keep one winter. I vow, I wish one of these blue noses, with his go-to-meeting clothes on, coat-tails pinned up behind like a leather blind of a shay, an old spur on one heel, and a pipe stuck through his hat band, mounted on one of these limber-timbered critters, that moves its hind legs like a hen scratching gravel, was sot down in Broadway, in New York, for a sight. Lord! I think I hear the West Point cadets a larfin' at him. Who brought that our scarecrow out of standin' corn and stuck him here? I guess that our citizen came from away down east out of the notch of the White Mountains. Here comes the cholera doctor, from Canada. Not from Canada, I guess either, for he don't look as if he had ever been among the rapids. If they wouldn't poke fun at him, it's a pity. If they'd keep less horses, and more sheep, they'd have food and clothing, too, instead of buying both. I vow I've larfed afore now till I have fairly wet myself a-cryin', to see one of these folks catch a horse. Maybe he has to go 2 or 3 miles of an errand. Well, down he goes on the dike with a bridle in one hand, and an old tin pan in another, full of oats, to catch his beast. First he goes to one flock of horses, and then to another, to see if he can find his own critter. At last he gets sight on him, and goes softly up to him, shaking of his oats, and a coaxing him, and just as he goes to put his hand upon him, away he starts all head and tail, and the rest with him. That starts another flock, and they set a third off, and at last every troop on 'em goes, as if old Nick was arter them, till they amount to 200 or 300 in a drove. Well, he chases them clear across the Tantrumer Marsh, 7 miles good, over ditches, creeks, mire holes, and flag ponds, and then they turn and take a fair chase for it back again 7 miles more. By this time, I presume, they are all pretty considerably well tired, and Blue Nose, he goes and gets up all the men folks in the neighborhood, and catches his beast, as they do a moose arter he is fairly run down. So he runs 14 miles, to ride 2, because he is in a tarnation hurry. It's e'en a'most equal to eatin' soup with a fork, when you are short of time. It puts me in mind of catching birds by sprinkling salt on their tails. It's only one horse a man can ride out of half a dozen, arter all. One has no shoes, t'other has a colt, one aren't broke, another has a sore back, while a fifth is so etarnal cunnin', all Cumberland couldn't he catch him, till winter drives him up to the barn for food. Most of them are dike marshes have what they call honey pots in 'em. That is a deep hole all full of squash, where you can't find no bottom. Well, every now and then, when a feller goes to look for his horse, he sees his tail a stickin' right out an eend from one of these honey pots, and wavin' like a head of broom corn, and sometimes you see 2 or 3 trapped there, e'en a'most smothered, everlastin' tired, half swimmin' half waddin', like rats in a molasses cask. When they find 'em in that pickle, they go and get ropes, and tie 'em tight round their necks, and half hang 'em to make 'em float, and then haul 'em out. Awful looking critters they be, you may depend, when they do come out, for all the world like half-drowned kittens, all slinky, slimy, with their great long tails glued up like a swab of oakum dipped in tar. If they don't look foolish it's a pity? Well, they have to nurse these critters all winter, with hot mashes, warm covering, and what not, and when spring comes, they mostly die, and if they don't they are never no good arter. I wish with all my heart half the horses in the country were barreled up in these here honey pots, and then there'd be near about 1/2 too many left for profit. Just look at one of these barnyards in the spring, half a dozen half-starved colts, with their hair looking 1,000 ways for Sunday, and their coats hanging in tatters, and half a dozen good-for-nothing old horses, a-crowding out the cows and sheep. Can you wonder that people who keep such an unprofitable stock come out of the small end of the horn in the long run? No, the road to a woman's heart, the broken heart. As we approached in at Amherst, the clockmaker grew uneasy. It's pretty well on in the evening, I guess, said he, and Marm Pugwash is as unsartain in her temper as a mornin' in April. It's all sunshine or all clouds with her, and if she's in one of her tantrums, she'll stretch out her neck and hiss, like a goose with a flock of goslings. I wonder what on airth Pugwash was a-thinkin' on, when he signed articles of partnership with that woman. She's not a bad-looking piece of furniture neither, and it's a proper pity sich a clever woman should carry such a stiff upper lip. She reminds me of our old minister Joshua Hopewell's apple trees. The old minister had an orchard of most particular good fruit, for he was a great hand at buddin', graftin', and what not, and the orchard, it was on the south side of the house, stretched right up to the road. Well, there were some trees hung over the fence. I never seed such bearers. The apples hung in ropes, for all the world like strings of onions, and the fruit was beautiful. Nobody touched the minister's apples, and when other folks lost theirn from the boys, his'n always hung there like bait to a hook, but there never was so much as a nibble at 'em. So I said to him one day, "Minister," said I, "how on earth do you manage to keep your fruit that's so exposed, when no one else can't do it nohow?" "Why," says he, "they are dreadful pretty fruit, ain't they?" "I guess," said I, "there ain't the like on 'em in all Connecticut." "Well," says he, "I'll tell you the secret, but you needn't let on to no one about it. That row next the fence, I grafted it myself. I took great pains to get the right kind. I sent clean up to Roxbury, and away down to Squaneck Creek. I was afeard he was a-going to give me day and date for every graft, being a terrible long-winded man in his stories, so says I know that, minister, but how do you preserve them? Why, I was a-goin' to tell you, said he, when you stopped me. That our outward row I grafted myself with the choicest kind I could find, and I succeeded. They are beautiful, but so etarnal sour, no human soul can eat them. Well, the boys think the old minister's graftin' has all succeeded about as well as that row, and they sarch no farther. They snicker at my graftin', and I laugh in my sleeve, I guess, at their penetration. Now, Marm Pugwash is like the minister's apples, very temptin' fruit to look at, but desperate sour. If Pugwash had a watery mouth when be married, I guess it's pretty puckery by this time. However, if she goes to act ugly, I'll give her a dose of soft sawder that will take the frown out of her frontispiece, and make her dial plate as smooth as a lick of copal varnish. It's a pity she's such a kickin' devil, too, for she has good points, good eye, good foot, neat pastern, fine chest, a clean set of limbs, and carries a good dash. But here we are, now you'll see what soft sawder will do. When we entered the house, the traveler's room was all in darkness, and on opening the opposite door into the sitting room, we found the female part of the family extinguishing the fire for the night. Mrs. Pugwash had a broom in her hand, and was in the act, the last act of female housewifery, of sweeping the hearth. The strong flickering light of the fire, as it fell upon her tall fine figure and beautiful face, revealed a creature worthy of the clockmaker's comments. "Good evening, marm," said Mr. Slick. "How do you do, and how's Mr. Pugwash?" "He," said she, "why, he's been abed this hour. You don't expect to disturb him this time of night, I hope?" "Oh no," said Mr. Stick, "certainly not, and I am sorry to have disturbed you, but we got detained longer than we expected. I am sorry that." "So am I," said she, "but if Mr. Pugwash will keep an inn when he has no occasion to, his family can't expect no rest." Here the clockmaker, seeing the storm gathering, stooped down suddenly, and staring intently, held out his hand and exclaimed, "Well, if that ain't a beautiful child, come here, my little man, and shake hands along with me. Well, I declare if that a little feller ain't the finest child I ever seed. What, not abed yet? Ah, you rogue, where did you get them our pretty rosy cheeks? Stole them from mamma, eh? Well, I wish my old mother could see that child. It is such a treat in our country," said he, turning to me. "The children are all as pale as chalk, or as yeller as an orange. Lord, that a little feller would be a show in our country. Come to me, my man." Here the soft sawder began to operate. Mrs. Pugwash said in a milder tone than we had yet heard, "Go, my dear, to the gentleman, go, dear." Mr. Slick kissed him, asked him if he would go to the States along with him, told him all the little girls there would fall in love with him, for they didn't see such a beautiful face once in a month of Sundays. Black eyes, let me see, ah, mamma's eyes too, and black hair also, as I am alive. Why, you are mamma's own boy, the very image of mamma. "Do be seated, gentlemen," said Mrs. Pugwash. "Sally, make a fire in the next room. She ought to be proud of you," he continued. "Well, if I live to return here, I must paint your face, and have it put on my clocks, and our folks will buy the clocks for the sake of the face. Did you ever see," said he, again addressing me, "such a likeness between one human and another, as between this beautiful little boy and his mother?" "I am sure you have had no supper," said Mrs. Pugwash to me. "You must be hungry and weary, too. I will get you a cup of tea." "I am sorry to give you so much trouble," said I. "Not the least trouble in the world," she replied, "on the contrary, a pleasure." We were then shown into the next room, where the fire was now blazing up, but Mr. Slick protested he could not proceed without the little boy, and lingered behind me to ascertain his age, and concluded by asking the child if he had any aunts that looked like mamma. As the door closed, Mr. Slick said, "It's a pity she don't go well in gear. The difficulty with those critters is to get them to start, arter that there is no trouble with them if you don't check 'em too short. If you do, they'll stop again, run back and kick like mad, and then old Nick himself wouldn't he start 'em. Pugwash, I guess, don't understand the natur of the critter. She'll never go kind in harness for him." "When I see a child," said the clockmaker, "I always feel safe with these women folk, for I have always found that the road to a woman's heart lies through her child." "You seem," said I, to understand the female heart so well, I make no doubt you are a general favorite among the fair sex. Any man, he replied, that understands horses, has a pretty considerable fair knowledge of women, for they are just alike in temper, and require the very identical same treatment.
Dear listeners, take a break to subscribe our channel, hit the like button and share these audiobooks with your family and friends. Happy listening!
Encourage the timid ones, be gentle and steady with the fractious, but lather the sulky ones like blazes. People talk an everlasting sight of nonsense about wine, women and horses. I've bought and sold them all, I've traded in all of them, and I tell you, there ain't one in 1,000 that knows a grain about either on 'em. You hear folks say, "Oh, such a man is an ugly-grained critter, he'll break his wife's heart," just as if a woman's heart was as brittle as a pipe stalk. The female heart, as far as my experience goes, is just like a new India rubber shoe. You may pull and pull at it, till it stretches out a yard long, and then let go, and it will fly right back to its old shape. Their hearts are made of stout leather, I tell you. There's a plaguey sight of wearing 'em. I never knowed but one case of a broken heart, and that was in Tathersex, one Washington Banks. He was a sneezer. He was tall enough to spit down on the heads of your grenadiers, and near about high enough to wade across Charlestown River, and as strong as a towboat. I guess he was somewhat less than a foot longer than the moral law and catechism too. He was a perfect picture of a man. You couldn't fault him in no particular. He was so just a made critter. Folks used to run to the winder when he passed, and say, "There goes Washington Banks, ben't he lovely?" I do believe there was a gall in the Lowell factories that warn't in love with him. Sometimes, at intermission, on Sabbath days, when they all came out together, an Amazon handsome sight too, near about a whole congregation of young dolls, Banks used to say, "I vow, young ladies, I wish I had 500 arms to reciprocate one with each of you. But I reckon I have a heart big enough for you all. It's a whapper, you may depend, and every mite and morsel of it at your service. Well, how you do act, Mr. Banks." 1,000 little clipper-clapper tongues would say, all at the same time, and their dear little eyes sparklin', like so many stars twinklin' of a frosty night. Well, when I last seed him, he was all skin and bone, like a horse turned out to die. He was teetotally defleshed, a mere walkin' skeleton. "I am dreadful sorry," says I, "to see you, Banks, lookin' so peaked. Why, you look like a sick turkey hen, all legs. What on earth ails you?" "I am dyin'," says he, "of a broken heart." "What," says I, "have the gulls been jiltin' you?" "No, no," says he, "I ben't such a fool as that neither." "Well," says I, "have you made a bad speculation?" "No," says he, shaking his head, "I hope I have too much clear grit in me to take on so bad for that." "What under the sun is it, then?" said I. "Why," says he, "I made a bet the fore part of summer with Lieutenant Obie Knowles, that I could shoulder the best bower of the Constitution frigate. I won my bet, but the anchor was so eternal heavy it broke my heart." Sure enough, he did die that very fall, and he was the only instance I ever heard tell of a broken heart. No. 11. Cumberland oysters produce melancholy forebodings. The soft sawder of the Clockmaker had operated effectually on the beauty of Amherst, our lovely hostess of Pugwash's Inn. Indeed, I am inclined to think, with Mr. Slick, that the road to a woman's heart lies through her child, from the effect produced upon her by the praises bestowed on her infant boy. I was musing on this feminine susceptibility to flattery, when the door opened, and Mrs. Pugwash entered, dressed in her sweetest smiles and her best cap, an auxiliary by no means required by her charms, which, like an Italian sky, when unclouded, are unrivaled in splendor. Approaching me, she said, with an irresistible smile, "Would you like Mr. Dash?" Here there was a pause, a hiatus, evidently intended for me to fill up with my name, but that no person knows, nor do I intend they shall. At Medley's Hotel, in Halifax, I was known as the stranger in number 1. The attention that incognito procured for me, the importance it gave me in the eyes of the master of the house, its lodgers and servants, is indescribable. It is only great people who travel incognito state. Traveling is inconvenient and slow. The constant weight of form and etiquette oppresses at once the strength and the spirits. It is pleasant to travel unobserved, to stand at ease, or exchange the full suit for the undress coat and fatigue jacket. Wherever too there is mystery there is importance. There is no knowing for whom I may be mistaken, but let me once give my humble cognomen and occupation, and I sink immediately to my own level, to a plebeian station and a vulgar name. Not even my beautiful hostess, nor my inquisitive friend, the clockmaker, who calls me squire, shall extract that secret. Would you like, Mr. Dash? Indeed I would, said I. Mrs. Pugwash, pray be seated, and tell me what it is. Would you like a dish of superior shittiaks for supper? Indeed I would, said I, again laughing, but pray tell me what it is. Laws me, said she with a stare, where have you been all your days, that you never heard of our shittiak oysters? I thought everybody had heard of them. I beg pardon, said I, but I understood at Halifax that the only oysters in this part of the world were found on the shores of Prince Edward Island. Oh, dear no, said our hostess, they are found all along the coast from Shittiak, through Bay of Vartes, away up to Ramshag. The latter we seldom get, though the best. There is no regular conveyance, and when they do come, they are generally shelled and in kegs, and never in good order. I have not had a real good ramshag in my house these 2 years, since Governor Maitland was here. He was amazin' fond of them, and Lawyer Talcumdeff sent his carriage there on purpose to procure them fresh for him. Now we can't get them, but we have the shittiaks in perfection. Say the word, and they shall be served up immediately. A good dish and an unexpected dish is most acceptable, and certainly my American friend and myself did ample justice to the oysters, which, if they have not so classical a name, have quite as good a flavor as their far-famed brethren of Milton. Mr. Slick eats so heartily, that when he resumed his conversation, he indulged in the most melancholy forebodings. Did you see that our nigger, said he, that removed the oyster shells? Well, he's one of our Chesapeakers, one of General Cuffy's slaves. I wish Admiral Cockburn had taken them all off our hands at the same rate. We made a pretty good sale of them, our black cattle, I guess, to the British. I wish we were well rid of 'em all. The blacks and the whites in the States show their teeth and snarl, they are just ready to fall to. The Protestants and Catholics begin to lay back their ears, and turn tail for kickin'. The abolitionists and planters are at it like two bulls in a pasture. Mob law and lynch law are working like yeast in a barrel, and frothing at the bunghole. Nullification and tariff are like a charcoal pit, all covered up, but burning inside, and sending out smoke at every crack, enough to stifle a horse. General government and state government every now and then square off and spar, and the first blow given will bring a genuine set to. Surplus revenue is another bone of contention. Like a shin of beef thrown among a pack of dogs, it will set the whole on 'em by the ears. You have heard tell of cotton rags dipped in turpentine, haven't you? How they produce combustion. Well, I guess we have the elements of spontaneous combustion among us in abundance. When it does break out, if you don't see an eruption of human gore, worse than Etna lava, then I'm mistaken. There'll be the very devil to pay, that's a fact. I expect the blacks will butcher the southern whites, and the northerners will have to turn out and butcher them again, and all this shoot, hang, cut, stab, and burn business will sweeten our folks' temper, as raw meat does that of a dog. It fairly makes me sick to think on it. The explosion may clear the air again, and all be tranquil once more, but it's an even chance if it don't leave us the 3 steamboat options, to be blown sky high, to be scalded to death or drowned. If this sad picture you have drawn be indeed true to nature, how does your country, said I, appear so attractive, as to draw to it so large a portion of our population? It ta'n't its attraction, said the clockmaker, it's nothing but its power of suction. It is a great whirlpool, a great vortex. It drags all the straw, and chips and floatin' sticks, driftwood and trash into it. The small crafts are sucked in, and whirl round and round like a squirrel in a cage. They'll never come out. Bigger ones pass through at certain times of tide, and can come in and out with good pilotage, as they do at Hell Gate up the Sound. You astonish me, said I, beyond measure. Both your previous conversations with me, and the concurrent testimony of all my friends who have visited the States, give a different view of it. Your friends, said the clockmaker, with such a tone of ineffable contempt, that I felt a strong inclination to knock him down for his insolence. Your friends, ensigns and lieutenants, I guess, from the British march in regiments in the colonies, that run over 5,000 miles of country in 5 weeks, on leave of absence, and then return, looking as wise as the monkey that had seen the world. When they get back they are so chock full of knowledge of the Yankees that it runs over of itself, like a hogshead of molasses rolled about in hot weather. A white froth and scum bubbles out of the bum, wishy-washy trash they call tours, sketches, travels, letters, and what not, vapid stuff, just sweet enough to catch flies, cockroaches, and half-fledged galls. It puts me in mind of my French. I learned French at night school one winter, of our minister, Joshua Hopewell. He was the most learned man of the age, for he taught himself in most every language in Europe. Well, next spring, when I went to Boston, I met a Frenchman, and I began to jabber away French to him. Polly was a French say, says I. I don't understand Yankee yet, says he. You don't understand? Says I, why it's French. I guess you didn't expect to hear such good French, did you, away down east here? But we speak it real well, and it's generally allowed we speak English, too, better than the British. Oh, says he, you one very droll Yankee, dat very good joke, sir, you talk Indian and call it French. But, says I, Mr. Mountshire, it is French, I vow, real merchantable, without wainy edge or shakes, all clear stuff, it will pass survey in any market, it's ready stock and seasoned. Oh, very like, says he, Bowen as polite as a black waiter at New Orleans, very like, only I never heard it afore. Oh, very good French dat, clear stuff, no doubt, but I no understand, it's all my fault, I dare say, sir. Thinks I to myself, a nod is as good as a wink to a blind horse, I see how the cat jumps. Minister knows so many languages he han't been particular enough to keep 'em in separate parcels and mark 'em on the back, and they've got mixed, and sure enough I found my French was so overrun with other sorts, that it was better to lose the whole crop than to go to weedin', for as fast as I pulled up any strange seedlin', it would grow right up agin as quick as wink, if there was the least bit of root in the world left in the ground, so I left it all rot on the field. There is no way so good to larn French as to live among 'em, and if you want to understand us, you must live among us too, your Halls, Hamiltons, and de Rouses, and such critters. What can they know of us? Can a chap catch a likeness flying along a railroad? Can he even see the feature? Old Admiral Anson once asked one of our folks afore our glorious revolution, if the British had known us a little grain better at that time, they wouldn't he have got whipped like a sack as they did then. Where he came from. From the Chesapeake, said he. Aye, said the Admiral, from the West Indies. I guess, said the Southainer, you may have been clean round the world, Admiral, but you have been plaguey little in it, not to know better nor that I shot a wild goose at River Phillip last year. With the rice of Varginny fresh in his crops he must have cracked on near about as fast as them other geese, the British travellers, which knowed the most of the country they passed over, do you suppose? I guess it was much of a muchness, near about 6 of one and a half dozen of t'other. 2 eyes ain't much better than one, if they are both blind. No, if you want to know all about us and the Blue Noses, a pretty considerable share of Yankee blood in them too, I tell you. The old stock comes from New England, and the breed is tolerable pure yet, near about 1/2 apple sarce, and t'other half molasses, all except to the east'ard, where there is a cross of the Scotch. Just ask me and I'll tell you candidly. I'm not one of them that can't see no good points in my neighbor's critter, and no bad ones in my own. I've seen too much of the world for that, I guess. Indeed, in a general way, I praise other folks' beasts, and keep dark about my own. Says I, when I meet Blue Nose mounted, that's a real smart horse of yourn, put him out, I guess he'll trot like mad. Well, he lets him have the spur, and the critter does his best, and then I pass him like a streak of lightning with mine. The feller looks all taken aback at that. Why, says he, that's a real clipper of yourn, I vow. Midland, says I, quite cool, as if I had heard that same thing 1,000 times. He's good enough for me, just a fair trotter, and nothin' to brag of. That goes near about as far agin in a general way, as a crackin' and a boastin' does. Never tell folks you can go ahead on 'em, but do it. It spares a great deal of talk, and helps them to save their breath to cool their broth. No, if you want to know the ins and the outs of the Yankees, I've wintered them and summered them. I know all their points, shape, make, and breed. I've tried 'em alongside of other folks, and I know where they fall short, where they mate 'em, and where they have the advantage, about as well as some who think they know a plaguey sight more. It taunt them that stare the most, that see the best always, I guess. Our folks have their faults, and I know them. I warn't born blind, I reckon, but your friends, the tour riders, are a little grain too hard on us. Our old nigger wench had several dirty, ugly-looking children, and was proper cross to 'em. Mother used to say, Juno, it's better never to wipe a child's nose at all, I guess, than to wring it off. No, 12. The American Eagle. Just look out of the door, said the clockmaker, and see what a beautiful night it is, how calm, how still, how clear it is, ben't it lovely? I like to look up at them our stars. When I am away from home, they put me in mind of our national flag, and it is generally allowed to be the first flag in the universe now. The British can whip all the world, and we can whip the British. It's near about the prettiest sight I know of, is one of our first-class frigates, manned with our free and enlightened citizens all ready for sea. It is like the great American eagle, on its perch, balancing itself for a start on the broad expanse of blue sky, afeard of nothing of its kind, and president of all its surveys. It was a good emblem that we chose, warn't it? There was no evading so direct, and at the same time, so conceited an appeal as this. Certainly, said I, the emblem was well chosen. I was particularly struck with it on observing the device on your naval buttons during the last war, an eagle with an anchor in its claws. That was a natural idea, taken from an ordinary occurrence, a bird purloining the anchor of a frigate, an article so useful and necessary for the food of its young. It was well chosen, and exhibited great taste and judgment in the artist. The emblem is more appropriate than you are aware of, boasting of what you cannot perform, grasping at what you cannot attain, an emblem of arrogance and weakness, of ill-directed ambition and vulgar pretension. It's a common phrase, said he, with great composure, among seamen, to say damn your buttons, and I guess it's natural for you to say so of the buttons of our navals. I guess you have a right to that our oath. It's a sore subject that, I reckon, and I believe I hadn't ought to have spoken of it to you at all. Bragg is a good dog, but Holdfast is a better one. He was evidently annoyed, and with his usual dexterity gave vent to his feelings, by a sally upon the Blue Noses, who he says are a cross of English and Yankee, and therefore first cousins to us both. Perhaps, said he, that our eagle might with more propriety have been taken off as perched on an anchor, instead of holding it in his claws, and I think it would have been more natural. But I suppose it was some stupid foreign artist that made that our blunder. I never seed one yet that was equal to ourn. If that eagle is represented as trying what he can't do, it's an honorable ambition arter all, but these Blue Noses won't try what they can do. They put me in mind of a great big hulk of a horse in a cart, that won't put his shoulder to the collar at all for all the Lammaston in the world, but turns his head round and looks at you, as much as to say, what an everlastin' heavy thing an empty cart is, isn't it? An owl should be their emblem, and the motto, he sleeps all the days of his life. The whole country is like this night, beautiful to look at, but silent as the grave. Still as death, asleep, becalmed. If the sea was always calm, said he, it would pice on the universe. No soul could breathe the air, it would be so uncommon bad. Stagnant water is always unpleasant, but salt water when it gets tainted beats all nature. Motion keeps it sweet and wholesome, and that our minister used to say is one of the wonders of the great deep. This province is stagnant, it ta'n't deep like still water neither, for it's shallow enough, gracious knows, but it is motionless, noiseless, lifeless. If you have ever been to sea, in a calm, you know what a plaguey tiresome thing it is for a man that's in a hurry. An everlastin' flappin' of the sails, and a creakin' of the booms, and an unsteady pitchin' of the ship, and folks lyin' about dozin' away their time, and the sea a heavin' a long heavy swell, like the breathin' of the chist of some great monster asleep. A passenger wonders the sailors are so plodgy easy about it, and he goes a lookin' out east, and a spyin' out west, to see if there's any chance of a breeze, and says to himself, well, if this ain't dull music it's a pity. Then how streaked he feels when he sees a steamboat a-clippin' it by him like mad, and the folks on board pokin' fun at him, and skin him if he has any word to send to home. Well, he says, if any soul ever catches me on board a sail vessel again, when I can go by steam, I'll give him leave to tell me of it, that's a fact. That's partly the case here. They are becalmed, and they see us going ahead on them, till we are e'enmost out of sight. Yet they han't got a steamboat, and they han't got a railroad. Indeed, I doubt if one half on 'em ever seed or heerd tell of one or t'other of them. I never seed any folks like 'em except the Indians, and they want even so much as look, they haven't the least morsel of curiosity in the world, from which one of our Unitarian preachers, they are dreadful hands at doubting them. I don't doubt but some day or another they will doubt whether everything ain't a doubt, and a very learned work, doubts whether they were ever descended from Eve at all. Old Marm Eve's children, he says, are all lost, it is said, in consequence of too much curiosity, while these copper-colored folks are lost from having too little. How can they be the same? Thinks I, that may be logic, old Dubersome, but it ain't sense, don't extremes meet? Now these blue noses have no motion in 'em, no enterprise, no spirit, and if any critter shows any symptoms of activity, they say he is a man of no judgment, he's speculative, he's a schemer, in short he's mad. They vegetate like a lettuce plant in Sar's garden, they grow tall and spindlin', run to seed right off, grow as bitter as gall and die. A Gaul once came to our minister to hire as a house help. Says she, Minister, I suppose you don't want a young lady to do chamber business and breed worms, do you? For I've half a mind to take a spell of livin' out, she meant, said the clockmaker, housework and rearing silkworms. My pretty maiden, says he, a pattin' her on the cheek, for I've often observed old men always talk kinder pleasant to young women. My pretty maiden, where was you brought up? Why, says she, I guess I warn't brought up at all, I growed up. Under what platform, says he, for he was very particular that all his house helps should go to his meetin'. Under what church platform? Church platform, says she, with a toss of her bead, like a young colt that's got a check of the curb. I guess I warn't raised under a platform at all, but in as good a house as yourn, grand as you be. You said well, said the old minister, quite shocked, when you said you growed up, dear, for you have grown up in great ignorance. Then I guess you had better get a lady that knows more than me, says she, that's flat. I reckon I am every bit and grain as good as you be. If I don't understand a bumbywax, silkworm, both feedin', breedin', and rearin', then I want to know who does, that's all. Church platform indeed, says she, I guess you were raised under a glass frame in March, and transplanted on Independence Day, weren't you? And off she sot, lookin' as scorny as a London lady, and leavin' the poor minister standin' starin' like a stuck pig. Well, says he, a-liftin' up both hands, and tinnin' up the whites of his eyes like a duck in thunder, if that don't bang the bush. It fairly beats sheep shearin' arter the blackberry bushes have got the wool. It does, I vow. Them are the tares them Unitarians sow in our grain fields at night. I guess they'll ruinate the crops yet, and make the grounds so everlastin' foul. We'll have to pare the sod and burn it, to kill the roots. Our fathers sowed the right seed here in the wilderness, and watered it with their tears, and watched over it with fastin' and prayer, and now it's fairly run out, that's a fact, I snore. It's got choked up with all sorts of trash in, natur', I declare. Dear, I vow I never seed the beat o' that in all my born days. Now the blue noses are like that Gaul. They have grown up in ignorance of many things they hadn't ought not to know, and it's as hard to teach grown-up folks as it is to break a 6-year-old horse, and they do rile one's temper so, they act so ugly that it tempts one sometimes to break their confounded necks. It's near about as much trouble as it's worth. What remedy is there for all this supineness, said I? How can these people be awakened out of their ignorant slothfulness into active exertion? The remedy, said Mr. Slick, is at hand, it is already working its own cure. They must recede before our free and enlightened citizens like the Indians. Our folks will buy them out, and they must give place to a more intelligent and AC-type people. They must go to the lands of Labrador, or be located back of Canada. They can hold on there a few years, until the wave of civilization reaches them, and then they must move again, as the savages do. It is decreed. I hear the bugle of destiny a soundin' of their retreat, as plain as anything. Congress will give them a concession of land, if they petition, away to Allegheny backside territory, and grant them relief for a few years, for we are out of debt, and don't know what to do with our surplus revenue. The only way to shame them, that I know, would be to survey them as Uncle Enoch surveyed a neighbor of his in Bargany. There was a lady that had a plantation near hand to his'n, and there was only a small river atwixt the two houses, so that folks could hear each other talk across it. Well, she was a dreadful cross-grained woman, a real catamount, as savage as a she-bear that has cubs, an old pharaoh critter, as ugly as sin, and one that both hooked and kicked too, a most particular unmerciful she-devil, that's a fact. She used to have some of her niggers tied up every day, and flogged uncommon severe, and their screams and screeches were horrid, no soul could stand it, nothin' was heard all day, but oh Lord missus! Oh Lord missus! Enoch was fairly sick of the sound, for he was a tender-hearted man, and says he to her one day, "Now do marm find out some other place to give your cattle the cowskin, for it worries me to hear 'em take on so dreadful bad. I can't stand it, I vow. They are flesh and blood as well as we be, though the meat is a different color, but it was no good." She just up and told him to mind his own business, and she guessed she'd mind hern. He was determined to shame her out of it, so one mornin' after breakfast he goes into the cane field, and says he to Lavender, one of the black overseers, "Muster up the whole gang of slaves, every soul, and bring 'em down to the whippin' post, the whole stock of them, bulls, cows, and calves." Well, away goes Lavender, and drives up all the niggers. "Now you catch it," says he, "you lazy villains. I tole you so many a time. I tole you massa he lose all patience wid you, you good-for-nothin' rascals. I grad, upon my soul, I werry grad. You mind now what old Lavender say another time." "The black overseers are always the most cruel," said the clockmaker. "They have no sort of feeling for their own people. Well, when they were gathered there according to orders, they looked streaked enough, you may depend, thinkin' they were going to get it all round, and the wenches they fell to a-cryin', wringin' their hands, and boo-hooing like mad. Lavender was there with his cowskin, grinnin' like a chessy cat, and crackin' it about, ready for business. "Pick me out," says Enoch, "for that have the loudest voices." "Hard matter dat," says Lavender, "hard matter dat, massa, dey all talk loud, dey all loob talk more better nor work, de idle villains. Better gib 'em all a little tickle, jist to teach 'em larf on t'other side of de mouth. Dat side brand new, they never use it yet." "Do as I order you, sir," said Uncle, "or I'll have you triced up, you cruel old rascal you." When they were picked out and sot by themselves, they hanged their heads, and looked like sheep going to the shambles. "Now," says Uncle Enoch, "my pickaninnies, do you sing out as loud as Niagara, at the very tip end of your voice. Don't kill a nigger, pray, let him lib another day. Oh Lord missus, oh Lord missus. My back be very sore, no stand it any more, oh Lord missus, oh Lord missus." And all the rest of you join chorus, as loud as you can bawl, "Oh Lord missus." The black rascals understood the joke real well. They larfed ready to split their sides. They fairly lay down on the ground, and rolled over and over with laughter. Well, when they came to the chorus, "Oh Lord missus," if they didn't let go, it's a pity. They made the river ring agin. They were heerd clean out to sea. All the folks ran out of the lady's house, to see what on earth was the matter on Uncle Enoch's plantation. They thought there was actually a rebellion there. But when they listened a while, and heerd it over and over again, they took the hint, and returned a larf in their sleeves. Says they, "Master Enoch's slick, he upsides with missus this hitch anyhow." Uncle never heerd anything more of "Oh Lord missus" arter that. Yes, they ought to be shamed out of it, those blue noses. When reason fails to convince, there is nothing left but ridicule. If they have no ambition, apply to their feelings, slap a blister on their pride, and it will do the business. It's like a puttin' ginger under a horse's tail. It makes him carry up real handsome, I tell you. When I was a boy, I was always late to school. Well, father's preachin' I didn't mind much, but I never could bear to hear mother say, "Why, Sam, are you actually up for all day?" Well, I hope your early risin' won't hurt you, I declare. What on earth is a-going to happen now? Well, wonders will never cease. It raised my dander. At last says I, "Now, mother, don't say that any more for gracious sake, for it makes me feel ugly, and I'll get up as early as any on you." And so I did, and I soon found what's worth knowin' in this life, an early start makes easy stages. No, 13. The Clockmaker's opinion of Halifax. The next morning was warmer than several that had preceded it. It was one of those uncommonly fine days that distinguish an American autumn. I guess, said Mr. Slick, the heat today is like a glass of mint julep.
Dear listeners, take a break to subscribe our channel, hit the like button and share these audiobooks with your family and friends. Happy listening!
With a lump of ice in it, it tastes cool and feels warm. It's real good, I tell you. I love such a day as this dearly. It's generally allowed the finest weather in the world is in America. There ain't the beat of it to be found anywhere. He then lighted a cigar, and throwing himself back on his chair, put both feet out of the window, and sat with his arms folded, a perfect picture of happiness. You appear, said I, to have traveled over the whole of this province, and to have observed the country and the people with much attention. Pray, what is your opinion of the present state and future prospects of Halifax? If you will tell me, said he, when the folks there will wake up, then I can answer you, but they are fast asleep. As to the province, it's a splendid province, and calculated to go ahead. It will grow as fast as a Virginie gull, and they grow so amazin' fast, if you put your arm round one of their necks to kiss them, by the time you're done, they've grown up into women. It's a pretty province, I tell you, good above and better below, surface covered with pastures, meadows, woods, and a nation's sight of water privileges, and under the ground full of mines. It puts me in mind of the soup at the Tremont House. One day I was a-walkin' in the mall, and who should I meet but Major Bradford, a gentleman from Connecticut, that traded in calves and pumpkins for the Boston market. Says he, Slick, where do you get your grub today? At General Pepys' Tavern, says I. Only fit for niggers, says he. Why don't you come to the Tremont House? That's the most splendid thing it's generally allowed in all the world. Why, says I, that's a notch above my mark. I guess it's too plaggy dear for me. I can't afford it nohow. Well, says he, it's dear in one sense, but it's dog cheap in another. It's a grand place for speculation. There's so many rich Southerners and strangers there that have more money than wit, that you might do a pretty good business there, without going out of the street door. I made $200 this morning in little less than half no time. There's a Carolina lawyer there, as rich as a bank, and says he to me arter breakfast, Major, says he, I wish I knew where to get a real slapping trotter of a horse, one that could trot with a flash of lightning for a mile, and beat it by a whole neck or so. Says I, my lord, for you must know, he says he's the nearest male heir to a Scotch dormant peerage, my lord, says I have one a proper sneezer, a chap that can go ahead of a railroad steamer, a real natural traveler, one that can trot with the ball out of the small end of a rifle, and never break into a gallop. Says he, Major, I wish you wouldn't he give me that our nickname, I don't like it, though he looked as tickled all the time as possible. I never knew, says he, a lord that warn't a fool, that's a fact, and that's the reason I don't go ahead and claim the title. Well, says I, my lord, I don't know, but somehow I can't help a-thinkin', if you have a good claim, you'd be more like a fool not to go ahead with it. Well, says he, lord or no lord, let's look at your horse. So away I went to Joe Brown's livery stable, at t'other end of the city, and picked out the best trotter he had, and no great stick to brag on either. Says I, Joe Brown, what do you ax for that our horse? $200, says he. Well, says I will take him out and try him, and if I like him I will keep him. So I shows our Carolina lord the horse, and when he gets on him, says I, don't let him trot as fast as he can, resarve that for a heat. If folks find out how everlastin' fast he is, they'd be afeard to stump you for a start. When he returned, he said he liked the horse amazingly, and axed the price. $400, says I, you can't get nothin' special without a good price, pewter cases never hold good watches. I know it, says he, the horse is mine. Thinks I to myself, that's more than ever I could say of him then anyhow. Well, I was goin' to tell you about the soup, says the Major, it's near about dinner time, just come and see how you like the location. There was a sight of folks there, gentlemen and ladies in the public room, I never seed so many afore except at commencement day, all ready for a start, and when the gong sounded, off we sot like a flock of sheep. Well, if there warn't a jam you may depend, someone give me a pull, and I nearabouts went heels up overhead, so I reached out both hands, and caught hold of the first thing I could, and what should it be but a lady's dress? Well, as I'm alive, rip went the frock, and tear goes the petticoat, and when I righted myself from my bemeans, away they all came home to me, and there she was, the pretty critter, with all her upper riggin' standin' as far as her waist, and nothin' left below but a short linen undergarment. If she didn't scream, it's a pity, and the more she screamed the more folks larfed, for no soul could help larfin', till one of the waiters folded her up in a tablecloth. What an awkward devil you be, Slick, says the Major. Now that comes of not falling in first. They should have formed four deep, rear rank in open order, and marched into our splendid national air, and filed off to their seats right and left shoulders forward. I feel kinder sorry too, says he, for that our young heifer, but she shoot a proper pretty leg though, Slick, didn't she? I guess you don't often get such a chance as that are. Well, I gets near the Major at table, and afore me stood a china utensil with two handles, full of soup, about the size of a foot tub, with a large silver scoop in it, near about as big as a ladle of a maple sugar kettle. I was just about bailing out some soup into my dish, when the Major said, "Fish it up from the bottom, Slick." Well, sure enough, I gives it a drag from the bottom, and up come the fat pieces of turtle, and the thick rich soup, and a sight of little force meatballs of the size of sheep's dung. No soul could tell how good it was. It was near about as handsome as Father's old genuine particular cider, and that you could feel tingle clean away down to the tip ends of your toes. Now, says the Major, I'll give you, Slick, a new wrinkle on your horn. Folks ain't thought nothin' of unless they live at Tremont. It's all the go. Do you dine at Peep's Tavern every day, and then off hot loot to Tremont, and pick your teeth on the street steps there, and folks will think you dine there? I do it often, and it saves $2 a day. Then he put his finger on his nose, and says he, "Mum is the word. Now this province is just like that our soup, good enough at top, but dip down and you have the riches, the coal, the iron ore, the gypsum, and what not. As for Halifax, it's well enough in itself, though no great shakes either, a few sizable houses, with a proper sight of small ones, like half a dozen old hens with their broods of young chickens. But the people, the strange critters, they are all asleep. They walk in their sleep, and talk in their sleep, and what they say one day they forget the next. They say they were dreaming. You know where Governor Campbell lives, don't you? In a large stone house with a great wall round it, that looks like a state prison. Well, near hand there is a nasty, dirty, horrid-looking burying ground there. It's filled with large grave rats as big as kittens, and the springs of black water there go through the chinks of the rocks and flow into all the wells, and fairly pice on the folks. It's a dismal place, I tell you. I wonder the air from it don't turn all the silver in the Gineral's house of a brass color, and folks say he has 4 cartloads of it. It's so everlastin' bad, it's near about as nosy as a slave ship of niggers. Well, you may go there and shake the folks to all eternity, and you won't wake 'em, I guess, and yet there ain't much difference between their sleep and the folks at Halifax, only they lie still there and are quiet, and don't walk and talk in their sleep like them above ground. Halifax reminds me of a Russian officer I once seed at Warsaw. He had lost both arms in battle. But I guess I must tell you first why I went there, 'cause that will show you how we speculate. One Sabbath day, after bell ringin', when most of the women had gone to meetin', for they were great hands for pretty sarmons, and our Unitarian ministers all preach poetry, only they leave the rhyme out, it sparkles like Perry, I goes down to East India Wharf to see Captain Zeke Hancock, of Nantucket, to inquire how it was, and if it would bear doing anything in, when who should come along but Jabesh Green. "Slick," says he, "how do you do? Isn't this as pretty a day as you'll see between this and Norfolk? It whips English weather by a long chalk." And then he looked down at my watch seals, and looked as if he thought I'd stole 'em. At last he looks up, and says he, "Slick, I suppose you wouldn't go to Warsaw, would you, if it was made worth your while?" "Which Warsaw?" says I, for I believe in my heart we have 100 of them. "None of ourn at all," says he, "Warsaw in Poland." "Well, I don't know," says I, "what do you call worthwhile?" $6 a day, expenses paid, and a bonus of $1,000, if speculation turns out well. "I am off," says I, "whenever you say go." "Tuesday," says he, in the Hamburg packet. "Now," says he, "I'm in a tarnation hurry. I'm going a pleasurin' today in the custom house boat, along with Josiah Bradford's galls down to Nahant. But I'll tell you what I am at. The Emperor of Russia has ordered the Poles to cut off their queues on the 1st of January. You must buy them all up, and ship them off to London for the wig makers. Human hair is scarce and risin'. Lord a massy! Says I, how queer they will look, won't they? Well, I vow that's what the sea folks call sailing under bare poles, come true, ain't it? I guess it will turn out a good spec, says he, and a good one it did turn out. He cleared $10,000 by it. When I was at Warsaw, as I was a-sayin', there was a Russian officer there who had lost both his arms in battle, a good-natured, contented critter, as I ain't a'most ever seed, and he was fed with spoons by his neighbors, but arter a while they grew tired of it, and I guess he near about starved to death at last. Now Halifax is like that spoony, as I used to call him. It is fed by the outports, and they begin to have enough to do to feed themselves. It must larn to live without 'em. They have no river, and no country about them. Let them make a railroad to Minas Basin, and they will have arms of their own to feed themselves with. If they don't do it, and do it soon, I guess they'll get into a decline that no human skill will cure. They are proper thin now. You can count their ribs e'en a'most as far as you can see them. The only thing that will either make or save Halifax is a railroad across the country to Bay of Fundy. It will do to talk of, says one. You'll see it some day, says another. Yes, says a third, it will come, but we are too young yet. Our old minister had a darter, a real clever-looking Gaul as you'd see in a day's ride, and she had 2 or 3 offers of marriage from 'sponsible men, most particular good specs. But minister always said, Phoebe, you are too young, the day will come, but you are too young yet, dear. Well, Phoebe didn't think so at all. She said she guessed she knew better nor that, so the next offer she had, she said she had no notion to lose another chance. Off she sot to Rhode Island and got married, says she. Father's too old, he don't know. That's just the case at Halifax. The old folks say the country is too young, the time will come, and so on, and in the meantime the young folks won't wait, and run off to the States, where the maxim is, youth is the time for improvement. A new country is never too young for exertion. Push on, keep movin', go ahead. Darn it all, said the clockmaker, rising with great animation, clenching his fist, and extending his arm. Darn it all, it fairly makes my dander rise. To see the nasty idle loungin' good-for-nothin' do little critters. They ain't fit to tend a bear trap, I vow. They ought to be quilted round and round a room, like a lady's lap dog, the matter of 2 hours a day, to keep them from dyin' of apoplexy. Hush, hush, said I, Mr. Slick, you forget. Well, said he, resuming his usual composure, well, it's enough to make one vex though, I declare, isn't it? Mr. Slick has often alluded to this subject, and always in a most decided manner. I am inclined to think he is right. Mr. Howe's papers on the railroad I read till I came to his calculations, but I never could read figures, I can't cipher, and there I paused. It was a barrier. I retreated a few paces, took a running leap, and cleared the whole of them. Mr. Slick says he has under and not overrated its advantages. He appears to be such a shrewd, observing, intelligent man, and so perfectly at home on these subjects, that I confess I have more faith in this humble but eccentric clockmaker than in any other man I have met with in this province. I therefore pronounce there will be a railroad. No, 14. Sayings and doings in Cumberland. I reckon, said the clockmaker, as we strolled through Amherst, you have read Hook's story of the boy that one day asked one of his father's guests who his next-door neighbor was, and when he heard his name, asked him if he weren't a fool. No, my little feller, said he ben't a fool, he is a most particular sensible man. But why did you ask that question? Why, said the little boy, mother said t'other day you were next door to a fool, and I wanted to know who lived next door to you. His mother felt pretty ugly, I guess, when she heard him run right slap on that breaker. Now these Cumberland folks have curious next-door neighbors, too. They are placed by their location right atwixt fire and water. They have New Brunswick politics on one side, and Nova Scotia politics on t'other side of them, and Bay Fundy and Bay Vard on t'other 2 sides. They are actually in hot water. They are up to their croupers in politics, and great hands for talking of House of Assembly, political unions, and what not. Like all folks who wade so deep, they can't always tell the nature of the ford. Sometimes they strike their shin's egg in a snag of a rock, at other times they go whap into a quicksand, and if they don't take special care they are apt to go souse overhead and ears into deep water. I guess if they talk more of rotations, and less of elections, more of them are dykes, and less of banks, and attend more to top-dressing, and lees to redressing, it 'ud be better for 'em. Now you mention the subject, I think I have observed, said I, that there is a great change in your countrymen in that respect. Formerly, whenever you met an American, you had a dish of politics set before you, whether you had an appetite for it or not, but lately I have remarked they seldom allude to it. Pray to what is this attributable? I guess, said he, they have enough of it to home, and are sick of the subject. They are cured the way our pastry cooks cure their prentices of stealing sweet notions out of their shops. When they get a new prentice they tell him he must never so much as look at all them are nice things, and if he dares to lay the weight of his finger upon one of them, they'll have him up for it before a justice. They tell him it's every bit and grain as bad as stealing from a till. Well, that's sure to set him at it, just as a high fence does a breechy ox, first to look over it, and then to push it down with its rump. It's human nature. Well, the boy eats and eats till he can't eat no longer, and then he gets sick at his stomach, and hates the very sight of sweetmeats arterwards. We've had politics with us, till we're dog sick of 'em, I tell you. Besides, I guess we are as far from perfection as when we set out a roin for it. You may get purity of election, but how are you to get purity of members? It would take a great deal of ciphering to tell that. I never seed it yet, and never heerd tell of one who had seed it. The best member I e'en most ever seed was John Adams. Well, John Adams could no more plough a straight froe in politics than he could haul the plough himself. He might set out straight at beginning for a little way, but he was sure to get crooked afore he got to the end of the ridge, and sometimes he would have 2 or 3 crooks in it. I used to say to him, how on earth is it, Mr. Adams, for he was no way proud like, though he was president of our great nation, and it is allowed to be the greatest nation in the world, too, for you might see him sometimes of an arternoon, a-swimmin' along with the boys in the Potomac. I do believe that's the way he larned to give the folks to dodge so spry winky face well. I used to say to him, how on earth is it, Mr. Adams? You can't make straight work on it? He was a grand hand at an excuse, though minister used to say that folks that were good at an excuse were seldom good for nothin' else. Sometimes, he said, the ground was so tarnation stony it throwed the plough out. At other times he said the off-ox was such an ugly willful-tempered critter, there was no doin' nothin' with him, or that there was so much machinery about the plough, it made it plodgy hard to steer. Or maybe it was the fault of them that went afore him, that they laid it down so bad. Unless he was hired for another term of 4 years, the work wouldn't look well, and if all them our excuses wouldn't do, why he would take to scolding the nigger that drove the team, throw all the blame on him, and order him to have an everlastin' lassin with the cowskin. You might as well catch a weasel asleep as catch him. He had something the matter with one eye. Well, he knew I knowed that when I was a boy, so one day, a feller presented a petition to him, and he told him it was very affectin'. Says he, it fairly draws tears from me, and his week I took to lettin' off its water like statties, so as soon as the chap went, he winks to me with t'other one, quite knowin', as much as to say, you see it's all in my eyes, Slick, but don't let on to anyone about it, that I said so. That I was a regular cheat, a complete New England wooden nutmeg. Folks said Mr. Adams was a very tender-hearted man. Perhaps he was, but I guess that I didn't pump its water out o' that place. Members in general ain't to be depended on, I tell you. Politics makes a man as crooked as a pack does a peddler. Not that they are so awful heavy, either, but it teaches a man to stoop in the long run. Arter all, there's not that difference in 'em, at least there ain't in Congress, one would think, for if one of them is clear of one vice, why, as like as not, he has another fault just as bad. An honest farmer, like one of these Cumberland folks, when he goes to choose atwixt 2 that offers for votes, is just like the flying fish. That our little critter is not content to stay to home in the water, and mind its business, but he must try his hand at flyin', and he is no great dab at flyin' either. Well, the moment he's out of water, and takes to flyin', the sea fowl are arter him, and let him have it, and if he has the good luck to escape them, and makes a dive into the sea, the dolphin, as like as not, has a dig at him, that knocks more wind out of him than he got while aping the birds, a plagy sight. I guess the blue noses know just about as much about politics as this foolish fish knows about flyin'. All critters in natur are better in their own element. It beats cockfightin', I tell you, to hear the blue noses, when they get together, talk politics. They have got 3 or 4 evil spirits, like the Irish banshees, that they say cause all the mischief in the province, the council, the banks, the House of Assembly, and the lawyers. If a man places a higher valuation on himself than his neighbors do, and wants to be a magistrate before he is fit to carry the inkhorn for one, and finds himself safely delivered of a mistake, he says it is all owing to the council. The members are cunnin' critters, too, they know this feelin', and when they come home from assembly, and people ax 'em, "Where are all them are fine things you promised us?" Why, they say, "We'd 'a' had 'em all for you, but for that etarnal council, they nullified all we did." The country will come to no good till them chaps show their respect for it, by covering their bottoms with homespun. If a man is so tarnation lazy he want work, and in course has no money, why he says it's all owin' to the banks, they want discount, there's no money, they've ruined the province. If there bent a road made up to every citizen's door, away back to the woods, who as like as not has squatted there, why he says the House of Assembly have voted all the money to pay great men's salaries, and there's nothin' left for poor settlers, and cross roads. Well, the lawyers come in for their share of cake and ale, too. If they don't catch it, it's a pity. There was one Jim Monroe of Onion County, Connecticut, a desperate idle fellow, a great hand at singin' songs, a skatin', drivin' about with the Gauls, and so on. Well, if anybody's windows were broke, it was Jim Monroe, and if there were any youngsters in want of a father, they were sure to be poor Jim's. Just so it is with the lawyers here. They stand godfathers for every misfortune that happens in the country. When there is a mad dog a-goin' about, every dog that barks is said to be bit by the mad one, so he gets credit for all the mischief that every dog does for 3 months to come. So every feller that goes yelpin' home from a courthouse, smartin' from the law, swears he is bit by a lawyer. Now there may be something wrong in all these things, and it can't be otherwise in natur, in council, banks, House of Assembly, and lawyers, but change them all, and it's an even chance if you don't get worse ones in their room. It is in politics as in horses. When a man has a beast that's near about up to the notch, he'd better not swap him. If he does, he's e'en most sure to get one not so good as his own. My rule is, I'd rather keep a critter whose faults I do know, than change him for a beast whose faults I don't know. No. 15. The Dancing Master Abroad. I wish that our black heifer in the kitchen would give over singing that everlastin' dismal tune, said the clockmaker. It makes my head ache. You've heard a song afore now, said he, haven't you, till you was fairly sick of it? For I have, I vow. The last time I was in Rhode Island, all the Gauls sing there, and it's generally allowed there's no such singers anywhere. They beat the Italians along chalk, they sing so high some on 'em, they go clear out o' hearin' sometimes, like a lark. Well, you heard nothin' but oh no, we never mention her. Well, I grew so plaguey tired of it, I used to say to myself, I'd sooner see it, than hear tell of it, I vow. I wish to gracious you would never mention her, for it makes me feel ugly to hear that same thing for ever and amen that way. Well, they've got a cant phrase here, the schoolmaster is abroad, and every feller tells you that 50 times a day. There was a chap said to me not long ago, at Truro, Mr. Slick, this country is rapidly improving, the schoolmaster is abroad now, and he looked as knowin' as though he had found a mate's nest. So I should think, said I, and it would just be about as well, I guess, if he'd stay to home and mind his business, for your folks are so consumedly ignorant. I reckon he's abroad in a'most all his time. I hope when he returns, he'll be the better of his travels, and that's more nor many of our young folks are who go abroad, for they import more airs and nonsense than they dispose of one while, I tell you, some of the stock remains on hand all the rest of their lives. There's nothin' I hate so much as cant, of all kinds. It's a sure sign of a tricky disposition. If you see a feller cant in religion, clap your hand into your pocket, and lay right hold of your puss, or he'll steal it as sure as you're alive, and if a man can't in politics, he'll sell you if he gets a chance, you may depend. Law and physic are just the same, and every mite and morsel as bad. If a lawyer takes to Canton, it's like the fox preaching to the geese, he'll eat up his whole congregation, and if a doctor takes to it, he's a quack as sure as rates. The Lord have massy on you, for he want. I'd sooner trust my chance with a naked hook any time, than one that's half covered with bad bait. The fish will sometimes swallow the one, without thinkin', but they get frightened at tother, turn tail and off like a shot. Now, to change the tune, I'll give the Blue Noses a new phrase. They'll have an election most likely next year, and then the dancin' master will be abroad. A candidate is a most particular polite man, a noddin' here, and a bowin' there, and a shakin' hands all round. Nothin' improves a man's manners like an election. The dancin' master's abroad then. Nothin' gives the paces equal to that, it makes them as squirmy as an eel, they cross hands and back agin, set to their partners and right and left in great style, and slick it off at the end, with a real complete bow, and a smile for all the world as sweet as a cat makes at a pan of new milk. Then they get as full of compliments as a dog is full of fleas, inquirin' how the old lady is to home, and the little boy that made such a wonderful smart answer, they never can forget it till next time, a praisin' a man's farm to the nines, and a tellin' of him, how scandalous the road that leads to his location has been neglected, and how much he wants to find a real complete hand that can build a bridge over his brook. And ashin' him if he ever built one. When he gets the hook baited with the right fly, and the simple critter begins to jump out of water arter it, all mouth and gills, he winds up the reel, and takes leave, a-thinkin' to himself, now you see what's to the end of my line, I guess I'll know where to find you when I want you. There's no sort of fishin' requires so much practice as this. When bait is scarce, one worm must answer for several fish. A handful of oats in a pan, arter it brings one horse up in a pasture for the bridle, serves for another, a shakin' of it, is better than a givin' of it, it saves the grain for another time. It's a poor business arter all is electioneering, and when the dancin' master is abroad, he's as apt to teach a man to cut capers and get lar fed at as anything else. It taught everyone that's simple enough to dance real complete. Politics take a great deal of time, and grinds away a man's honesty near about as fast as cleaning a knife with brick dust, it takes its steel out. What does a critter get arter all for it in this country? Why, nothin' but expense and disappointment. As King Solomon says, and that our man was up to a thing or two, you may depend, though our professor did say he warn't so knowin' as Uncle Sam, it's all vanity and vexation of spirit. I raised a 4-year-old colt once, half-blood, a perfect picture of a horse, and a genuine clipper, could gallop like the wind, a real daisy, a perfect doll, had an eye like a weasel, and nostril like Commodore Rogers's speakin' trumpet. Well, I took it down to the races at New York, and father he went along with me, for says he, Sam, you don't know everything, I guess you han't cut your wisdom teeth yet, and you are goin' among them that's had 'em through their gums this while past. Well, when we gets to the races, father he gets colt and puts him in an old wagon, with a worn-out Dutch harness, and breastband. He looked like Old Nick, that's a fact. Then he fastened a head martingale on, and buckled it to the girths atwixt his 4 legs. Says I, Father, what on earth are you at? I vow I feel ashamed to be seen with such a catamaran as that, and Colt looks like old Sagan himself, no soul would know him. I guess I warn't born yesterday, says he, let me be, I know what I am at. I guess I'll slip it into 'em afore I've done as slick as a whistle. I guess I can see as far into a millstone as the best on 'em. Well, father never entered the horse at all, but stood by and seed the races, and the winning horse was followed about by the matter of 2,000 or 3,000 people, a praisin' of him and admirin' him. They seemed as if they never had seed a horse afore. The owner of him was all up on eend a boastin' of him, and a stumpin' the course to produce a horse to run agin him for $400. Father goes up to him, lookin' as soft as dough, and as meechin' as you please, and says he, Friend, it taunt everyone that has $400, it's a plaguey sight of money, I tell you, would you run for $100, and give me a little start? If you would, I'd try my colt out of my old wagon agin you, I vow. Let's look at your horse, says he. So away they went, and a proper sight of people arter them to look at Colt, and when they seed him they sot up such a larf, I felt e'en a'most ready to cry for spite. Says I to myself, what can possess the old man to act arter that fashion? I do believe he has taken leave of his senses. You needn't larf, says father, he's smarter than he looks. Our minister's old horse, Captain Jack.
Dear listeners, take a break to subscribe our channel, hit the like button and share these audiobooks with your family and friends. Happy listening!
Is reckoned as quick a beast of his age as any in our location, and that our colt can beat him for a lick of a quarter of a mile quite easy. I seed it myself. Well, they larf at Agin louder than before, and says father, if you dispute my word, try me, what odds will you give? 2 to 1, says the owner, $800 to $400. Well, that's a great deal of money, ain't it, says father. If I was to lose it I'd look pretty foolish, wouldn't I? How folks would pass their jokes at me when I went home again. You wouldn't take that wagon and harness for $50 of it, would you? Says he. Well, says the other, sooner than disappoint you, as you seem to have set your mind on losing your money, I don't care if I do. As soon as it was settled, father drives off to the stables, and then returns mounted, with a red silk pocket handkerchief tied round his head, and colt a-looking like himself as proud as a nabob, chock full of spring like the wire end of a brand new pair of trouser galluses. One said that's a plaguey nice looking colt that old feller has arter all. That horse will show play for it yet, says a third, and I heard one feller say, I guess that's a regular Yankee trick, a complete take-in. They had a fair start for it, and off they sot. Father took the lead and kept it, and won the race, though it was a pretty tight scratch, for father was too old to ride colt, he was near about the matter of 70 years old. Well, when the colt was walked round after the race, there was an Amazon crowd arter him, and several wanted to buy him. But, says father, how am I to get home without him, and what shall I do with that wagon and harness so far as I be from Slickville? So he kept them in talk, till he felt their pulses pretty well, and at last he closed with a southerner for $700, and we returned, having made a considerable good speck of colt. Says father to me, Sam, says he, you seed the crowd a-follerin' the winning horse, when we came there, didn't you? Yes, sir, said I did. Well, when colt beat him, no one follered him at all, but come a-crowded about him. That's popularity, said he, soon won, soon lost, cried up sky high 1 minute, and deserted the next or run down. Colt will share the same fate. He'll get beat afore long, and then he's done for. The multitude are always fickle-minded. Our great Washington found that out, and the British officer that beat Bonaparte, the bread they gave him turned sour afore he got half through the loaf. His soap had hardly stiffened afore it ran right back to lie in grease agin. I was served the same way. I like to have missed my pension. The committee said I warn't at Bunker's Hill at all, the villains. That was a glow. Dash, thinks I, old boy, if you once get into that field, you'll race longer than colt, a plaguey sight. You'll run clear away to the fence to the far end afore you stop. So I just cut in and took a hand myself. Yes, says I, you did father, properly. That old wagon was a bright scheme, it led on till you got on the right spot, didn't it? Says father, there's a moral, Sam, in everything in nature. Never have nothing to do with elections. You see the valley of popularity in the case of that horse. Serve the public 999 times, and the 1000th, if they don't agree with you, they desart and abuse you. See how they served old John Adams. See how they let Jefferson starve in his old age. See how good old Monroe liked to have got right into jail, after his term of president was up. They may talk of independence, says father, but Sam, I'll tell you what independence is, and he gave his hands a slap agin his trousers pocket, and made the gold eagles he won at the race all jingle agin. That, says he, giving them another wipe with his fist, and winking as much as to say, do you hear that, my boy, that I call independence. He was in great spirits, the old man, he was so proud of winning the race, and putting the leak into the New Yorkers, he looked all dander. Let them great hungry, ill-favored, long-legged bitterns, says he, only he called them by another name that don't sound quite pretty, from the outlandish states to Congress, talk about independence. But Sam, said he, hitting the shiner's egg until be made them dance right up and eend in his pocket, I like to feel it. No, Sam, said B, line the pocket well first, make that independent, and then the spirit will be like a horse turned out to grass in the spring. For the first time, he's all head and tail, a snortin' and kickin' and racin' and carryin' on like mad. It soon gets independent too. While it's in the stall it may hold up, and paw, and whinner, and feel as spry as anything, but the leather strap keeps it to the manger, and the lead weight to the end of it makes it hold down its head at last. No, says he, here's independence. And he gave the eagles such a drive with his fist, he bust his pocket, and sent a whole raft of them a-spinnin' down his leg to the ground. Says I, father, and I swear I could hardly keep from larfin'. He looked so peskily vexed. Father, says I guess there's a moral in that or two. Extremes nary way are none o' the best. Well, well, says he, kinder snappishly, I suppose you're half right, Sam, but we've said enough about it. Let's drop the subject, and see if I have picked 'em all up, for my eyes are none of the best now. I'm near hand to 70. No, 16. Mr. Slick's opinion of the British. What success had you, said I, in the sale of your clocks among the Scotch in the eastern part of the province? Do you find them as gullible as the Blue Noses? Well, said he, you have heard tell that a Yankee never answers one question without axing another, haven't you? Did you ever see an English stage driver make a bow? Because if you han't observed it, I have, and a queer one it is, I swan. He brings his right arm up, just across his face, and passes on, with a knowin' nod of his head, as much as to say, how do you do? But keep clear o' my wheels, or I'll fetch your horses a lick in the mouth as sure as you're born, just as a bear puts up his paw to fend off the blow of a stick from his nose. Well, that's the way I pass them, our bare-breeched Scotchmen. Lord, if they were located down in these here Cumberland mashes, how the mosquitoes would tickle them up, wouldn't they? They'd set 'em scratching thereabouts, as an Irishman does his head, when he's in sarch of a lie. Them our fellers cut their eye teeth afore they ever sot foot in this country, I expect. When they get a bawbee, they know what to do with it, that's a fact. They open their pouch and drop it in, and it's got a spring like a fox trap. It holds fast to all it gets, like grim death to a dead nigger. They are proper skin flints, you may depend. Oatmeal is no great shakes at best. It ta'n't even as good for a horse as real yeller Varginny corn. But I guess I warn't long in finding out that the grits hardly pay for the riddlin'. No, a Yankee has as little chance among them as a Jew has in New England. The sooner he clears out, the better. You can no more put a leak into them than you can send a chisel into teak wood. It turns the edge of the tool the first drive. If the Blue Noses knew the value of money as well as they do, they'd have more cash, and fewer clocks and tin reflectors, I reckon. Now, it's different with the Irish. They never carry a puss, for they never have a cent to put in it. They are always in love or in liquor, or else in a row. They are the merriest shavers I ever seed. Judge Beeler, I dare say you have heard tell of him. He's a funny feller. He put a notice over his factory gate at Lowell, no cigars or Irishmen admitted within these walls, for, said he, the one will set a flame a-going among my cottons, and t'other among my galls. I want have no such inflammable and dangerous things about me on no account. When the British wanted our folks to join in the treaty to chock the wheels of the slave trade, I recollect hearin' old John Adams say, we had ought to humor them, for, says he, they supply us with labor on easier terms, by shippin' out the Irish. Says he, they work better, and they work cheaper, and they don't live so long. The blacks, when they are past work, hang on forever, and a proper bill of expense they be. But hot weather and new rum rub out the poor rates for t'other ones. The English are the boys for tradin' with. They shell out their cash like a sheaf of wheat in frosty weather. It flies all over the thrashin' floor. But then they are a cross-grained, ungainly, kickin' breed of cattle, as I ain't a most ever seed. Whoever gave them the name of John Bull knew what he was about, I tell you, for they are bull-necked, bull-headed folks, I vow, sulky, ugly-tempered, vicious critters, a pawin' and a roarin' the whole time, and plaguey unsafe unless well watched. They are as headstrong as mules, and as conceited as peacocks. The astonishment with which I heard this tirade against my countrymen absorbed every feeling of resentment. I listened with amazement at the perfect composure with which he uttered it. He treated it as one of those self-evident truths that need neither proof nor apology, but as a thing well known and admitted by all mankind. There's no richer sight that I know of, said he, than to see one on him when he first lands in one of our great cities. He swells out as big as a balloon, his skin is ready to bust with wind, a regular walking bag of gas, and he prances over the pavement like a bear over hot iron, a great awkward hulk of a feller, for they ain't to be compared to the French in manners, a smirkin' at you, as much as to say, look here, Jonathan, here's an Englishman. Here's a boy that's got blood as pure as a Norman pirate, and lots of the blunt of both kinds. A pocket full of one, and a mouth full of tother, ben't he lovely? And then he looks as fierce as a tiger, as much as to say boo to a goose if you dare. No, I believe we may stump the universe. We improve on everything, and we have improved on our own species. You'll sarch one while, I tell you, afore you'll find a man that, take him by and large, is equal to one of our free and enlightened citizens. He's the chap that has both speed, wind and bottom. He's clear grit, ginger to the backbone, you may depend. It's generally allowed there ain't the beat of them to be found anywhere. Spry as a fox, supple as an eel, and cute as a weasel. Though I say it that shouldn't he say it, they fairly take the shine off creation, they are actually equal to cash. He looked like a man who felt that he had expressed himself so aptly, and so well, that anything additional would only weaken its effect. He therefore changed the conversation immediately, by pointing to a tree at some little distance from the house, and remarking that it was the rock maple or sugar tree. It's a pretty tree, said he, and a profitable one too to raise. It will bear tapping for many years, though it gets exhausted at last. This province is like that our tree, it is tapped till it begins to die at the top, and if they don't drive in a spile and stop the everlasting flow of the sap, it will perish altogether. All the money that's made here, all the interest that's paid in it, and a pretty considerable portion of rent too, all goes abroad for investment, and the rest is sent to us to buy bread. It's drained like a bog, it has opened and covered trenches all through it, and then there's others to the foot of the upland to cut off the springs. Now you may make even a bog too dry. You may take the moisture out to that degree, that the very soil becomes dust and blows away. The English funds, and our banks, railroads, and canals, are all absorbing your capital like a sponge, and will lick it up as fast as you can make it. That very bridge we heard of at Windsor is owned in New Brunswick, and will pay toll to that province. The capitalists of Nova Scotia treat it like a hired house, they won't keep it in repair. They either paint it to preserve the boards, nor stop a leak to keep the frame from rot in, but let it go to rack sooner than drive a nail or put in a pane of glass. It will serve our turnout, they say. There's neither spirit, enterprise, nor patriotism here, but the whole country is as inactive as a bear in winter that does nothing but scrouch up in his den, a-thinking to himself, well, if I ain't an unfortunate divil, it's a pity. I have a most splendid warm coat as our gentleman in these here woods, let him be who he will. But I got no socks to my feet, and have to sit for everlastingly a suckin' of my paws to keep 'em warm. If it warn't for that, I guess I'd make some o' them chaps that have hoofs to their feet and horns to their heads look about them pretty sharp, I know. It's dismal now, ain't it? If I had the framin' of the governor's message, if I wouldn't teach 'em how to put timber together, you may depend, I'd make them scratch their heads and stare, I know. I went down to Matanzas in the Fulton steamboat once. Well, it was the first of the kind they ever seed, and proper scared they were to see a vessel, without sails or oars, going right straight ahead, 9 knots an hour, in the very wind's eye, and a great streak of smoke arter her as long as the tail of a comet. I believe they thought it was old Nick alive, a-treatin' himself to a swim. You could see the niggers a-clippin' it away from the shore, for dear life, and the soldiers a-movin' about as if they thought that we were a-goin' to take the whole country. Presently a little half-starved orange-colored looking Spanish officer, all dressed off in his livery, as fine as a fiddle, came off with 2 men in a boat to board us. Well, we yawed once or twice, and motioned to him to keep off for fear he should get hurt, but became right on afore the wheel, and I hope I may be shot if the paddle didn't strike the bow of the boat with that force, it knocked up the starn like a plank tilt, when one of the boys playing on it is heavier than t'other, and chucked him right atop of the wheelhouse. You never seed a feller in such a dunderment in your life. He had picked up a little English from seein' our folks there so much, and when he got up, the first thing he said was, "Damn all sheeny, I say, where's my boat?" And he looked round as if he thought it had jumped on board too. "Your boat," said the captain, "why I expect it's gone to the bottom, and your men have gone down to look arter it, for we never seed or heerd tell of one or t'other of them arter the boat was struck." Yes, I'd make 'em stare like that our Spanish officer, as if they had seed out of their eyes for the first time. Governor Campbell didn't expect to see such a country as this, when he came here, I reckon. I know he didn't. When I was a little boy, about knee-high or so, and lived down Connecticut River, Mother used to say, "Sam, if you don't give over acting so like Old Scratch, I'll send you off to Nova Scotia as sure as you are born. I will, I vow." Well, Lord, how that used to frighten me. It made my hair stand right up in eend, like a cat's back when she is wrathy. It made me drop it as quick as wink, like a tin nightcap put on a dipped candle a-going to bed. It put the fun right out. Neighbor Dearborn's darter married a gentleman to Yarmouth, that speculates in the smugglin' line. Well, when she went on board to sail down to Nova Scotia, all her folks took on as if it was a funeral. They said she was going to be buried alive like the nuns in Portingale that get a frolic in, break out of the pasture, and race off, and get catched and brought back agin. Says the old colonel, her father, "Deliverance, my dear, I would sooner follow you to your grave, for that would be an eend to your troubles, than to see you go off to that dismal country. That's nothin' but an iceberg aground." And he howled as loud as an Irishman that tries to wake his wife when she is dead. Awful accounts we have of the country, that's a fact. But if the province is not so bad as they make it out, the folks are 1,000 times worse. You've seen a flock of partridges of a frosty mornin' in the fall, a-crowdin' out of the shade to a sunny spot, and huddlin' up there in the warmth. Well, the blue noses have nothin' else to do half the time but sun themselves. Whose fault is that? Why, it's the fault of the legislature. They don't encourage internal improvement, nor the investment of capital in the country, and the result is apathy, inaction, and poverty. They spend 3 months in Halifax, and what do? Father gave me $1 once, to go to the fair at Hartford, and when I came back, says he, "Sam, what have you got to show for it?" Now I ax, what have they to show for their 3 months' setting? They mislead folks. They make 'em believe all the use of the assembly is to bark at councillors, judges, bankers, and such cattle, to keep 'em from eatin' up the crops, and it actually costs more to feed them when they are watchin' than all the others could eat if they did break a fence and get in. Indeed, some folks say they are the most breachy of the two, and ought to go to pound themselves. If their fences are good, them hungry cattle couldn't break through, and if they ain't, they ought to stake 'em up, and with them well. But it's no use to make fences unless the land is cultivated. If I see a farm all gone to wrack, I say here's bad husbandry and bad management, and if I see a province like this, of great capacity, and great natural resources, poverty-stricken, I say there's bad legislation. No, said he, with an air of more seriousness than I had yet observed, how much it is to be regretted, that, laying aside personal attacks and petty jealousies, they would not unite as one man, and with one mind and one heart apply themselves sedulously to the internal improvement and development of this beautiful province. Its value is utterly unknown, either to the general or local government, and the only persons who duly appreciate it are the Yankees. No, 17. A Yankee handle for a Halifax blade. I met a man this mornin', said the Clockmaker, from Halifax, a real conceited-lookin' critter as you e'en most ever seed, all shines and didos. He looked as if he had picked up his airs, arter some officer of the regulars had worn 'em out and cast 'em off. They sot on him like second-hand clothes, as if they hadn't been made for him and didn't exactly fit. He looked fine, but awkward, like a captain of militia, when he gets his uniform on, to play sodger, a-thinkin' himself mighty handsome, and that all the world is a-lookin' at him. He marched up and down afore the street door like a peacock, as large as life and twice as natural. He had a riding whip in his hand and every now and then struck it agin his thigh, as much as to say, "Ain't that a splendid leg for a boot, now? Won't I astonish the Amherst folks, that's all? Thinks I you are a pretty blade, ain't you? I'd like to fit a Yankee handle on to you, that's a fact." When I came up, he held up his head near about as high as a shot factory, and stood with his fists on his hips, and eyed me from head to foot, as a shaken Quaker does a town lady, as much as to say, what a queer critter you be, that's toggery I never seed afore, you're some carnal-minded maiden, that's sartain. Well, says he to me, with the air of a man that chucks a cent into a beggar's hat. A fine day this, sir. Do you actually think so, said I? And I gave it the real Connecticut drawl. Why, said he, quite short, if I didn't think so, I wouldn't say so. Well, says I don't know, but if I did think so, I guess I wouldn't say so, why not? Says he, because I expect, says I, any fool could see that as well as me, and then I stared at him, as much as to say, now if you like that or swap, I am ready to trade with you again as soon as you like. Well, he turned right round on his heel and walked off, a whistlin' Yankee doodle to himself. He looked just like a man that finds whistlin' a plaguey sight easier than thinkin'. Presently, I heard him ax the groom who that our Yankee-lookin' feller was. That, said the groom, why, I guess it's Mr. Slick. Sho! Said he, how you talk. What, Slick the clockmaker? Why, it ain't possible. I wish I hadn't known that afore, I declare, for I have a great curiosity to see him. Folks say he is an amazin' clever feller that, and he turned and stared, as if it was old Hickory himself. Then he walked round and about like a pig, round the fence of a potato field, a-watchin' for a chance to cut in. So, thinks I, I'll just give him something to talk about. When he gets back to the city, I'll fix a Yankee handle on to him in no time. How's times to Halifax, sir, said I. Better, says he, much better. Business is done on a sure bottom than it was, and things look bright agin. So does a candle, says I, just afore it goes out. It burns up ever so high and then sinks right down, and leaves nothin' behind but grease, and an everlastin' bad smell. I guess they don't know how to feed their lamp, and it can't burn long on nothin'. No, sir, the jig is up with Halifax, and it's all their own fault. If a man sits at his door, and sees stray cattle in his field, a-eatin' up of his crop, and his neighbors, a-cartin' off his grain, and won't so much as go and drive him out, why I should say it serves him right. I don't exactly understand, sir, said he, thinks I, it would be strange if you did, for I never see one of your folks yet that could understand a hawk from a handsaw. Well, says I will tell you what I mean. Draw a line from Cape Sable to Cape Cansu, right through the province, and it will split it into two, this way, and I cut an apple into two halves. Now, says I, the worst half, like the rotten half of the apple, belongs to Halifax, and the other and sound half belongs to St. John. Your side of the province on the sea coast is all stone. I never seed such a proper sight of rocks in my life. It's enough to starve a rabbit. Well, Totha's side on the Bay of Fundy is a superfine country. There ain't the beat of it to be found anywhere. Now, wouldn't the folks living away up to the bay be pretty fools to go to Halifax, when they can go to St. John with half the trouble? St. John is the natural capital of the Bay of Fundy. It will be the largest city in America next to New York. It has an immense back country as big as Great Britain, a first chop river, and amazin' sharp folks, most as cute as the Yankees. It's a splendid location for business. Well, they draw all the produce of the bay shores, and where the produce goes the supplies return. It will take the whole trade of the province. I guess your rich folks will find they've burnt their fingers. They've put their foot in it, that's a fact. Houses without tenants, wharves without shipping, a town without people, what a grand investment. If you have any loose dollars, let 'em out on mortgage in Halifax. That's the security. Keep clear of the country for your life. The people may run, but the town can't. No, take away the troops, and you're done. You'll sing the Dead March folks did at Louisburg and Shelburne. Why, you han't got a single thing worth havin', but a good harbor, and as for that the coast is full on 'em. You haven't a pine log, a spruce board or a refused shingle. You either raise wheat, oats, or hay, nor never can. You have no staples on earth, unless it be them iron ones for the padlocks. In Bridewell, you've sowed pride and reaped poverty. Take care of your crop, for it's worth harvestin'. You have no river and no country. What in the name of Fortin have you to trade on? But said he, and he shewed the whites of his eyes like a wall-eyed horse, but said he, Mr. Slick, how is it then, Halifax ever grew at all? Hasn't it got what it always had? It's no worse than it was. I guess, said I, That pole ain't strong enough to bear you, either. If you trust to that, you'll be into the brook, as sure as you are born. You once had the trade of the whole province, but St. John has run off with that now. You've lost all but your trade in blueberries and rabbits with the niggers at Hammond Plains. You've lost your customers. Your rivals have a better stand for business. They've got the corner store. 4 great streets meet there, and it's near the market slip. Well, he stared. Says he, I believe you're right, but I never thought of that afore. Thinks I, nobody ever suspect you of the trick of thinking that ever I heard tell of. Some of our great men, said he, laid it all to your folks selling so many clocks and polyglot Bibles. They say you have taken off a horrid sight of money. Did they, indeed, said I. Well, I guess it ta'n't pins and needles that's the expense of housekeeping. It is something more costly than that. Well, some folks say it's the banks, says he. Better still, says I, perhaps you've heard tell too that greasing the axle makes a gig harder to draw, for there's just about as much sense in that. Well then, says he, others say it's smuggling has made us so poor. That guess, said I, is most as good as t'other one. Whoever found out that secret ought to get a patent for it's worth knowing. Then the country has grown poorer, hasn't it, because it has bought cheaper this year than it did the year before? Why, your folks are cute chaps, I vow. They'd puzzle a Philadelphia lawyer, they are so amazin' knowin'. Ah, said he, and he rubbed his hands and smiled like a young doctor when he gets his first patient. Ah, said he, if the timber duties are altered, down comes St. John, body and breeches. It's built on a poor foundation, it's all show, they are speculatin' like mad, they'll ruin themselves. Says I, if you wait till they're dead, for your fortin, it will be one while, I tell you, afore you pocket the shiners. It's no joke waitin' for a dead man's shoes. Suppose an old feller of 80 was to say when that young feller dies, I'm to inherit his property, what would you think? Why, I guess you'd think B was an old fool. No, sir, if the English don't want their timber, we do want it all. We have used torn up, we han't got a stick even to whittle. If the British don't offer, we will, and St. John, like a dear little weeping widow, will dry up her tears, and take to frolickin' again and accept it right off. There isn't at this moment such a location hardly in America as St. John, for beside all its other advantages, it has this great one, its only rival, Halifax, has got a dose of opium that will send it snoring out of the world, like a feller who falls asleep on the ice of a winter's night. It has been asleep so long, I actually think it never will wake. It's an easy death too, you may rouse them up if you like, but I vow I won't. I once brought a feller to that was drowned, and one night he got drunk and quilted me. I couldn't walk for a week. Says I, you're the last chap I'll ever save from drowning in all my born days, if that's all the thanks I get for it. No, sir, Halifax has lost the run of its custom. Who does Yarmouth trade with? St. John. Who does Annapolis County trade with? St. John. Who do all the folks on the Basin of Mines and Bay Shore trade with? St. John. Who does Cumberland trade with? St. John. Well, pick two, Lunenburg and Liverpool, supply themselves, and the rest that ain't worth havin', trade with Halifax. They take down a few half-starved pigs, old veteran geese, and long-legged fowls, some ram mutton and tough beef, and swap them for tea, sugar, and such little notions for their old women to home, while the railroads and canals of St. John are going to cut off your Gulf Shore trade to Miramichi, and along there. Flies live in the summer and die in winter. You're just as noisy in war as those little critters, but you sing small in peace. No, you're done for, you are up a tree, you may depend, pride must fall. Your town is like a ballroom arter a dance. The folks have eat, drank, and frolicked, and left an empty house. The lamps and hangings are left, but the people are gone. Is there no remedy for this? Said he, and he looked as wild as a Cherokee Indian. Thinks I, the handle is fittin' on proper tight now. Well, says I, when a man has a cold, he had ought to look out pretty sharp, afore it gets seated on his lungs. If he don't, he gets into a gallopin' consumption, and it's gone goose with him. There is a remedy, if applied in time. Make a railroad to Minas Basin, and you have a way for your customers to get to you, and a conveyance for your goods to them. When I was in New York last, a cousin of mine, Hezekiah Slick, said to me, I do believe, Sam, I shall be ruined. I've lost all my custom. They are widening and improving the streets, and there's so many carts and people to work in it. Folks can't come to my shop to trade. What on earth shall I do? And I'm paying a dreadful high rent too. Stop, Key, says I. When the street is all finished off and slicked up, they'll all come back again, and a whole raft more on 'em too. You'll sell twice as much as ever you did. You'll put off a proper swat of goods next year, you may depend.
Dear listeners, take a break to subscribe our channel, hit the like button and share these audiobooks with your family and friends. Happy listening!
And so he did. He made money, hand over hand. A railroad will bring back your customers if done right off. But wait till trade has made new channels, and fairly gets settled in them, and you'll never divart it again to all eternity. When a feller waits till a Gaul gets married, I guess it will be too late to pop the question then. St. John must go ahead, at any rate. You may, if you choose, but you must exert yourselves, I tell you. If a man has only one leg, and wants to walk, he must get an artificial one. If you have no river, make a railroad, and that will supply its place. But, says he, Mr. Slick, people say it never will pay in the world. They say it's as mad a scheme as the canal. Do they indeed, says I. Send them to me then, and I'll fit the handle on to them in 2 twos. I say it will pay, and the best proof is, our folks will take 2/3 of the stock. Did you ever hear any one else but your folks ask whether a dose of medicine would pay when it was given to save life? If that everlastin' long Erie Canal can secure to New York the supply of that far-off country, most t'other side of creation, surely a railroad of 45 miles can give you the trade of the Bay of Fundy. A railroad will go from Halifax to Windsor and make them one town, easier to send goods from one to t'other than from Governor Campbell's house to Admiral Coburn's. A bridge makes a town, a river makes a town, a canal makes a town, but a railroad is bridge, river, thoroughfare, canal, all in one. What a whoppin' large place that would make, wouldn't it? It would be the dandy, that's a fact. No, when you go back, take a piece of chalk, and the first dark night, write on every door in Halifax, in large letters, a railroad, and if they don't know the meaning of it, says you it's a Yankee word. If you'll go to Sam Slick, the clockmaker, the chap that fixed a Yankee handle onto a Halifax blade, and I made him a scrape of my leg, as much as to say, that's you, every man that buys a clock shall hear all about a railroad. No, 18. The Grahamite and the Irish pilot. I think, said I, this is a happy country, Mr. Slick. The people are fortunately all of one origin, there are no national jealousies to divide, and no very violent politics to agitate them. They appear to be cheerful and contented, and are a civil, good-natured, hospitable race. Considering the unsettled state of almost every part of the world, I think I would as soon cast my lot in Nova Scotia as in any part one know of. It's a clever country, you may depend, said B, a very clever country, full of mineral wealth, abounding in superior water privileges and noble harbors, a large part of it prime land, and it is in the very heart of the fisheries. But the folks put me in mind of a sect in our country they call the Grahamites. They eat no meat and no exciting food, and drink nothing stronger than water. They call it philosophy, and that is such a pretty word it has made fools of more folks than them afore now, but I call it tarnation nonsense. I once traveled all through the state of Maine with one of them our chaps. He was as thin as a whipping post. His skin looked like a blown bladder arter some of the air had leaked out, kinder wrinkled and rumpled like, and his eye as dim as a lamp that's livin' on a short allowance of ile. He put me in mind of a pair of kitchen tongs, all legs, shaft and head, and no belly, a real gander-gutted lookin' critter, as holler as a bamboo walkin' cane, and twice as yaller. He actually looked as if he had been picked off a rack at sea, and dragged through a gimlet hole. He was a lawyer. Thinks I, the Lord a massy on your clients, you hungry half-starved lookin' critter, you'll eat 'em up alive as sure as the Lord made Moses. You are just the chap to strain at a goat and swallow a camel, tank, shank and flank, all at a gulp. Well, when we came to an inn, and a beefsteak was sot afore us for dinner, he'd say, oh, that is too good for me, it's too exciting, all fat meat is diseased meat, give me some bread and cheese. Well, I'd say, I don't know what you call too good, but it ta'n't good enough for me, for I call it as tough as Lashong, and that will bear chawing all day. When I liquidate for my dinner, I like to get about the best that's goin', and I ain't a bit too well pleased if I don't. Exciting indeed! Thinks I. Lord, I should like to see you excited, if it was only for the fun of the thing. What a temptin' lookin' critter you'd be among the Gauls, wouldn't you? Why, you look like a subject the doctor boys had dropped on the road arter they had dug you up, and had cut stick and run for it. Well, when he came, be said the same thing, it's too exciting, give me some water, do, that's follerin' the law of nature. Well, says I, if that's the case, you ought to eat beef. Why, says he, how do you make out that a proposition? Why, says I, if drinkin' water instead of tea is nature, so is eatin' grass according to nature. Now all flesh is grass, we are told, so you had better eat that and call it vegetable. Like a man I once seed who fasted on fish on a Friday, and when he had none, whipped a leg o' mutton into the oven, and took it out fish, says he it's change place. That's all, and place ain't a bad fish. The Catholics fast enough, gracious knows, but then they fast on a great rousin' big splendid salmon at $2.40 a pound, and lots of old Madeira to make it float light on the stomach. There's some sense in mortifying the appetite arter that fashion, but plague ye little in your way. No, says I, friend, you may talk about nature as you please, I've studied nature all my life, and I vow if your nature could speak out, it would tell you, it don't over half like to be starved arter that plan. If you knowed as much about the marks of the mouth as I do, you know that you have carnivorous as well as granivorous teeth, and that nature meant by that, you should eat most anything that our doorkeeper, your nose, would give a ticket to pass into your mouth. Father rode a race at New York course, when he was near hand to 70, and that's more nor you'll do, I guess, and he eats as hearty as a turkey cock, and he never confined himself to water neither, when he could get anything convened him better. Says he, Sam, Grandfather Slick used to say there was an old proverb in Yorkshire, a full belly makes a strong back. And I guess if you try it, nature will tell you so too. If ever you go to Connecticut, just call in to Father's, and he'll give you a real right down genuine New England breakfast, and if that don't happify your heart, then my name's not Sam Slick. It will make you feel about among the stiffest, I tell you. It will blow your jacket out like a pig at sea. You'll have to shake a reef or two out of your waistbands and make good stowage, I guess, to carry it all under hatches. There's nothin' like a good pastor to cover the ribs, and make the hide shine, depend on't. Now this province is like that our Grahamite lawyer's beef, it's too good for the folks that's in it. They either don't avail its value or won't use it, because work ain't arter there. Law of nature. As you say, they are quiet enough, there's worse folks than the blue noses, too, if you come to that. And so they had ought to be quiet, for they have nothin' to fight about. As for politics, they have nothin' to desarve the name, but they talk enough about it, and a plaguey sight of nonsense they do talk too. Now with us the country is divided into two parties, of the mammoth breed, the ins and the outs, the administration and the opposition. But where's the administration here? Where's the War Office, the Foreign Office and the Home Office? Where's the Secretary of the Navy? Where the State Bank? Where's the ambassadors and diplomatists? Them are the boys to wind off a snarl of revelins as slick as if it were on a reel. And where's that ship of state, fitted up all the way from the forecastle clean up to the starn post, chock full of good snug berths, handsomely found and furnished, tier over tier, one above another, as thick as it can hold? That's a helm worth handlin', I tell you. I don't wonder that folks mutiny below and fight on the decks above for it. It makes a plaguey uproar the whole time, and keeps the passengers for everlastingly in a state of alarm for fear they do mischief by bustin' the biler, a runnin' aground, or gettin' foul of some other craft. This province is better as it is, quieter and happier far. They have berths enough and big enough, they should be careful not to increase 'em, and if they were to do it over again, perhaps they'd be as well with fewer. They have two parties here, the Tory party and the opposition party, and both on 'em run to extremes. Them radicals, says one, are for levelin' all down to their own level, though not a peg lower. That's their gauge, just down to their own notch and no further, and they'd agitate the whole country to obtain that object, for if a man can't grow to be as tall as his neighbor, if he cuts a few inches off him, why then they are both of one height. They are a most dangerous, disaffected people. They are eternally appealing to the worst passions of the mob. Well, says Tother, them aristocrats, they'll ruinate the country, they spend the whole revenue on themselves. What with bankers, councillors, judges, bishops and public officers, and a whole tribe of lawyers as hungry as hawks, and just about as merciful, the country is devoured as if there was a flock of locusts to feed in on it. There's nothing left for roads and bridges. When a chap sets out to canvass, he's got to antagonize one side or t'other. If he hangs on to the powers that be, then he's a council man, he's for voting large salaries, for doing as the great people at Halifax tell him. He is a fool. If he is on t'other's side, a rilin' at banks, judges, lawyers and such cattle, and bawlin' for what he knows he can't get, then he is a rogue. So that, if you were to listen to the weak and noisy critters on both sides, you'd believe the House of Assembly was one half rogues and t'other half fools. All this arises from ignorance. If they knew more of each other, I guess they'd lay aside one half their fears and all their abuse. The upper classes don't know one half the virtue that's in the middlin' and lower classes, and they don't know one half the integrity and good feelin' that's in the others, and both are fooled and gulled by their own noisy and indignant champions. Take any two men that are by the ears, they opinionate all they hear of each other, impute all sorts of unworthy motives, and misconstrue every act. Let them see more of each other, and they'll find out to their surprise that they have not only been looking through a magnifying glass that weren't very true, but a colored one also, that changed the complexion and distorted the feature, and each one will think t'other a very good kind of chap. And like as not a plaguey pleasant one too. If I was asked which side was farthest from the mark in this province, I vow I should be puzzled to say. As I don't belong to the country, and don't care a snap of my finger for either of 'em, I suppose I can judge better than any man in it, but I snore I don't think there's much difference. The popular side, I won't say patriotic, for we find in our steamboats a man who has a plaguey sight of property in his portmanteau, is quite as anxious for its safety, as him that's only one pair of yarn stockings and a clean shirt, is for his'n. The popular side are not so well informed as t'other, and they have the misfortune of having their passions addressed more than their reason, therefore they are often out of the way, or rather let out of it, and put astray by bad guides. Well, t'other's side have the prejudices of birth and education to dim their vision, and are alarmed to undertake a thing from the dread of ambush or open foes, that their guides are eternally descrying in the mist, and beside, power has a natural tendency to corpulency. As for them guides, I'd make short work of 'em if it was me. In the last war with Britain, the Constitution frigate was close in once on the shores of Ireland, a-looking arter some marchant ships, and she took on board a pilot. Well, he was a deep, sly, twistical-looking chap, as you e'en a'most ever seed. He had a sort of dark down look about him, and a leer out of the corner of one eye, like a horse that's going to kick. The captain guessed he read in his face. Well now, if I was to run this here Yankee right slap on a rock and bilge her, the king would make a man of me forever. So, says he to the first lieutenant, reeve a rope through that ar block at the tip end of the foreyard, and clap a running news in it. The lieutenant did it as quick as wink, and came back, and says he, I guess it's done. Now, says the captain, look here, pilot, here's a rope you han't seed yet, I'll just explain the use of it to you in case you want the loan of it. If this here frigate, manned with our free and enlightened citizens, gets aground, I'll give you a ride on the slack of that rope, right up to that yard by the neck, by gum. Well, it rubbed all the writin' out of his face, as quick as spittin' on a slate takes a sum out, you may depend. Now, they should rig up a crane over the street door of the State House at Halifax, and when any of the pilots at either end of the buildin' run 'em on the breakers on purpose, string 'em up like an unsafe dog. A sign of that kind, with a house of public entertainment painted under it, would do the business in less than no time. If it wouldn't keep the hawks out of the poultry yard, it's a pity. It would scare them out of a year's growth, that's a fact. If they used it once, I guess they wouldn't have occasion for it agin in a hurry. It would be like the aloe tree, and that bears fruit only once in 100 years. If you want to know how to act any time, squire, never go to books, leave them to galls and schoolboys, but go right off and cipher it out of nature. That's a sure guide, it will never deceive you, you may depend. For instance, "What's that to me?" is a phrase so common that it shows it's a natural one, when people have no particular interest in a thing. Well, when a feller gets so warm on either side as never to use that phrase at all, watch him, that's all. Keep your eye on him, or he'll walk right into you afore you know where you be. If a man runs to me and says, "Your fence is down," "Thank you," says I, "that's kind." If he comes agin and says, "I guess some stray cattle have broke into your short sarce garden," I thank him again, says I, "Come now, this is neighborly." But when he keeps eternally tellin' me this thing of one sarvant, and that thing of another sarvant, hints that my friends and true, that my neighbors are inclined to take advantage of me, and that suspicious folks are seen about my place, I say to myself, what on earth makes this critter take such a wonderful interest in my affairs? I don't like to hear such tales. He's arter somethin' as sure as the world. If he warranty, he'd say, "What's that to me?" I never believe much what I hear said by a man's violent friend, or violent enemy. I want to hear what a disinterested man has to say. Now, as a disinterested man, I say if the members of the House of Assembly, instead of raisin' up ghosts and hobgoblins to frighten folks with, and to shew what swordsmen they be, a cuttin' and a thrustin' at phantoms that only exist in their own brains, would turn to heart and hand, and develop the resources of this fine country, facilitate the means of transport, promote its internal improvement, and encourage its foreign trade, they would make it the richest and greatest, as it now is one of the happiest sections of all America. I hope I may be skinned if they would they would, I swan. No. 19. The Clockmaker quilts a blue nose. The descendants of Eve have profited little by her example. The curiosity of the fair sex is still insatiable, and, as it is often ill-directed, it frequently terminates in error. In the country this feminine propensity is troublesome to a traveler, and he who would avoid importunities, would do well to announce at once, on his arrival at a Cumberland inn, his name and his business, the place of his abode and the length of his visit. Our beautiful hostess, Mrs. Pugwash, as she took her seat at the breakfast table this morning, exhibited the example that suggested these reflections. She was struck with horror at our conversation, the latter part only of which she heard, and of course misapplied and misunderstood. "She was run down by the President," said I, "and has been laid up for some time. Gillard's people have stripped her, in consequence of her making water so fast." "Stripped whom?" said Mrs. Pugwash, as she suddenly dropped the teapot from her hand. "Stripped whom? For heaven's sake tell me who it is." "The Lady Ogle," said I. "Lady Ogle," said she, "how horrid! 2 of her ribs were so broken as to require to be replaced with new ones." "2 new ribs," said she. "Well, I never heard the beat of that in all my born days. Poor critter, how she must have suffered." On examining her below the waist they found, examining her still lower, said she, all the pride of her sex revolting at the idea of such an indecent exhibition. "You don't pretend to say they stripped her below the waist. What did the Admiral say? Did he stand by and see her handled in that way?" "The Admiral, madam," said I, "did not trouble his head about it. They found her extremely unsound there, and much worm-eaten." "Worm-eaten," she continued, "how awful! It must have been them nasty jiggers that got in there. They tell me they are dreadful thick in the West Indies. Joe Crow had them in his feet, and lost 2 of his toes. Worm-eaten, dear, dear! But still that ain't so bad as having them great he-fellows strip one. I promise you if them Gillards had undertaken to strip me, I'd a taught them different guess manners. I'd a died first before I'd a submitted to it. I always heerd tell the English quality ladies were awful bold, but I never heerd the like o' that." "What on earth are you drivin' at?" said Mr. Slick. "I never seed you so much out in your latitude afore, marm, I vow. We were talking of rep'rin' a vessel, not strippin' a woman. What under the sun could have put that crotchet into your head?" She looked mortified and humbled at the result of her own absurd curiosity, and soon quitted the room. "I thought I should have snorted right out 2 or 3 times," said the Clockmaker. "I had to pucker up my mouth like the upper end of a silk puss, to keep from yowowing in her face, to hear the critter let her clapper run that fashion. She is not the first hand that has caught a lobster, by puttin' in her or afore her turn, I guess. She'll mind her stops next hitch, I reckon." This was our last breakfast at Amherst. An early frost that smote the potato fields, and changed the beautiful green color of the Indian corn into shades of light yellow and dark brown, reminded me of the presence of autumn, of the season of short days and bad roads. I determined to proceed at once to Parsborough, and thence by the Windsor and Kentville route to Annapolis, Yarmouth, and Shelburne, and to return by the shore road, through Liverpool and Lunenburg to Halifax. I therefore took leave, though not without much reluctance, of the Clockmaker, whose intention had been to go to Fort Lawrence. Well, said he, I vow I am sorry to part company along with you. A considerable long journey like ourn is like sitting up late with the Gauls. A body knows it's getting on pretty well towards mornin', and yet feels loath to go to bed, for it's just the time folks grow sociable. I got a scheme in my head, said he, that I think will answer both on us. I got debts due to me, and all them are places for clocks sold by the Concarn. Now suppose you leave your horse on these mashes this fall, he'll get as fat as a fool, he won't be able to see out of his eyes in a month, and I'll put old Clay, I call him Clay arter our senator, who is a prime bit of stuff, into a Yankee wagon I have here, and drive you all round the coast. This was too good an offer to be declined. A run at grass for my horse, an easy and comfortable wagon, and a guide so original and amusing as Mr. Slick, were either of them enough to induce my acquiescence. As soon as we had taken our seats in the wagon, he observed, we shall progress real handsome now, that our horse goes etarnal fast. He near about set my axle on fire twice. He's a spanker, you may depend. I had him when he was a 2-year-old, all legs and tail, like a devil's darny needle, and had him broke on purpose by father's old nigger, January Snow. He knows English real well, and can do near about anything but speak it. He helped me once to gin a blue nose a proper handsome quiltin'. He must have stood a poor chance indeed, said I, a horse kickin', and a man striking him at the same time. Oh, not arter that pattern at all, said he. Lord, if old Clay had a kicked him, he'd a smashed him like that ar sarser you broke at Pugnose Sin, into 10,000 million flinders. Oh, no, if I didn't he fix his flint for him in fair play, it's a pity. I'll tell you how it was. I was up to Truro, at Ezra Witter's Inn. There was an arbitration there atween Deacon Text and Deacon Faithful. Well, there was a nation's sight of folks there, for they said it was a biter bit, and they came to witness the sport, and to see which critter would get the earmark. Well, I'd been doin' a little business there among the folks, and had just sot off for the river, mounted on old Clay, arter talking a glass of Ezra's most particular handsome Jamaiky, and was trottin' off pretty slick, when who should I run agin but Tim Bradley. He is a dreadful ugly cross-grained critter, as you e'en most ever seed, when he is about half-shaved. Well, I stopped short, and says I, Mr. Bradley, I hope you ben't hurt. I'm proper sorry I run agin you. You can't feel uglier than I do about it, I do assure you. He called me a Yankee peddler, a cheatin' vagabond, a wooden nutmeg, and threw a good deal of assorted hardware of that kind at me, and the crowd of folks cried out, down with the Yankee, let him have it, Tim, teach him better manners, and they carried on pretty high, I tell you. Well, I got my dander up too, I felt all up on e'en like, and thinks I to myself, my lad, if I get a clever chance, I'll give you such a quiltin' as you never had since you were raised from a seedlin', I vow. So, says I, Mr. Bradley, I guess you had better let me be, you know I can't fight no more than a cow, I never was brought up to wranglin', and I don't like it. Haul off the cowardly rascal, they all bawled out, haul him off, and lay it into him. So he lays right hold of me by the collar, and gives me a pull, and I lets on as if I'd lost my balance and falls right down. Then I jumps up on eend, and says I, go ahead, Clay. And the old horse he sets off ahead, so I knew I had him when I wanted him. Then says I hope you are satisfied now, Mr. Bradley, with that ar ungenteel fall you gin me. Well, he makes a blow at me, and I dodged it. Now, says I, you'll be sorry for this, I tell you. I won't be treated this way for nothin', I'll go right off and swear my life agin you, I'm most afeard you'll murder me. Well, he strikes at me agin, thinkin' he had a genuine soft horn to deal with, and hits me in the shoulder. Now, says I want stand here to be lathered like a dog all day long this fashion, it ta'n't pretty at all, I guess I'll give you a chase for it. Off I sets arter my horse like mad, and he arter me. I did that to get clear of the crowd, so that I might have fair play at him. Well, I soon found I had the heels of him, and could play him as I liked. Then I slackened up a little, and when he came close up to me, so as nearly to lay his hand upon me, I squatted right whap down, all short, and he pitched over me near about a rod or so, I guess, on his head, and plowed up the ground with his nose, the matter of a foot or two. If he didn't polish up the coulter, and both mold boards of his face, it's a pity. Now, says I, you had better lay where you be and let me go, for I am proper tired. I blow like a horse that's got the heaves. And besides, says I guess you had better wash your face, for I am most afeard you hurt yourself. That riled him properly. I meant that it should, so he ups and at me awful spiteful like a bull. Then I lets him have it, right, left, right, just 3 corkers, beginning with the right hand, shifting to the left, and then with the right hand agin. This way I did it, said the clockmaker, and he showed me the manner in which it was done. It's a beautiful way of hitting, and always does the business. A blow for each eye and 1 for the mouth. It sounds like 10 pounds 10 on a blacksmith's anvil. I bunned up both eyes for him, and put in the dead lights and 2 twos, and drew 3 of his teeth, quicker a plaguey sight than the Truro doctor could, to save his soul alive. Now, says I, my friend, when you recover your eyesight I guess you'll see your mistake. I warn't born in the woods to be scared by an owl. The next time you feel in a most particular elegant good humor, come to me and I'll play you the second part of that identical same tune, that's a fact. With that I whistled for old Clay, and back he comes, and I mounted and off, just as the crowd came up. The folks looked staggered, and wondered a little grain how it was done so cleverly in short meter. If I didn't quilt him in no time, you may depend. I went right slap into him, like a flash of lightning into a gooseberry bush. He found his suit ready-made and fitted afore he thought he was half measured. Thinks I, friend Bradley, I hope you know yourself now, for I vow no livin' soul would. You're swallowed your soup without singin' out scaldins, and you're near about a pint and a half nearer cryin' than larfin'. Yes, as I was sayin', this old Clay is a real knowin' one. He's as spry as a colt jet, clear grit, ginger to the backbone. I can't help a thinkin' sometimes the breed must have come from old Kentuck, half horse, half alligator, with a cross of the earthquake. I hope I may be totally ruinated, if I'd take $800 for him. Go ahead, you old clinker-built villain, said he, and show the gentleman how wonderful handsome you can travel. Give him the real Connecticut quick step. That's it. That's the way to carry the President's message to Congress, from Washington to New York, in no time. That's the go to carry a Gaul from Boston to Rhode Island, and trice her up to a justice to be married, afore her father's out of bed of a summer's mornin'. Ain't he a beauty? A real doll? None of your Cumberland critters, that the more you quilt them, the more they want go, but a proper one, that will go free gratis for nothin', all out of his own head voluntarily. Yes, a horse like old Clay is worth the whole seed, breed, and generation of them Amherst beasts put together. He's a horse, every inch of him, stock, lock, and barrel, is old Clay. No, XX. Sister Saul's courtship. There goes one of them our everlastin' rotten poles in that bridge. They are no better than a trap for a critter's legs, said the clockmaker. They remind me of a trap Jim Monroe put his foot in one night, that near about made one leg half a yard longer than t'other. I believe I told you of him, what a desperate idle feller he was. He came from Onion County in Connecticut. Well, he was courtin' Sister Saul. She was a real handsome-lookin' gull. You scarce ever seed a more out-and-out complete critter than she was, a fine figurehead, and a beautiful model of a craft as any in the state, a real clipper, and as full of fun and frolic as a kitten. Well, he fairly turned Saul's head. The more we wanted her to give him up the more she would nt, and we got plaguey uneasy about it, for his character was none of the best. He was a universal favorite with the gulls, and though he didn't behave very pretty either, forgetting to marry where he promised, and where he hadn't ought to have forgot too, yet, so it was, he had such an uncommon winning way with him, he could talk them over in no time. Saul was fairly bewitched. At last, father said to him one evening when he came a-courtin', Jim, says he, you'll never come to no good, if you act like Old Scratch as you do. You ain't fit to come into no decent man's house at all, and your absence would be 10 times more agreeable than your company, I tell you. I won't consent to Saul's going to them our huskin' parties and quiltin' frolics along with you no more, on no account, for you know how Polly Brown and Nancy White, dash. Now don't, says he, now don't, Uncle Sam, say no more about that. If you knowed all you wouldn't say it was my fault, and besides I have turned right about, I am on top the tack now, and the long leg too, I am as steady as a pump bolt now. I intend to settle myself and take a farm, yes, and you could stock it too, by all accounts, pretty well, unless you are much misreported, says father, but it won't do. I knew your father. He was our sergeant, a proper clever and brave man he was too. He was one of the heroes of our glorious revolution. I had a great respect for him, and I am sorry for his sake you will act as you do. But I tell you once for all you must give up all thoughts of Saul, now and for everlasting. When Saul heard this, she began to knit away like mad in a desperate hurry. She looked foolish enough, that's a fact. First she tried to bite in her breath, and look as if there was nothing particular in the wind, then she blushed all over like scarlet fever, but she recovered that pretty soon, and then her color went and came and went, till at last she grew as white as chalk, and down she fell slap off her seat on the floor, in a faintin' fit. I see, says father, I see it now, you eternal villain, and he made a pull at the old-fashioned sword, that always hung over the fireplace. We used to call it Old Bunker, for his stories always begun when I was at Bunker's Hill. And drawing it out, he made a clip at him as wicked as if he was stabbing at a rat with a hay fork. But Jim he outs of the door like a shot, and draws it too arter him, and father sends Old Bunker right through the panel. I'll chop you up as fine as mincemeat, you villain, said he, if ever I catch you inside my door agin. Mind what I tell you. You'll swing for it yet. Well, he made himself considerable scarce arter that. He never sot foot inside the door agin, and I thought he had gin up all hopes of Saul, and she of him. When one night, a most particular uncommon dark night, as I was a-comin' home from neighbor Dearborn's, I heerd someone a-talkin' under Saul's window. Well, I stops and listens, and who should be near the ash saplin' but Jim Monroe, a-tryin' to persuade Saul to run off with him to Rhode Island to be married. It was all settled. He should come with a horse and shay to the gate, and then help her out of the window, just at 9 o'clock, about the time she commonly went to bed. Then he axes her to reach down her hand for him to kiss, for he was proper clever at soft sawder, and she stretches it down and he kisses it, and says he, I believe I must have the whole of you out arter all, and gives her a jerk that kinder startled her. It came so sudden like it made her scream, so off he sot hot foot, and over the gate in no time. Well, I ciphered over this all night, a-calculatin' how I should reciprocate that trick with him, and at last I hit on a scheme. I recollected father's words at partin'. Mind what I tell you, you'll swing for it yet. And thinks I, friend Jim, I'll make that prophecy come true yet, I guess. So the next night, just at dark, I gives January Snow, the old nigger, a nidge with my elbow, and as soon as he looks up, I winks and walks out and he arter me, says I, January, can you keep your tongue within your teeth, you old nigger you? Why, massa, why you ax that a question? My gore ormity, you tink old Snow he don't know dat yet. My tongue he got plenty room now, de bill a tooth left, be can stretch out ever so far. Like a little leg in a big bed, he lay quiet enough, massa, neber fear. Well then, says I, bend down that ash saplin softly, you old snowball, and make no noise. The saplin was no sooner bent than secured to the ground by a notched peg and a noose, and a slip knot was suspended from the tree, just over the track that led from the pathway to the house. Why, my gore, massa, that's a dash. Hold your mug, you old nigger, says I, or I'll send your tongue a sarch and arter your teeth. Keep quiet, and follow me in presently. Well, just as it struck 9 o'clock, says I, Sally, hold this here hank of twine for a minute, till I wind a trifle on it off, that's a dear critter. She sot down her candle, and I put the twine on her hands, and then I begins to wind and wind away ever so slow, and drops the ball every now and then, so as to keep her downstairs. Sam, says she, I do believe you won't wind that ar twine off all night, do give it to January, I won't stay no longer, I mean I'm most dead asleep. The old feller's arm is so plaguey unsteady, says I, it won't do. But hark, what's that? I'm sure I heard something in the ash saplin, didn't you, Saul? I heard the geese there, that's all, says she, they always come under the windows at night. But she looked scared enough, and says she, I vow I'm tired o' holdin' out of arms, this way, and I won't do it no longer, and down she throwed the hank on the floor. Well, says I, stop 1 minute, dear, till I send old January out to see if anybody is there. Perhaps some o' neighbor Dearborn's cattle have broke into the sarce garden. January went out, though Saul said it was no use, for she knew the noise of the geese. They always kept close to the house at night, for fear of the varmin. Presently in runs old Snow, with his hair standin' up and eend, and the whites of his eyes lookin' as big as the rims of a soup plate. Oh, Gormity, said he, oh massa, oh Miss Sally, oh. What on earth is the matter with you, said Sally, how you do frighten me, I vow I believe you are mad. Oh my gor, said he, oh. Massa Jim Monroe he hang himself, on the ash saplin under Miss Sally's window. Oh my gor. That shot was a settler, it struck poor Saul right atwixt wind and water. She gave a lurch ahead, then heeled over and sunk right down in another faintin' fit, and Juno, old Snow's wife, carried her off and laid her down on the bed. Poor thing, she felt ugly enough, I do suppose. Well, father, I thought he'd a fainted too, he was so struck up all of a heap, he was completely bung-fungered. Dear, dear, said he, I didn't think it would come to pass so soon, but I knew it would come, I foretold it, says I, the last time I seed him. Jim, says I, mind what I say, you'll swing for it yet. Give me the sword I wore when I was at Bunker's Hill, maybe there is life yet, I'll cut him down. The lantern was soon made ready, and out we went to the ash saplin. Cut me down, Sam, that's a good fellow, said Jim, all the blood in my body has swashed into my head, and's a runnin' out o' my nose, I mean a'most smothered, be quick for heaven's sake. The Lord be praised, said father, the poor sinner is not quite dead yet. Why, as I'm alive, well if that don't beat all natur, why he has hanged himself by one leg, and's a swingin' like a rabbit upside down, that's a fact. Why, if he ain't snared, Sam, he is properly wired, I declare. I vow this is some o' your doin's, Sam. Well, it was a clever scheme too, but a little grain too dangerous, I guess. Don't stand staring and jawin' there all night, said Jim. Cut me down, I tell you, or cut my throat and be damned to you, for I am chokin' with blood. Roll over that hogshead, old Snow, said I, till I get a top on it and cut him down. So I soon released him, but he couldn't walk a bit. His ankle was swelled and sprained like vengeance, and he swore one leg was near about 6 inches longer than t'other. Jim Monroe, says father, little did I think I should ever see you inside my door again, but I bid you enter now, we owe you that kindness, anyhow. Well, to make a long story short, Jim was so chap-fallen, and so down in the mouth, he begged for heaven's sake it might be kept a secret. He said he would run the state, if ever it got wind, he was sure he couldn't stand it. It will be one while, I guess, said father, afore you are able to run or stand either. But if you will give me your hand, Jim, and promise to give over your evil ways, I will not only keep it secret, but you shall be a welcome guest at old Sam Slick's once more, for the sake of your father. He was a brave man, one of the heroes of Bunker's Hill, he was our sergeant, and dash. He promises, says I, father, for the old man had stuck his right foot out, the way he always stood when he told about the old war, and as Jim couldn't stir a peg, it was a grand chance, and he was a-going to give him the whole revolution from General Gage up to independence. He promises, says I, father. Well, it was all settled, and things soon grew as calm as a pan of milk 2 days old, and afore a year was over, Jim was as steady a goin' man as Minister Joshua Hopewell, and was married to our Saul. Nothin' was ever said about the snare till arter the weddin'. When the minister had finished ushin' a blessin', father goes up to Jim, and says he, Jim Monroe, my boy, givin' him a rousin' slap on the shoulder that sot him a cuffin' for the matter of 5 minutes, for he was a mortal powerful man, was father. Jim Monroe, my boy, says he, you've got the snare round your neck, I guess now, instead of your leg. The saplin has been a father to you, may you be the father of many saplins. We had a most special time of it, you may depend, all except the minister. Father got him into a corner, and gave him chapter and verse for the whole war. Every now and then as I come near them, I heard, Bunker's Hill, Brandywine, Clinton, Gates, and so on. It was broad day when we parted, and the last that went was poor Minister. Father followed him clean down to the gate, and says he, Minister, we hadn't timed this hitch, or I'd a told you all about the evacuation of New York, but I'll tell you that the next time we meet. No, 21. Setting up for governor. I never see one of them queer little old-fashioned teapots, like that are in the cupboard of Marm Pugwash, said the clockmaker, that I don't think of Lawyer Crowningshield and his wife. When I was down to Rhode Island last, I spent an evening with them. Arter I had been there a while, the black house help brought in a little home-made dipped candle, stuck in a turnip sliced in two, to make it stand straight, and set it down on the table. Why, says the lawyer to his wife, Increase, my dear, what on earth is the main know that? What does little Viney mean by bringin' in such a light as this? That ain't fit for even a log hut of one of our free and enlightened citizens away down east. Where's the lamp? My dear, says she, I ordered it. You know they are a-going to set you up for governor next year, and I allot we must economize or we will be ruined. The salary is only $400 a year, you know, and you'll have to give up your practice. We can't afford nothin' now. Well, when tea was brought in, there was a little wee china teapot, that held about the matter of half a pint or so, and cups and saucers about the bigness of children's toys. When he seed that, he grew most peskily riled, his under lip curled down like a peach leaf that's got a worm in it, and he stripped his teeth, and showed his grinders, like a bull-dog. What foolery is this, said he? My dear, said she, it's the foolery of being governor. If you choose to sacrifice all your comfort to being the first rung in the ladder, don't blame me for it. I didn't nominate you. I had not art nor part in it. It was cooked up at that our convention, at Town Hall. Well, he sot for some time without sayin' a word, lookin' as black as a thunder cloud, just ready to make all natur crack agin. At last he gets up, and walks round behind his wife's chair, and taking her face between his two hands he turns it up and gives her a buss that went off like a pistol. It fairly made my mouth water to see him. Thinks I, them lips ain't a bad bank to deposit one's spare kisses in, either. Increase, my dear, said he, I believe you are half right. I'll decline tomorrow. I'll have nothin' to do with it. I want be a governor, on no account. Well, she had to haw and gee like, both a little, afore she could get her head out of his hands, and then she said, Zachariah, says she, how you do act, ain't you ashamed? Do for gracious sake behave yourself, and she colored up all over like a crimson peony. If you haven't fuzzled all my hair too, that's a fact, says she, and she put her curls to rights, and looked as pleased as fun, though poteen all the time, and walked right out of the room. Presently in come two well-dressed house helps, one with a splendid gilt lamp, a real London touch, and another with a tea tray, with a large solid silver coffee pot, and teapot, and a cream jug, and sugar bowl, of the same genuine metal, and a most elegant set of real gilt china. Then in came Marm Crowningshield herself, looking as proud as if she would not call the president her cousin, and she gave the lawyer a look, as much as to say, I guess when Mr. Slick is gone, I'll pay you off that ar kiss with interest, you dear you. I'll answer a bill at sight for it, I will, you may depend. I believe, said he agin, you are right, Increase, my dear, it's an expensive kind of honor that bein' governor, and no great thanks either. Great cry and little wool, all talk and no cider. It's enough, I guess, for a man to govern his own family, ain't it, dear? Sartin, my love, said she, sartin, a man is never so much in his own proper sphere as there. And besides, said she, his will is supreme to home, there is no danger of any one non-concurring him there, and she gave me a sly look, as much as to say, I let him think he is master in his own house, for when ladies wear the breeches, their petticoats ought to be long enough to hide them. But I allot, Mr. Slick, you can see with half an eye that the grey mare is the better horse here. What a pity it is, continued the clockmaker, that the Blue Noses would not take a leaf out of Marm Crownshield's book, talk more of their own affairs and less of politics. I'm sick of the everlasting sound of House of Assembly, and Council, and great folks. They never alleviate talking about them from July to eternity. I had a curious conversation about politics once, away up to the right here. "Do you see that our house," said he, "in the field? That's got a lurch to leeward, like a North River sloop struck with a squall off West Point, lopsided like? It looks like Seth Pine, a tailor down to Hartford, that had one leg shorter than t'other, when he stood at ease at militia trainin', a restin' on the littlest one. Well, I had a special frolic there the last time I passed this way. I lost the linchpin out of my ford axle, and I turned up there to get it sot to rights. Just as I drove through the gate, I saw the eldest gal a-makin' for the house for dear life. She had a short petticoat on that looked like a kilt, and her bare legs put me in mind of the long shanks of a bittern down in a rush swamp, a-drivin' away like mad full chisel arter a frog. I could not think what on earth was the matter. Thinks I, she wants to make herself look decent like afore I get in, she don't like to pull her stockings on afore me, so I pulls up the old horse and let her have a fair start. Well, when I came to the door, I heard a proper scuddin'. There was a regular flight into Egypt, just such a noise as little children make when the mistress comes suddenly into school, all a-huddlin' and scrougin' into their seats, as quick as wink. "Dear me," says the old woman, as she put her head out of a broken window to avail who it was, "is it you, Mr. Slick? I sniggers if you did not frighten us properly, we actually thought it was the sheriff. Do come in." Poor thing, she looked half-starved and half-savage. Hunger and temper had made proper strong lines in her face, like water furrows in a plowed field. She looked bony and thin, like a horse that has had more work than oats, and had a wicked expression, as though it warned over safe to come too near her heels, an everlastin' kicker. "You may come out, John," said she to her husband, "it's only Mr. Slick," and out came John from under the bed backwards, on all fours, like an ox out of the shoon frame, or a lobster scullin' wrong foremost. He looked as wild as a hawk. Well, I swan, I thought I should have split. I could hardly keep from bustin' right out with laughter. He was all covered with feathers, lint and dust, the savons of all the sweepin's since the house was built, shoved under there for tidiness. He actually sneezed for the matter of 10 minutes. He seemed half choked with the flaff and stuff that came out with him like a cloud. Lord, he looked like a goose half picked, as if all the quills were gone, but the pen feathers and down were left, just ready for singin' and stuffin'. He put me in mind of a sick adjutant, a great tall hulkin' bird, that comes from the East Indies, almost as high as a man, and most as knowin' as a blue nose. I'd a gin $100 to have had that chap as a show at a fair. Tar and feathers warranty half as natural. You've seen a gull both larf and cry at the same time, han't you? Well, I hope I may be shot if I couldn't have done the same. To see that critter come like a turkey out of a bag at Christmas, to be fired at for 10 cents a shot, was as good as a play. But to look round and see the poverty, the half-naked children, the old pine stumps for chairs, a small bin of poor watery yaller potatoes in the corner, daylight through the sides and roof of the house, lookin' like the tarred seams of a ship, all black where the smoke got out, no utensils for cookin' or eatin', and starvation wrote as plain as a handbill on their holler. Cheeks, skinny fingers, and sunk eyes went right straight to the heart. I do declare I believe I should have cried, only they didn't seem to mind it themselves. They had been used to it, like a man that's married to a thunderin' ugly wife. He gets so accustomed to the look of her everlastin' dismal mug, that he don't think her ugly at all. Well, there was another chap a-set in by the fire, and he did look as if he saw it and felt it too. He didn't seem over half pleased, you may depend. He was the district schoolmaster, and he told me he was talking a spell at boardin' there, for it was their turn to keep him. Thinks I to myself, poor devil, you've brought your pigs to a pretty market, that's a fact. I see how it is, the blue noses can't cipher. The cat's out of the bag now. It's no wonder they don't go ahead, for they don't know nothin'. The schoolmaster is abroad, with the devil to it, for he has no home at all. Why, squire, you might just as well expect a horse to go right off in gear, before he is halter broke, as a blue nose to get on in the world, when he has got no shoelin. But to get back to my story. Well, says I, how's times with you, Mrs. Spry? Dull, says she, very dull, there's no markets now, things don't fetch nothin'. Thinks I, some folks hadn't ought to complain of markets, for they don't raise nothin' to sell, but I didn't say so, for poverty is keen enough, without sharpening its edge by pokin' fun at it. Potatoes, says I, will fetch a good price this fall, for it's a short crop in a general way. How's yourn? Grand, says she, as complete as ever you seed. Our tops were small and didn't look well, but we have the handsomest bottoms, it's generally allowed, in all our place. You never seed the best of them, they are actually worth looking at. I vow I had to take a chaw of tobaccy to keep from snorting right out, it sounded so queer like. Thinks I to myself, old lady, it's a pity you couldn't be changed e'en for e'en then, as some folks do their stockings. It would improve the look of your dial plate amazingly then, that's a fact. Now there was human nature, squire, said the clockmaker, there was pride even in that hovel. It is found in rags as well as king's robes, where butter is spread with the thumb as well as the silver knife. Nature is nature wherever you find it. Just then, in came one or two neighbors to see the sport, for they took me for a sheriff or constable, or something of that breed, and when they saw it was me they sat down to hear the news. They fell right to at politics as keen as anything, as if it had been a dish of real Connecticut slapjacks, or hominy, or what is better still, a glass of real genuine splendid mint julep, WGU up. It fairly makes my mouth water to think of it. I wonder, says one, what they will do for us this winter in the House of Assembly. Nothin', says the other, they never do nothin' but what the great people at Halifax tell 'em. Squire Yeoman is the man, he'll pay up the great folks this hitch, he'll let 'em have their own, he's just the boy that can do it. Says I wish I could say all men were as honest then, for I am afeard there are a great many won't pay me up this winter. I should like to trade with your friend. Who is he? Why, says he is the member for Alsable County, and if he don't let the great folks have it, it's a pity. Who do you call great folks, said I, for I vow I haven't seed one since I came here. The only one that I know that comes near hand to one is Nicholas Overknocker, that lives all along shore, about Margaret's Bay, and he is a great man, it takes a yoke of oxen to drag him. When I first seed him, says I, what on earth is the matter o' that man, has he the dropsy, for he is actually the greatest man I ever seed. He must weigh the matter of 500 weight, he'd cut 3 inches on the rib, he must have a proper sight of lard, that chap? No, says I, don't call 'em great men, for there ain't a great man in the country, that's a fact, there ain't one that deserves the name, folks will only larf at you if you talk that way. There may be some rich men, and I believe there be, and it's a pity there warn't more on 'em, and a still greater pity they have so little spirit or enterprise among 'em. But a country is none the worse of having rich men in it, you may depend. Great folks, well come, that's a good joke, that bangs the bush. No, my friend, says I, the meat that's at the top of the barrel is sometimes not so good as that's a little grain lower down. The upper and lower eends are plaguey apt to have a little taint in 'em, but the middle is always good. Well, says the Blue Nose, perhaps they ben't great men, exactly in that sense, but they are great men compared to us poor folks, and they eat up all the revenue, there's nothin' left for roads and bridges, they want to ruin the country, that's a fact. Want to ruin your granny, says I, for it raised my dander to hear the critter talk such nonsense. I did hear of one chap, says I, that sot fire to his own house once, up to Squantum, but the cunnin' rascal insured it first. Now how can your great folks ruin the country without ruinin' themselves, unless they have insured the province? Our folks will insure all creation for half nothin', but I never heard tell of a country being insured agin rich men. Now if you ever go to Wall Street to get such a policy, leave the door open behind you, that's all, or they'll grab right hold of you, shave your head and blister it, clap a straight jacket on you, and whip you right into a madhouse, afore you can say Jack Robinson. No, your great men are nothin' but rich men, and I can tell you for your comfort, there's nothin' to hinder you from bein' rich too, if you will take the same means as they did. They were once all as poor folks as you be, or their fathers afore them, for I know their whole breed, seed and generation, and they wouldn't thank you to tell them that you knew their fathers and grandfathers, I tell you. If ever you want the loan of £100 from any of them, keep dark about that, see as far ahead as you please, but it ta'n't always pleasant to have folks see too far back. Perhaps they be a little proud or so, but that's natural. All folks that grow up right off, like a mushroom in one night, are apt to think no small beer of themselves. A cabbage has plaguey large leaves to the bottom, and spreads them out as wide as an old woman's petticoats, to hide the ground it sprung from, and conceal its extraction. But what's that to you? If they get too large salaries, dock 'em down at once, but don't keep talking about it for everlastingly. If you have too many servants, pay some on 'em off, or when they quit your sarvice don't hire others in their room, that's all. But you miss your mark when you keep firing away the whole blessed time that way. I went out a-gunnin' when I was a boy, and father went with me to teach me. Well, the first flock of plover I seed I let slip at them and missed them. Says father, says he, what a blockhead you be, Sam, that's your own fault, they were too far off, you hadn't ought to have fired so soon. At Bunker's Hill we let the British come right until we seed the whites of their eyes, and then we let them have it slap bang. Well, I felt kinder grigged at missin' my shot, and I didn't over half like to be scolded too, so says I, yes, father, but recollect you had a mud bank to hide behind, where you were proper safe, and you had a rest for your guns too. But as soon as you seed a little more than the whites of their eyes, you run for dear life, full split, and so I don't see much to brag on in that arter all, so come now. I'll teach you to talk that way, you puppy you, said he, of that glorious day, and he fetched me a white that I do believe if I hadn't dodged, would have spoiled my gunnin' for that hitch, so I gave him a wide berth arter that all day. Well, the next time I missed, says I, she hung fire so everlastingly, it's no wonder, and the next miss, says I, the powder is no good, I vow. Well, I missed every shot, and I had an excuse for every one on 'em, the flint was bad, or she flashed in the pan, or the shot scaled, or something or another, and when all wouldn't do, I swore the gun was no good at all. Now, says father, and he edged up all the time, to pay me off for that hit at his Bunker Hill story, which was the only shot I didn't miss, you ha'n't got the right reason arter all. It was your own fault, Sam. Now that's just the case with you, you may blame banks and council, and House of Assembly, and the great men, till you are tired, but it's all your own fault. You've no spirit and no enterprise, you want industry and economy. Use them, and you'll soon be as rich as the people at Halifax you call great folks. They didn't grow rich by talking, but by working. Instead of looking after other folks' business, they looked about the keenest arter their own. You are like the machinery of one of our boats, good enough, and strong enough, but of no earthly use till you get the steam up. You want to be set in motion, and then you'll go ahead like anything, you may depend. Give up politics, it's a barren field, and well watched too. When one critter jumps a fence into a good field and gets fat, more nor 20 are chased round and round, by a whole pack of yelping curs, till they are fairly beat out, and eaten by being half-starved, and are at the liftin' at last. Look to your farms, your water powers, your fisheries, and factories. In short, says I, puttin' on my hat and startin', look to yourselves, and don't look to others. No, 22. A cure for conceit. It's a most curious, unaccountable thing, but it's a fact, said the clockmaker. The blue noses are so conceited, they think they know everything, and yet there ain't a livin' soul in Nova Scotia knows his own business real complete, farmer or fisherman, lawyer or doctor, or any other folk. A farmer said to me one day, up to Pugnosin at River Phillip, Mr. Slick, says he, I allot this ain't a bread country. I intend to sell off the house I improve, and go to the States. If it ain't a bread country, said I never seed one that was. There is more bread used here, made of best superfine flour, and number 1 Genesee, than in any other place of the same population in the universe. You might as well say it ain't a clock country, when, to my sartain knowledge, there are more clocks than Bibles in it. I guess you expect to raise your bread ready-made, don't you? Well, there's only one class of our free and enlightened citizens that can do that, and that's them that are born with silver spoons in their mouths. It's a pity you wasn't availed of this truth, afore you up killick and off, take my advice and bide where you be. Well, the fishermen are just as bad. The next time you go into the fish market at Halifax, stump some of the old hands, says you. How many fins has a cod at a word? And I'll liquidate the bet if you lose it. When I've been alongshore afore now, a vendin' of my clocks, and they began to raise my dander, by belittling the Yankees, I always brought them up by a round turn by that requirement. How many fins has a cod at a word? Well, they never could answer it, and then, says I, when you larn your own business, I guess it will be time enough to teach other folks theirn. How different it is with our men folk. If they can't get through a question, how beautifully they can go round it, can't they? Nothing never stops them. I had 2 brothers, Josiah and Eldad. One was a lawyer, and the other a doctor. They were a-talkin' about their examinations one night, at a huskin' frolic, up to Governor Ball's big stone barn at Slickville. Says Jose, when I was examined, the judge asked me all about real estate, and says he, Josiah, says he, what's a fee? Why, says I, Judge, it depends on the natur of the case. In a common one, says I call $6 a pretty fair one. But Lawyer Webster has got a 4 now, I've heerd tell, $1,000, and that I do call a fee. Well, the judge he larfed ready to split his sides. Thinks I, old chap, you'll burst like a steam biler, if you han't got a safety valve somewhere or another, and says he, I vow that's superfine. I'll endorse your certificate for you, young man. There's no fear of you, you'll pass the inspection brand anyhow. Well, says Eldad, I hope I may be skinned if the same thing did most happen to me at my examination. They asked me a nation's sight of questions, some on 'em I could answer, and some on 'em no soul could, right off the reel at a word, without a little cipherin'. At last they asked me, how would you calculate to put a patient into a sweat, when common modes wouldn't work no how? Why, says I do as Dr. Comfort Payne's served father. And how was that, said they. Why, says I, he put him into such a sweat as I never seed him in afore in all my born days since I was raised, by sending him in his bill, and if that didn't sweat him it's a pity, it was an active dose you may depend. I guess that our chap has cut his eye teeth, said the president, let him pass as approbated. They both knowed well enough, they only made as if they didn't to poke a little fun at them, for the Slick family were counted in a general way to be pretty considerable cute. They reckon themselves here, a chalk above us Yankees, but I guess they have a wrinkle or 2 to grow afore they progress ahead on us yet. If they han't got a full cargo of conceit here, then I never seed a load, that's all. They have the hold chock full, deck piled up to the pump handles, and scuppers under water. They larned that of the British, who are actually so full of it, they remind me of Commodore Tripp. When he was about half shaved he thought everybody drunk but himself. I never liked the last war, I thought it unnatural, and that we hadn't ought to have taken hold of it at all, and so most of our New England folks thought, and I wasn't sorry to hear General Dearborn was beat, seeing we had no call to go into Canada. But when the Guerriere was captivated by our old Ironsides, the Constitution, I did feel lifted up a'most as high as a stalk of Virginie corn among Connecticut Midlands. I grew 2 inches taller I vow, the night I heard that news. Bragg, says I, is a good dog, but hold fast is better. The British navals had been a Braggian and a Hectorin so long, that when they landed in our cities, they swaggered a'most as much as Uncle Peleg, Big Peleg as he was called, and when he walked up the center of one of our narrow Boston streets, he used to swing his arms on each side of him, so that folks had to clear out of both footpaths. He's afore now, the fingers of both hands eggin' the shop windows on each side of the street. Many the poor feller's crupper bone he smashed, with his great thick boots, a-throwin' out his feet afore him a'most out of sight, when he was in full rig a-swigglin' away at the top of his gait. Well, they cut as many shines as Uncle Peleg. One frigate they guessed would captivate, sink, or burn our whole navy. Says the naval one day, to the skipper of a fishing boat that he took, says he, is it true Commodore Decatur's sword is made of an old iron hoop? Well, says the skipper, I'm not quite certified as to that, seein' as I never sot eyes on it, but I guess if he gets a chance he'll shew you the temper of it some of these days, anyhow. I mind once a British man-o'-war took one of our Boston vessels, and ordered all hands on board, and sent a party to scuttle her. Well, they scuttled the fowls and the old particular genuine rum, but they obliviated their errand and left her. Well, next day another frigate, for they were as thick as toads arter a rain, comes near her, and fires a shot for her to bring to. No answer was made, there being no livin' soul on board, and another shot fired, still no answer. Why, what on earth is the meaning of this? Said the captain. Why don't they haul down that damn goose and gridiron? That's what he called our eagle and stars on the flag. Why, says the first lieutenant, I guess they are all dead men, That shot frightened them to death. They are afeard to show their noses, says another, lest they should be shaved off by our shots. They are all down below a calculatin, their loss I guess, says a third. I'll take my Davy, says the captain, it's some Yankee trick, a torpedo in her bottom or some such trap, we'll let her be, and sure enough, next day, back she came to shore of herself. I'll give you a quarter of an hour, says the captain of the Guerriere to his men, to take that our Yankee frigate the Constitution. I guess he found his mistake where he didn't expect it, without any great search for it either. Yes, to eventuate my story it did me good, I felt dreadful nice, I promise you. It was as lovely as bitters of a cold mornin'. Our folks beat 'em arter that so often, they got a little grain too much conceit also. They got their heels too high for their boots, and began to walk like Uncle Peleg too, so that when the Chesapeake got whipped I warn't sorry. We could spare that one, and it made our navels look round, like a feller who gets a hoist, to see who's a larfin' at him. It made him brush the dust off, and walk on rather sheepish. It cut their combs, that's a fact. The war did us a plaguey sight of good in more ways than one, and it did the British some good too. It taught 'em not to carry their chins too high, for fear they shouldn't see the gutters, a mistake that's spoiled many a brand new coat and trousers afore now. Well, these blue noses have caught this disease, as folks do the Scotch fiddle, by shaking hands along with the British. Conceit has become here, as Dr. Rush says, you have heard tell of him, he's the first man of the age, and it's generally allowed our doctors take the shine off of all the world, acclimated, it is citizenized among 'em, and the only cure is a real good quiltin'. I met a first chop Colchester gag this summer a-goin' to the races to Halifax, and he knowed as much about racin', I do suppose, as a Chictaw Indian does of a railroad. Well, he was a-praisin' of his horse, and runnin' on like statee. He was begot, he said, by Roncesvalles, which was better than any horse that ever was seen, because he was once in a duke's stable in England. It was only a man that had blood like a lord, said he, that knew what blood in a horse was. Captain Creecombe, an officer at Halifax, had seen his horse and praised him, and that was enough, that stamped him, that fixed his value. It was like the president's name to a bank note, it makes it pass current. Well, says I han't got a drop of blood in me, nothin' stronger than molasses and water, I vow, but I guess I know a horse when I see him for all that, and I don't think any great shakes of your beast. Anyhow, what start will you give me, says I, and I will run, old Clay, agin you, for a mile lick right in the end. 10 rods, said he, for $20? Well, we run, and I made old Clay bite in his breath and only beat him by half a neck. A tight scratch, says I, that, and it would have served me right if I had been beat. I had no business to run an old roadster so everlastin' fast, it ain't fair on him, is it? Says he, I will double the bet and start even, and run you agin if you dare. Well, says I, since I won the last it wouldn't be pretty not to give you a chance. I do suppose I oughtn't to refuse, but I don't love to abuse my beast by knocking him about this way. As soon as the money was staked, I said, hadn't we better, says I, draw stakes, that our blood horse of yourn has such uncommon particular bottom, he'll perhaps leave me clean out of sight. No fear of that, said he, larfin', but he'll beat you easy anyhow. No flinchin', says he, I'll not let you go back of the bargain. It's run or forfeit. Well, says I, friend, there is fear of it, your horse will leave me out of sight, to a sartainty, that's a fact, for he can't keep up to me no time. I'll drop him, hull down, in 2 twos. If old Clay didn't he make a fool of him, it's a pity. Didn't he gallop pretty, that's all? He walked away from him, just as the Chancellor Livingston steamboat passes a sloop at anchor in the North River. Says I told you your horse would beat me clean out of sight, but you wouldn't believe me. Now, says I will tell you something else. That our horse will help you to lose more money to Halifax than you are a-thinkin' on, for there ain't a beast gone down there that won't beat him. He can't run a bit, and you may tell the British captain I say so. Take him home and sell him, buy a good yoke of oxen, they are fast enough for a farmer, and give up blood horses to them that can afford to keep stable helps to tend 'em, and leave bettin' alone to them, as has more money nor wit, and can afford to lose their cash, without thinkin' agin of their loss. When I want your advice, said he, I will ask it, most peskily sulky. You might have got it before you asked for it, said I, but not afore you wanted it, you may depend on it. But stop, said I, let's see that all's right afore we part. So I counts over the £15 I won of him, note by note, as slow as anything, on purpose to rile him. Then I mounts old Clay, Agin, and says I, friend, you have considerably the advantage of me this hitch, anyhow. Possible, says he, how's that? Why, says I guess you'll return rather lighter than you came, and that's more nor I can say, anyhow, and then I gave him a wink and a droop of the head, as much as to say, do you take? And rode on and left him starin' and scratchin' his head like a feller who's lost his road. If that citizen ain't a born fool, or too far gone in the disease, depend on't, he found a cure for conceit. No, 23. The blowin' time. The long rambling dissertation on conceit to which I had just listened, from the Clockmaker, forcibly reminded me of the celebrated aphorism, know thyself, know thyself, which, both from its great antiquity and wisdom, has been by many attributed to an oracle. With all his shrewdness to discover, and his humor to ridicule the foibles of others, Mr. Slick was kind to the many defects of his own character, and while prescribing a cure for conceit, exhibited in all he said, and all he did, the most overweening conceit himself. He never spoke of his own countrymen, without calling them the most free and enlightened citizens on the face of the earth, or as talking the shine off of all creation. His country he boasted to be the best atween the poles, the greatest glory under heaven. The Yankees he considered, to use his expression, as actually the class leaders in knowledge among all the Americans, and boasted that they have not only gone ahead of all others, but had lately arrived at that most enviable no plus ultra point of going ahead of themselves. In short, he entertained no doubt that Slickville was the finest place in the greatest nation in the world, and the Slick family the wisest family in it. I was about calling his attention to this national trait, when I saw him draw his reins under his foot, a mode of driving peculiar to himself, when he wished to economize the time that would otherwise be lost by an unnecessary delay, and taking off his hat, which, like a peddler's pack, contained a general assortment, select from a number of loose cigars one that appeared likely to go, as he called it. Having lighted it by a lucifer, and ascertained that it was true in draught, he resumed his reins and remarked, this must be an everlastin' fine country beyond all doubt, for the folks have nothin' to do but to ride about and talk politics. In winter, when the ground is covered with snow, what grand times they have a slyin' over these here mashes with the galls, or playin' ball on the ice, or goin' to quiltin' frolics of nice long winter evenings, and then a drivin' home like mad, by moonlight. Natur meant that season on purpose for courtin'. A little tidy scrumptious lookin' sleigh, a real clipper of a horse, a string of bells as long as a string of onions round his neck, and a sprig on his back, lookin' for all the world like a bunch of apples broke off at gatherin' time, and a sweetheart alongside, all muffled up but her eyes and lips, the one lookin' right into you, and the other talkin' right at you, is e'en a'most enough to drive one ravin' tarrin' distracted mad with pleasure. Ain't it? And then the dear critters say the bells make such a din there's no hearin' oneself speak, so they put their pretty little mugs close up to your face, and talk, till one can't help lookin' right at them instead of the horse, and then whap you both go capsized into a snow drift together, skins, cushions and all. And then to see the little critter shake herself when she gets up, like a duck landin' from a pond, a chatterin' away all the time like a canary bird, and you a haw-hawin' with pleasure, is fun alive, you may depend. In this way Blue Nose gets led on to offer himself as a lavier, afore he knows where he bees. But when he gets married, he recovers his eyesight in little less than half no time. He soon finds he's treed. His flint is fixed then, you may depend. She learns him how vinegar is made. Put plenty of sugar into the water aforehand, my dear, says she, if you want to make it real sharp. The larf is on the other side of his mouth then. If his sleigh gets upsot, it's no longer a funny matter, I tell you, he catches it right and left. Her eyes don't look right up to his'n any more, nor her little tongue ring, like a bell any longer, but a great big hood covers her head, and a whappin' great muff covers her face, and she looks like a bag of soiled clothes a-going to the brook to be washed. When they get out, she don't wait any more for him to walk lock and lock with her, but they march like a horse and a cow to water, one in each gutter. If there ain't a transmogrification, it's a pity. The difference between a wife and a sweetheart is near about as great as there is between new and hard cider. A man never tires of puttin' one to his lips, but makes plaguey wry faces at tother. It makes me so kinder wamblecropped when I think on it, that I'm afeard to venture on matrimony at all. I have seen some blue noses most properly bit, you may depend. You've seen a boy a-slidin' on a most beautiful smooth bit of ice, high to you, larfin', and whoopin', and hallooin' like one possessed, when presently souse he goes in over head and ears? How he outfins and flops about, and blows like a porpoise properly frightened, don't he? And when he gets out there he stands, all shiverin' and shakin', and the water a-squish-squashin' in his shoes, and his trousers all stickin' slimsy like to his legs. Well, he sneaks off home, lookin' like a fool, and thinkin' everybody he meets is a-larfin' at him. Many folks here are like that, our boy, afore they have been 6 months married. They'd be proper glad to get out of the scrape too, and sneak off if they could, that's a fact. The marriage yoke is plaguey apt to gall the neck, as the ash bough does the ox in rainy weather, unless it be most particularly well fitted. You've seen a yoke of cattle that weren't properly mated, they spend more strength in pullin' agen each other, than in pullin' the load. Well, that's apt to be the case with them as choose their wives in sleighing parties, quiltin' frolics, and so on, instead of the dairies, looms, and cheese house. Now the blue noses are all a-stirrin' in winter. The young folks drive out the gulls, and talk love and all sorts of things as sweet as doughnuts. The old folks find it near about as well to leave the old women to home, for fear they shouldn't keep tune together, so they drive out alone to chat about house of assembly with their neighbors, while the boys and hired helps do the chores. When the spring comes, and the fields are dry enough to be sowed, they all have to be plowed, 'cause fall rains wash the lands too much for fall ploughin'. Well, the plows have to be mended and sharpened, 'cause what's the use of doin' that afore it's wanted? Well, the wheat gets in too late, and then comes rust, but whose fault is that? Why, the climate, to be sure, for Nova Scotia ain't a bread country. When a man has to run ever so far as fast as he can clip, he has to stop and take breath. You must do that or choke. So it is with a horse. Run him a mile, and his flanks will heave like a blacksmith's bellows. You must slack up the rein and give him a little wind, or he'll fall right down with you. It stands to reason, don't it? Atwixt spring and fall work is blowin' time. Then courts come on, and grand jury business, and militia trainin', and race trainin', and what not, and a fine spell of ridin' about and doin' nothin', a real blowin' time. Then comes harvest, and that is proper hard work, mowin' and pitchin' hay, and reapin' and bindin' grain, and potato diggin'. That's as hard as sole leather, afore it's hammered on the lapstone. It's most next to anything. It takes a feller as tough as Old Hickory, General Jackson, to stand that. Ohio is most the only country I knew of where folks are saved that trouble, and there the freshets come just in the nick of time for 'em, and sweep all the crops right up in a heap for 'em, and they have nothin' to do but take it home and house it, and sometimes a man gets more than his own crop, and finds a proper swat of it already piled up, only a little wet or so. But all countries ain't like Ohio. Well, arter harvest comes fall, and then there's a grand blowin' time, till spring. Now, how the Lord the blue noses can complain of their country, when it's only 1/3 work and 2/3 blowin' time, no soul can tell. Father used to say, when I lived on the farm along with him, Sam, says he, I vow I wish there was just 400 days in the year, for it's a plaguey sight too short for me. I can find as much work as all hands on us can do for 365 days, and just 35 days more, if we had 'em. We ha'n't got a minute to spare. You must shell the corn and winter the grain at night, and clean all up slick, or I guess we'll fall astarn as sure as the Lord made Moses. If he didn't keep us all at it, a-drivin' away full chisel, the whole blessed time, it's a pity. There was no blowin' time, there, you may depend. We plowed all the fall for dear life. In winter we thrashed, made and mended tools, went to market and mill, and got out our firewood and rails. As soon as frost was gone, came sowin' and plantin', weedin' and hoein', then harvest and spreadin' compost, then gatherin' manure, fencin' and ditchin', and then turn to and fall plowin' agin. It all went round like a wheel without stoppin', and so fast I guess you couldn't see the spokes, just one long everlastin' stroke from July to eternity, without time to look back on the tracks instead of racin' over the country like a young doctor, to show how busy a man is that has nothin' to do, as Blue Nose does, and then take a blowin' time. We kept a rawl travelin' gait, an 8-mile-an-hour pace, the whole year round. They buy more nor they sell, and eat more than they raise, in this country. What a pretty way that is, isn't it? If the critters knew how to cipher, they would soon find out that a sum stated that way always ends in a naught. I never knew it to fail, and I defy any soul to cipher it so as to make it come out any other way, either by schoolmaster's assistant or algebra. When I was a boy, the Slickville bank broke, and an awful disorderment it made, that's a fact, nothing else was talked of. Well, I studied it over a long time, but I couldn't make it out, so says I, Father, how came that our bank to break? Warn't it well built? I thought that our Quincy granite was so amazin' strong all natur wouldn't he break it. Why, you foolish critter, says he, it ta'n't the buildin' that's broke, it's the consarn that's smashed. Well, says I know folks are plaguily consarned about it, but what do you call folks smashin' their consarns? Father, he larfed out like anything. I thought he never would stop, and Sister Saul got right up and walked out of the room, as mad as a hatter. Says she, Sam, I do believe you are a born fool, I vow. When Father had done larfin', says he, I'll tell you, Sam, how it was. They ciphered it so that they brought out nothin' for a remainder. Possible, says I thought there was no end to their puss. I thought it was like Uncle Peleg's musquash hole, and that no soul could ever find the bottom of. My, says I, yes, says he, that our bank spent and lost more money than it made, and when folks do that, they must smash at last, if their puss be as long as the national one of Uncle Sam. This province is like that our bank of ourn, it's goin' the same road, and they'll find a little end of the horn afore they think they are halfway down to it. If folks would only give over talkin' about that everlastin' House of Assembly and Council, and see to their farms, it would be better for 'em, I guess. For arter all, what is it? Why, it's only a sort of first-chop grand jury, and nothin' else. It's no more like Congress or Parliament than Marm Pugwash's keepin' room is like our State Hall. It's just nothin'. Congress makes war and peace, has a say in all treaties, confirms all great nominations of the President, regulates the Army and Navy, governs 24 independent states, and snaps its fingers in the face of all the nations of Europe, as much as to say, who be you? I allot I am as big as you be. If you are 6 foot high, I am 6'6" in my stockin' feet, by gum, and can lambaste any two on you in no time. The British can whip all the world, and we can whip the British. But this little House of Assembly that folks make such a tuss about, what is it? Why, just a decent grand jury. They make their presentments of little money votes, to mend these everlastin' rotten little wooden bridges, to throw a poultice of mud once a year on the roads, and then take a blowin' time of 3 months and go home. The littler folks be, the bigger they talk. You never seed a small man that didn't wear high-heel boots, and a high, crown bat, and that warn't ready to fight most anyone, to show he was a man every inch of him. I met a member the other day, who swaggered near about as large as Uncle Peleg. He looked as if he thought you couldn't find his ditto anywhere. He used some most particular educational words, genuine jawbreakers. He put me in mind of a squirrel I once shot in our wood location. The little critter got a hickory nut in his mouth. Well, he found it too hard to crack, and too big to swaller, and for the life and soul of him, he couldn't spit it out agin. If he didn't look like a proper fool, you may depend. We had a pond back of our barn about the bigness of a good sizable washtub, and it was chock full of frogs. Well, one of these little critters fancied himself a bullfrog, and he puffed out his cheeks, and took a real, blowin' time of it. He roared away like thunder. At last he puffed, and puffed out till he bust like a biler. If I see the Speaker this winter, and I shall see him to a sartinty if they don't send for him to London, to teach their new speaker, and he's up to snuff, that our man. He knows how to cipher. I'll just say to him, Speaker, says I, if any of your folks in the house go to swell out like dropsy, give 'em a hint in time. Says you, if you have our little safety valve about you, let off a little steam now and then, or you'll go for it. Recollect the clockmaker's story of the blowin' time. No, 24. Father John O'Shaughnessy. Tomorrow will be Sabbath day, said the clockmaker. I guess we'll bide where we be till Monday. I like a Sabbath in the country, all natur seems at rest. There's a cheerfulness in the day here, you don't find in towns. You have natur before you here, and nothin' but art there. The deathy stillness of a town, and the barred windows, and shut shops, and empty streets, and great long lines of big brick buildings, look melancholy. It seems as if life had ceased tickin', but there hadn't been time for decay to take hold on there, as if day had broke, but man slept. I can't describe exactly what I mean, but I always feel kinder gloomy and wamblecrop there. Now in the country it's just what it ought to be, a day of rest for man and beast from labor. When a man rises on the Sabbath, and looks out on the sunny fields and waving crops, his heart feels proper grateful, and he says, Come, this is a splendid day, ain't it? Let's get ready and put on our bettermost clothes, and go to meetin'. His first thought is prayerfully to render thanks, and then when he goes to worship he meets all his neighbors, and he knows them all, and they are glad to see each other, and if any two on 'em hand exactly G'd together durin' the week, why they meet on kind of neutral ground, and the minister or neighbors make peace atween them. But it ta'n't so in towns. You don't know no one you meet there. It's the worship of neighbors, but it's the worship of strangers, too, for neighbors don't know nor care about each other. Yes, I love a Sabbath in the country. While uttering this soliloquy, he took up a pamphlet from the table, and turning to the title page, said, Have you ever seen this here book on the elder controversy? Footnote: a controversy on the subject of infant baptism. This author's friends say it's a clincher. They say he has sealed up elder's mouth as tight as a bottle. No, said I have not. I have heard of it, but never read it. In my opinion the subject has been exhausted already, and admits of nothing new being said upon it. These religious controversies are a serious injury to the cause of true religion. They are deeply deplored by the good and moderate men of all parties. It has already embraced several denominations in the dispute in this province, and I hear the agitation has extended to New Brunswick, where it will doubtless be renewed with equal zeal. I am told all the pamphlets are exceptionable in point of temper, and this one in particular, which not only ascribes the most unworthy motives to its antagonist, but contains some very unjustifiable and gratuitous attacks upon other sects unconnected with the dispute. The author has injured his own cause, for an intemperate advocate is more dangerous than an open foe. There is no doubt on it, said the clockmaker. It is as clear as mud, and you are not the only one that thinks so, I tell you. About the hottest time of the dispute, I was to Halifax, and who should I meet but Father John O'Shaughnessy, a Catholic priest. I had met him afore in Cape Breton, and had sold him a clock. Well, he was a legging it off hot foot. Possible! Says I, Father John, is that you? Why, what on earth is the matter of you? What makes you in such an everlasting hurry, driven away like one raven distracted mad? A sick visit, says he, poor Pat Lanigan, him that you mind to Brad or Lake. Well, he's near about at the pint of death. I guess not, said I, for I just heerd tell he was dead. Well, that brought him up all standin', and he bouts ship in a jiffy, and walks a little way with me, and we got a talkin' about this very subject. Says he, What are you, Mr. Slick? Well, I looks up to him and winks. A clockmaker, says I. Well, he smiled, and says he, I see. As much as to say I hadn't ought to have asked that a question at all, I guess, for every man's religion is his own, and nobody else's business. Then, says he, you know all about this country. Who do folks say has the best of the dispute? Says I, Father John, it's like the battles up to Canada lines last war, each side claims victory. I guess there ain't much to brag on nary way, damage done on both sides, and nothin' gained, as far as I can learn. He stopped short, and looked me in the face, and says he, Mr. Slick, you are a man that has seed a good deal of the world, and a considerable of an understandin' man, and I guess I can talk to you. Now, says he, for gracious sake do just look here, and see how you heretics, Protestants I mean, says he, for I guess that a word slipped out without leave, are by the ears, a-driven away at each other, the whole blessed time tooth and nail, hip and thigh, hammer and tongs, disputin', revellin', wranglin', and belittlin' each other, with all sorts of ugly names that they can lay their tongues to. Is that the way you love your neighbor as yourself? We say this is a practical comment on schism, and by the powers of Moll Kelly, said he, but they all ought to be well lambasted together, the whole batch on 'em entirely. Says I, Father John, give me your hand. There are some things I guess you and I don't agree on, and most likely never will, seein' that you are a popish priest. But in that day I do opinionate with you, and I wish with all my heart all the world thought with us. I guess he didn't half like that a word popish priest, it seemed to grig him like. His face looked kinder riled, like well water arter a heavy rain, and said he, Mr. Slick, says he, your country is a free country, ain't it? The freest, says I, on the face of the earth, you can't, ditto, it nowhere. We are as free as the air, and when our dander's up, stronger than any hurricane you ever seed, tear up all creation most, there ain't the beat of it to be found anywhere. Do you call this a free country? Said he. Pretty considerable middlin', says I, seein' that they are under a king. Well, says he, if you were seen in Connecticut a-shakin' hands along with a popish priest, as you are pleased to call me, and he made me a bow, as much as to say mind your trumps the next deal, as you now are in the streets of Halifax along with me, with all your crackin' and boastin' of your freedom, I guess you wouldn't sell a Clockmaker in that state for one while, I tell you, and he bid me good mornin' and turned away. Father John, says I can't stop, says he, I must see that poor critter's family, they must be in great trouble, and a sick visit is afore controversy in my creed. Well, says I, one word with you afore you go. If that name popish priest was an ungenteel one, I ask your pardon. I didn't mean no offense, I do assure you, and I'll say this for your satisfaction too, you're the first man in this province that ever gave me a real right down complete checkmate since I first set foot in it. I'll be skinned if you ain't. Yes, said Mr. Slick, Father John was right. These antagonizing chaps ought to be well quilted, the whole raft of 'em. It fairly makes me sick to see the folks, each on 'em a backin' up of their own man. At it agin, says one, fair play, says another, stick it into him, says a third, and that's your sort, says a fourth. Them are the folks who do mischief. They show such clear grit it fairly frightens me. It makes my hair stand right up and e'en to see ministers do that are. It appears to me that I could write a book in favor of myself and my notions without writin' agin anyone, and if I couldn't I wouldn't write at all, I snore. Our old minister, Mr. Hopewell, a real good man, and a larn man too that, they sent to him once to write agin the Unitarians, for they are a-goin' ahead like Staty in New England, but he refused. Said he, Sam, says he, when I first went to Cambridge, there was a boxer and wrestler came there, and he beat every one wherever he went. Well, old Mr. Posset was the Church of England parson at Charlestown, at the time, and a terrible powerful man he was, a real sneezer, and as active as a weasel. Well, the boxer met him one day, a little way out of town, a-talking of his evening walk, and said he, Parson, says he, they say you are a most a plaguey strong man and uncommon stiff too. Now, says he, I never seed a man yet that was a match for me. Would you have any objection just to let me be availed of your strength here in a friendly way, by ourselves, where no soul would be the wiser? If you will, I'll keep dark about it, I swan. Go your way, said the parson, and tempt me not. You are a carnal-minded wicked man, and I take no pleasure in such vain, idle sports. Very well, said the boxer. Now here I stand, says he, in the path, right slap afore you. If you pass round me, then I take it as a sign that you are afeard on me, and if you keep the path, why then you must first put me out, that's a fact. The parson just made a spring forward, and kitched him up as quick as wink, and throwed him right over the fence whap on the broad of his back, and then walked on as if nothin' had happened, as demure as you please, and lookin' as meek as if butter would and tea melt in his mouth. Stop, said the boxer, as soon as he picked himself up. Stop, parson, said he, that's a good man, and just chuck over my horse too, will you, for I swan I believe you could do one near about as easy as Tatha. My, said he, if that don't bang the bush, you are another guess chap from what I took you to be, anyhow. Now, said Mr. Hopewell, says he, I won't write, but if our Unitarian crosses my path, I'll just over the fence with him in no time, as the parson did the boxer, for writin' only aggravates your opponents, and never convinces them. I never seed a convert made by that way yet, but I'll tell you what I have seed, a man set his own flock a doubtin' by his own writin'. You may happify your enemies, cantankerate your opponents, and injure your own cause by it, but I defy you to survey it. These writers, said he, put me in mind of that our boxer's pupils. He would sometimes set two on them to spar. Well, they'd put on their gloves and begin, larfin' and jokin' all in good humor. Presently one on 'em would put in a pretty hard blow. Well, Tatha would return it in earnest. Oh, says the other, if that's your play, off gloves and at it, and sure enough, away would fly their gloves, and at it they'd go tooth and nail. No, Sam, the misfortune is, we are all apt to think Scripture intended for our neighbors, and not for ourselves. The poor all think it made for the rich. Look at that our Dives, they say, what an all-fired scrape he got into by his avarice, with Lazarus, and ain't it writ as plain as anything, that them folks will find it as easy to go to heaven, as for a camel to go through the eye of a needle. Well then, the rich think it all made for the poor, that they shan't steal nor bear false witness, but shall be obedient to them that's in authority. And as for them our Unitarians, and he always got his dander up when he spoke of them, why there's no doin' nothin' with them, says he. When they get fairly stumped, and you produce a text that they can't get over, nor get round, why they say it ta'n't in our varsion at all. That's an interpolation, it's an invention of them our everlastin' monks. There's nothin' left for you to do with them, but to sever them as Parson Posset detailed the boxer, lay right hold of them, and chuck 'em over the fence, even if they were as big as all outdoors. That's what our folks ought to have done with them at first, pitched 'em clean out of the state, and let 'em go down to Nova Scotia, or some such outlandish place, for they ain't fit to live in no Christian country at all. Fightin' is no way to make converts, the true way is to win 'em. You may stop a man's mouth, Sam, says he, by a cram in a book down his throat, but you won't convince him. It's a fine thing to write a book all covered over with Latin, and Greek, and Hebrew, like a bridle that's real jam, all spangled with brass nails, but who knows whether it's right or wrong? Why not 1 in 10,000? If I had my religion to choose, and weren't able to judge for myself, I'll tell you what I'd do. I'd just ask myself who leads the best lives. Now, says he, Sam, I won't say who do, because it would look like vanity to say it was the folks who hold to our platform, but I'll tell you who don't. It ain't them that makes the greatest professions always. And mind what I tell you, Sam, when you go a-tradin' with your clocks away down east to Nova Scotia, and them wild provinces, keep a bright lookout on them as can't too much, for a long face is plaguey apt to cover a long conscience. That's a fact. No, 25. Taming a shrew. The road from Amherst to Parsborough is tedious and uninteresting. In places it is made so straight that you can see several miles of it before you, which produces an appearance of interminable length, while the stunted growth of the spruce and birch trees bespeaks a cold, thin soil, and invests the scene with a melancholy and sterile aspect. Here and there occurs a little valley with its meandering stream, and verdant and fertile intervale, which, though possessing nothing peculiar to distinguish it from many others of the same kind, strikes the traveler as superior to them all, from the contrast to the surrounding country. One of these secluded spots attracted my attention, from the number and neatness of the buildings, which its proprietor, a tanner and currier, had erected for the purposes of his trade. Mr. Slick said he knew him, and he guessed it was a pity he couldn't keep his wife in as good order as he did his factory. They don't hitch their horses together well at all. He is properly henpecked, said he is afeard to call his soul his own, and he leads the life of a dog. You never seed the beat of it, I vow. Did you ever see a rooster hatch a brood of chickens? No, said I, not that I can recollect. Well then I have, said he, and if he don't look like a fool all the time he is a set-in on the eggs, it's a pity, no soul could help larfin' to see him. Our old nigger, January Snow, had a spite agin one of father's roosters, seein' that he was a coward, and would enty fight. He used to call him Dearborn, arter our general that behaved so ugly to Canada, and says he one day, I guess you are no better than a hen, you everlastin' old chicken-hearted villain, and I'll make you a larfin' stock to all the poultry. I'll put a trick on you you'll bear in mind all your born days. So he catches old Dearborn, and pulls all the feathers off his breast, and strips him as naked as when he was born, from his throat clean down to his tail, and then takes a bundle of nettles and gives him a proper switchin' that stung him, and made him smart like mad. Then he warms some eggs and puts them in a nest, and sets the old cock right atop of him. Well, the warmth of the eggs felt good to the poor critter's naked belly, and kinder kept the itchin' of the nettles down, and he was glad to bide where he was, and whenever he was tired and got off his skin felt so cold, he'd run right back and squat down agin, and when his feathers began to grow, and he got obstropolous, he got another ticklin' with the nettles, that made him return double quick to his location. In a little time he larnt the trade real complete. Now, this John Porter, and there he is on the bridge I vow, I never seed the beat o' that, speak of old Satan and he's sure to appear winky-face well, he's just like old Dearborn, only fit to hatch eggs. When we came to the bridge, Mr. Slick stopped his horse, to shake hands with Porter, whom he recognized as an old acquaintance and customer. He inquired after a bark mill he had smuggled from the States for him, and enlarged on the value of such a machine, and the cleverness of his countrymen who invented such useful and profitable articles, and was recommending a new process of tanning, when a female voice from the house was heard, vociferating, "John Porter, come here this minute." "Coming, my dear," said the husband. "Come here, I say, directly. Why do you stand talking to that Yankee villain there?" The poor husband hung his head, looked silly, and bidding us good-bye, returned slowly to the house. As we drove on, Mr. Slick said, "That was me, I did that." "Did what?" said I. "That was me that sent him back, I called him and not his wife. I had that bestowment ever since I was knee-high or so. I'm a real complete hand at ventriloquism. I can take off any man's voice I ever heard to the very nines. If there was a law agin for gin that as there is for Hendriton, I guess I should have been hanged long ago. I've had high goes with it many a time, but it's plaguey dangerousome, and I don't practice it now but seldom. I had a real bout with that our citizen's wife once, and completely broke her in for him. She went as gentle as a circus horse for a space, but he let her have her head agin, and she's as bad as ever now. I'll tell you how it was. I was down to the island a-sellin' clocks, and who should I meet but John Porter. Well, I traded with him for one, part cash, part truck and produce, and also put off on him that a bark mill you heerd me ashing about, and it was pretty considerable on in the evenin' afore we finished our trade. I came home along with him, and had the clock in the wagon to fix it up for him, and to shew him how to regulate it. Well, as we neared his house, he began to fret and take on dreadful uneasy. Says he, "I hope Jane won't be abed, 'cause if she is she'll act ugly, I do suppose. I had heerd tell of her afore, 'bout she used to carry a stiff upper lip, and make him and the broomstick well acquainted together, and says I, why do you put up with her tantrums? I'd make a fair division of the house with her. If it was me, I'd take the inside and allocate her the outside of it pretty quick, that's a fact.' Well, when we came to the house, there was no light in it, and the poor critter looked so streaked and down in the mouth, I felt proper sorry for him. When he rapped at the door, she called out, 'Who's there?' 'It's me, dear,' says Porter. 'You, is it?' said she. 'Then you may stay where you be. Them as gave you your supper may give you your bed, instead of sending you sneaking home at night like a thief.' Said I, in a whisper, says I, 'Leave her to me, John Porter, just take the horses up to the barn, and see after them, and I'll manage her for you. I'll make her as sweet as sugary candy, never fear.' The barn, you see, is a good piece off to the eastward of the house, and, as soon as he was cleverly out of hearin', says I, a imitatin' of his voice to the life, 'Do let me in, Jane,' says I, 'that's a dear critter, I brought you home some things you'll like, I know.' Well, she was an awful jealous critter. Says she, 'Take en to her you spent the evenin' with, I don't want you nor your presents either.' Arter a good deal of coaxin' I stood on Tothler tack, and began to threaten to break the door down. Says I, You old unhandsome-looking sinner, you vinegar cruet you, open the door this minute or I'll smash it right in. That grigged her properly, it made her very wrathy, for nothing sets up a woman's spunk like callin' her ugly. She gets her back right up like a cat when a strange dog comes near her. She's all eyes, claws, and bristles. I heard her bounce right out of bed, and she came to the door as she was, undressed, and unbolted it, and as I entered it, she fetched me a box right across my cheek with the flat of her hand, that made it tingle agin. I'll teach you to call names agin, says she, you varmint. It was just what I wanted. I pushed the door to with my foot, and seizing her by the arm with one hand, I quilted her with the horsewhip real handsome, with the other. At first she roared like mad. I'll give you the 10 commandments, says she, meaning her 10 claws. I'll pay you for this, you cowardly villain, to strike a woman. How dare you lift your hand, John Porter, to your lawful wife, and so on, all the time runnin' round and round, like a colt that's a breakin', with the mouth in bit, raryin', kickin', and plungin' like statty. Then she began to give in. Says she, I beg pardon, on my knees I beg pardon, don't murder me, for heaven's sake, don't, dear John, don't murder your poor wife, that's a dear. I'll do as you bid me, I promise to behave well, upon my honor I do. Oh, dear John, do forgive me, do, dear. When I had her properly brought to, for havin' nothin' on but a thin undergarment, every crack of the whip told like a notch on a baker's tally, says I, take that as a taste of what you'll catch, when you act that way like Old Scratch. Now go and dress yourself, and get supper for me and a stranger I have brought home along with me, and be quick, for I vow I'll be master in my own house. She moaned like a dog hit with a stone, half whine, half yelp. Dear, dear, says she, if I ain't all covered over with welts as big as my finger, I do believe I'm flayed alive, and she boo-hooed right out like anything. I guess, said I, you've got 'em where folks won't see 'em, anyhow, and I calculate you won't be over for'ard to show 'em where they be. But come, says I, be a stirrin', or I'll quilt you agin as sure as you're alive. I'll tan your hide for you, you may depend, you old ungainly tempered heifer you. When I went to the barn, says I, John Porter, your wife made right at me, like one ravin' distracted mad, when I opened the door, thinkin' it was you, and I was obliged to give her a crack or two of the cowskin to get clear of her. It has effectuated a cure completely. Now foller it up, and don't let on for your life, it warn't you that did it, and you'll be master once more in your own house. She's all docility just now, keep her so. As we returned we saw a light in the keepin' room, the fire was blazin' up cheerfulsome, and Marm Porter moved about as brisk as a parched pea, though as silent as dumb, and our supper was ready in no time. As soon as she took her seat and sat down, she sprung right up on eend, as if she had sat on a pan of hot coals, and colored all over, and then tears started in her eyes. Thinks I to myself, I calculate I wrote that our lesson in large letters anyhow, I can read that writin' without spellin', and no mistake. I guess you've got pretty well warmed thereabouts this hitch. Then she tried it agin. First she sat on one leg then on t'other, quite oneasy, and then right atwixt both, a fidgettin' about dreadfully, like a man that's rode all day on a bad saddle, and lost a little leather on the way. If you had seed how she stared at Porter, it would have made you snicker. She couldn't credit her eyes. He warn't drunk, and he warn't crazy, but there he sot as peaked and as meechin as you please. She seemed all struck up of a heap at his rebellion. The next day when I was about startin', I advised him to act like a man, and keep the weather gauge now he had it, and all would be well, but the poor critter only held on a day or two. She soon got the upper hand of him, and made him confess all, and by all accounts he leads a worse life now than ever. I put that ar trick on him just now to try him, and I see it's gone goose with him. The jig is up with him, she'll soon call him with a whistle like a dog. I often think of the hornpipe she danced there in the dark along with me, to the music of my whip. She touched it off in great style, that's a fact. I shall mind that go one while, I promise you. It was actually equal to a play at Old Bowery. You may depend, squire, the only way to tame a shrew is by the cowskin. Grandfather Slick was raised all along the coast of Kent in Old England, and he used to say there was an old saying there, which, I expect, is not far off the mark. A woman, a dog, and a walnut tree, the more you lick 'em, the better they be. No, 26. The minister's horn mug. This country, said Mr. Slick, abounds in superior mill privileges, and one would naturally calculate that such a sight of water power would have led to a knowledge of machinery. I guess if a blue nose was to go to one of our free and enlightened citizens, and tell him Nova Scotia was intersected with rivers and brooks in all directions, and nearly 1/4 of it covered with water, he'd say, well, I'll start right off and see it, I vow, for I guess I'll larn something. I allot I'll get another wrinkle away down east there. With such splendid chances for experimentin', what first chop mills they must have, to a sartainty. I'll see such new combinations, and such new applications of the force of water to motion, that I'll make my fortin, for we can improve on anything a'most. Well, he'd find his mistake out, I guess, as I did once, when I took passage in the night at New York for Providence, and found myself the next mornin' clean out to sea, steerin' away for Cape Hatteras, in the Charleston steamer. He'd find he'd gone to the wrong place, I reckon. There ain't a mill of any kind in the province fit to be seen. If we had we'd survey as we do the gamblin' houses down south, pull right down, there would be one on left in 8 and 40 hours. Some domestic factories they ought to have here, it's an essential part of the social system. Now we've run to the other extreme, it's got to be too big an interest with us, and ain't suited to the political institutions of our great country. Nature designed us for an agricultural people, and our government was predicated on the supposition that we would be so. Mr. Hopewell was of the same opinion. He was a great hand at gardening, orcharding, farming, and what not. One evening I was up to his house, and says he, Sam, what do you say to a bottle of my old genuine cider? I guess I got some that will take the shine off of your father's, by a long chalk, much as the old gentleman brags of his inn. I never bring it out afore him. He thinks he has the best in all Connecticut. It's an innocent ambition that, and Sam, it would be but a poor thing for me to gratify my pride, at the expense of humbling his inn. So I never lets on that I have any better, but keep dark about this superfine particular article of mine, for I'd as lives he'd think so as not. He was a real primitive good man, was minister. I got some, said he, that was bottled that very year. That glorious action was fought atween the Constitution and the Guerriere. Perhaps the whole world couldn't shoe such a brilliant whippin' as that was. It was a splendid deed, that's a fact. The British can whip the whole earth, and we can whip the British. It was a bright promise for our young eagle, a noble bird that, too, great strength, great courage, and surpassing sagacity. Well, he went down to the cellar, and brought up a bottle, with a stick tied to its neck, and day and date to it, like lie bills on the trees in Squire Hendrick's garden. I like to see them are cobwebs, says he, as he brushed them off, they are like gray hairs in an old man's head, they indicate venerable old age. As he uncorked it, says he, I guess, Sam, this will warm your gizzard, my boy. I guess our great nation may be stumped to produce more elegante a liquor than this here. It's the dandy, that's a fact. That, said he, a smack in his lips, and lookin' at its sparklin' top, and layin' back his head, and tippin' off a horn mug brim full of it, that, said he, and his eyes twinkled agin, for it was plaguey strong, that is the produce of my own orchard. Well, I said, minister, says I never see you a swiggin' it out of that horn mug, that I don't think of one of your texts. What's that, Sam, says he? For you always had a most especial memory when you was a boy, why, says I, that the horn of the righteous man shall be exalted. I guess that's what they mean by exaltin' the horn, ain't it? Lord, if ever you was to New Orleans, and seed a black thunder cloud rise right up and cover the whole sky in it, you'd a thought of it if you had seed his face. It looked as dark as Egypt. For shame, says he, Sam, that's undecent, and let me tell you that a man that jokes on such subjects shews both a lack of wit and sense too. I like mirth, you know I do, for it's only the Pharisees and hypocrites that wear long faces, but then mirth must be innocent to please me, and when I see a man make merry with serious things, I set him down as a lost sheep. That comes of your speculatin' to Lowell, and I vow them factorin' towns will corrupt our youth of both sexes, and become hotbeds of iniquity. Evil communications and damnify good manners, as sure as rates. One scabby sheep will infect a whole flock, Vice is as catchin' as that nasty disease the Scotch have, it's got by shaking hands, and both end in the same way, in brimstone. I approbate domestic factories, but nothin' further for us. It don't suit us or our institutions. A republic is only calculated for an enlightened and virtuous people, and folks chiefly in the farmin' line. That is an innocent and a happy vocation. Agriculture was ordained by him as made us, for our chief occupation. Thinks I, here's a pretty how do you do, I'm in for it now, that's a fact. He'll just fall to and read a regular sarmon, and he knows so many by heart he'll never stop. It would take a Philadelphia lawyer to answer him. So, says I, Minister, I ask your pardon, I feel very ugly at having given you offense, but I didn't mean it, I do assure you. It just popped out unexpectedly, like a cork out of one of them our cider bottles. I'll do my possibles that the like don't happen again, you may depend. So s'pose we drink a glass to our reconciliation. That I will, said he, and we will have another bottle too, but I must put a little water into my glass. And he dwelt on that word, and looked at me, quite feelin', as much as to say, don't for goodness sake make use of that word horn again, for it's a joke I don't like, for my head han't quite the strength my cider has. Taste this, Sam, said he, opening of another bottle, it's of the same age as the last, but made of different apples, and I am fairly stumped sometimes to say which is best. These are the pleasures, says he, of a country life. A man's own labor provides him with food, and an appetite to enjoy it. Let him look which way he will, and he sees the goodness and bounty of his Creator, his wisdom, his power, and his majesty. There never was anything so true as that our old saying. Man made the town, but God made the country. And both bespeak their different architects in terms too plain to be misunderstood. The one is filled with virtue and the other with vice. One is the abode of plenty, and the other of want. One is a weredock of nice pure water, and t'other one a cesspool. Our towns are gettin' so commercial and factoring, that they will soon generate mobs. Sam, how true that has turned out, hain't it? He could see near about as far into a millstone, as them that picks the hole into it, and mobs will introduce disobedience and defiance to laws, and that must end in anarchy and bloodshed. No, said the old man, raising his voice, and giving the table a wipe with his fist that made the glasses all jingle again, give me the country, that country to which he that made it said, bring forth grass, the herb yieldin' seed, and the tree yieldin' fruit, and who saw that it was good. Let me jine with the feathered tribe in the mornin'. I hope you get up early now, Sam. When you was a boy there was no getting you out of bed at no rate, and at sunset, in the hymns which they utter in full tide of song to their Creator. Let me pour out the thankfulness of my heart to the Giver of all good things, for the numerous blessings I enjoy, and entreat Him to bless my increase, that I may have wherewithal to relieve the wants of others, as He prevents and relieves mine. No! Give me the country. Its minister was just like a horse that has the spavin. He sot off considerable stiff at first, but when he once got under way, he got on like a house afire. He went like the wind, full split. He was just beginning to warm on the subject, and I knew if he did, what wonderful bottom he had, how he would hang on forever amos. So says I think so too, minister, I like the country, I always sleep better there than in towns, it ta'n't so plaguey hot, nor so noisy either, and then it's a pleasant thing to set out on the stoop and smoke in the cool, ain't it? I think, says I too, minister, that uncommon handsome cider of yourn deserves a pipe, what do you think? Well, says he, I think myself a pipe wouldn't be amiss, and I got some real good Varginny, as you ain't most ever seed, a present from Roland Randolph, an old college chum, and none the worse to my palate, Sam, for bringin' bygone recollections with it. Phoebe, my dear, said he to his darter, bring the pipes and tobacco. As soon as the old gentleman fairly got a pipe in his mouth, I give Phoebe a wink, as much as to say, warn't that well done? That's what I call a most particular handsome fix. He can talk now, and that I do like to hear him do, but he can't make a speech, or preach a sarmon, and that I don't like to hear him do, except on Sabbath day, or up to town hall, on oration times. Minister was an uncommon pleasant man, for there was nothin' a'most he didn't know, except when he got his dander up, and then he did spin out his yarns for everlastingly. But I'm of his opinion. If the folks here want their country to go ahead, they must honor the plow, and General Campbell ought to hammer that ar into their noddles, full chisel, as hard as he can drive. I could larn him somethin', I guess, about hammerin' he ain't up to. It taunt every one that knows how to beat a thing into a man's head. How could I have sold so many thousand clocks, if I hadn't had that knack? Why, I wouldn't have sold half a dozen, you may depend. Agriculture is not only neglected but degraded here. What a number of young folks there seem to be in these parts, a-ridin' about, titivated out real jam, in their go-to-meetin' clothes, a-doin' nothin'. It's melancholy to think on it. That's the effect of the last war. The idleness and extravagance of those times took root, and bore fruit abundantly, and now the young people are above their business. They are too high in the instep, that's a fact. Old Drivel, down here to McCann, said to me one day, "For gracious sake," says he, "Mr. Slick, do tell me what I shall do with Johnny." His mother sets great store by him, and thinks he's the makin's of a considerable smart man. He's growin' up fast now, and I am pretty well to do in the world, and reasonable forehand, but I don't know what the dog's to put him to. The lawyers are like spiders, they've eat up all the flies, and I guess they'll have to eat each other soon, for there's more on 'em than causes now every court. The doctor's trade is a poor one, too. They don't get barely cash enough to pay for their medicines. I never seed a country practitioner yet that made anything worth speakin' of. Then, as for preachin', why, church and dissenters are pretty much tarred with the same stick. They live in the same pasture with their flocks, and between 'em, it's fed down pretty close, I tell you. What would you advise me to do with him? Well, says I, I'll tell you if you won't be miffy with me. Miffy with you indeed, said he. I guess I'll be very much obliged to you. It taunt every day one gets a chance to consult with a person of your experience. I count it quite a privilege to have the opinion of such an understandin' man as you be. Well, says I, take a stick and give him a real good quiltin', jist tantune him like blazes, and set him to work. What does the critter want? You have a good farm for him, let him go and earn his bread, and when he can raise that, let him get a wife to make butter for it, and when he has more of both than he wants, let him sell 'em and lay up his money, and he will soon have his bread buttered on both sides. Put him to, why, put him to the plow, the most natural, the most happy, the most innocent, and the most healthy employment in the world. But, said the old man, and he did not look over half pleased, markets are so confounded dull, labor so high, and the banks and great folks a-swallerin' all up so, there don't seem much encouragement for farmers. It's hard rub bin, nowadays, to live by the plow. He'll be a hard-workin' poor man all his days. Oh, says I, if he wants to get rich by farmin', he can do that too. Let him sell his wheat, and eat his oatmeal and rye, send his beef, mutton and poultry to market, and eat his pork and potatoes, make his own cloth, weave his own linen, and keep out of shops, and he'll soon grow rich. There are more fortins got by savon than by makin', I guess, a plaguey sight. He can't eat his cake and have it too, that's a fact. No, make a farmer of him, and you will have the satisfaction of seeing him an honest, an independent, and a respectable member of society, more honest than traders, more independent than professional men, and more respectable than either. Ahem, says Marm Drivel, and she began to clear her throat for action. She slumped down her knittin', and clawed off her spectacles, and looked right straight at me, so as to take good aim. I seed a regular nor'wester brewin'. I knew it would bust somewhere sartan, and make all smoke agin, so I cleared out and left old Drivel to stand the squall. I concede he must have had a tempestical time of it, for she had get her Ebenezer up, and looked like a proper sneezer. Make her Johnny a farmer, I guess that was too much for the like o' her to stomach. Pride, squire, continued the clockmaker, with such an air of concern that I verily believe the man feels an interest in the welfare of a province, in which he has spent so long a time. Pride, squire, and a false pride, too, is the ruin of this country. I hope I may be skinned if it taunt. No, 27. The white nigger. One of the most amiable, and at the same time most amusing traits, in the clockmaker's character, was the attachment and kindness with which he regarded his horse. He considered old Clay as far above a provincial horse as he did one of his free and enlightened citizens. superior to a blue nose. He treated him as a traveling companion, and when conversation flagged between us, would often soliloquize to him, a habit contracted from pursuing his journeys alone. Well now, he would say, Old Clay, I guess you took your time a-goin' up that 'ar hill, s'pose we progress now. Go along, you old sculpin, and turn out your toes. I reckon you are as deaf as a shad, do you hear there? Go ahead, Old Clay. There now, he'd say, Squire, ain't that dreadful pretty? There's action. That looks about right. Legs all under him, gathers all up snug, no bobbin' of his head, no rollin' of his shoulders, no wobblin' of his hind parts, but steady as a pump bolt, and the motion all underneath. When he fairly lays himself to it, he trots like all vengeance. Then look at his ears, just like rabbits, none o' your flop ears like them Amherst beasts, half horses, half pigs, but straight up and pinnate, and not too near at the tips, for that are, I concate, always shoes a horse ain't true to draw. There are only two things, Squire, worth lookin' at in a horse, action and soundness, for I never saw a critter that had good action that was a bad beast. Old Clay puts me in mind of one of our free and enlightened, Excuse me, said I, Mr. Slick, but really you appropriate that word, free, to your countrymen, as if you thought no other people in the world were entitled to it but yourselves. Neither be they, said he. We first sought the example. Look at our Declaration of Independence. It was writ by Jefferson, and he was the first man of the age. Perhaps the world never seed his ditto. It's a beautiful piece of penmanship that he gave the British the but end of his mind there. I calculate you couldn't fault it in no particular. It's generally allowed to be his cap sheaf. In the first page of it, second section, and first farce, are these words. We hold this truth to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. I guess King George turned his quid when he read that. It was something to chaw on, he hadn't been used to the flavor of, I reckon. Jefferson forgot to insert, one little word, said I, he should have said, all white men. For, as it now stands, it is a practical untruth, in a country which tolerates domestic slavery in its worst and most forbidding form. It is a declaration of shame, and not of independence. It is as perfect a misnomer as ever I knew. Well, said he, I must admit there is a screw loose somewhere thereabouts, and I wish it would convene to Congress, to do something or another about our niggers, but I am not quite certified how that is to be sought to rights. I concate that you don't understand us. But, said he, evading the subject with his usual dexterity, we deal only in niggers, and those thick-skulled, crooked-shanked, flat-footed, long-heeled, woolly-headed gentlemen don't seem fit for much else but slavery, I do suppose. They ain't fit to contrive for themselves. They are just like grasshoppers. They dance and sing all summer, and when winter comes they have nothing provided for it, and lay down and die. They require someone to see arter them. Now, we deal in black niggers only, but the blue noses sell their own species. They trade in white slaves. Thank God, said I, slavery does not exist in any part of His Majesty's dominions now. We have at last wiped off that national stain. Not quite, I guess, said he, with an air of triumph. It ta'n't done with in Nova Scotia, for I have seed these human cattle sales with my own eyes. I was availed of the truth of it up here to Old Furlongs, last November. I'll tell you the story, said he, and as this story of the clockmakers contains some extraordinary statements, which I had never heard of before, I noted it in my journal, for the purpose of ascertaining their truth, and if founded on fact, of laying them before the proper authorities. Last fall, said he, I was on my way to Partridge Island, to ship off some truck and produce I had taken in the way of trade, and as I neared Old Furlong's house, I seed an amazin' crowd of folks about the door. I said to myself, says I, who's dead, and what's to pay now? What on earth is the mainin' of all this? Is it a vandoo, or a weddin', or a rollin' frolic, or a religious stir, or what is it? Thinks I, I'll see, so I hitches Old Clay to the fence, and walks in. It was some time afore I was able to swiggle my way through the crowd, and get into the house. And when I did, who should I see but Deacon Westfall, a smooth-faced, slick-haired, meechin-looking chap as you'd see in 100, a-standin' on a stool, with an auctioneer's hammer in his hand, and afore him was one Jerry Oakes and his wife, and two little orphan children, the prettiest little toads I ever beheld in all my born days. Gentlemen, said he, I will begin the sale by putting up Jerry Oakes, of Apple River. He's a considerable of a smart man yet, and can do many little chores besides feed in the children and pigs. I guess he's near about worth his keep. Will you warrant him sound wind and limb? Says a tall, ragged-looking countryman, for he looks to me as if he was foundered in both feet, and had a string halt into the bargain. When you are as old as I be, says Jerry, mayhap you may be foundered too, young man. I have seen the day when you wouldn't dare to pass that joke on me, big as you be. Will any gentleman bid for him, says the deacon, he's cheap at 7s. Why, deacon, said Jerry, why surely your honor isn't a-goin' for to sell me separate from my poor old wife, are you? 50 years have we lived together as man and wife, and a good wife has she been to me, through all my troubles and trials, and God knows I have had enough of 'em. No one knows my ways and my ailments but her, and who can tend me so kind, or who will bear with the complaints of a poor old man but his wife? Do, deacon, and heaven bless you for it, and yours, do sell us together. We have but a few days to live now, death will divide us soon enough. Leave her to close my old eyes, when the struggle comes, and when it comes to you, deacon, as come it must to us all, may this good deed rise up for you, as a memorial before God. I wish it had pleased him to have taken us afore it came to this, but his will be done, and he hung his head, as if he felt he had drained the cup of degradation to its dregs. Can't afford it, Jerry, can't afford it, old man, said the deacon, with such a smile as a November sun gives, a passin' atween clouds. Last year they took oats for rates, now nothin' but wheat will go down, and that's as good as cash, and you'll hang on as most of you do yet these many years. There's old Joe Crow, I believe in my conscience he will live forever. The biddin' then went on, and he was sold for 6 shillings a week. Well, the poor critter gave one long loud deep groan, and then folded his arms over his breast, so tight that he seemed tryin' to keep in his heart from bustin'. I pitied the misfortunate wretch from my soul. I don't know as I ever felt so streaked afore. Not so his wife, she was all tongue. She begged and prayed, and cried, and scolded, and talked at the very tip end of her voice, till she became, poor critter, exhausted, and went off in a faintin' fit, and they ketched her up and carried her out to the air, and she was sold in that condition. Well, I couldn't make head or tail of all this, I could hardly believe my eyes and ears. So, says I, to John Porter, him that has that catamount of a wife, that I had such a tuss with, John Porter, says I, who ever seed or hear tell of the like of this, what under the sun does it all mean? What has that a critter done that he should be sold arter that fashion? Done, said he, why nothin', and that's the reason they sell him. This is town meetin' day, and we always sell the poor for the year, to the lowest bidder. Them that will keep them for the lowest sum, gets them. Why, says I, that feller that bought him is a pauper himself, to my sartain knowledge. If you were to take him up by the heels and shake him for a week, you couldn't shake 6 pence out of him. How can he keep him? It appears to me the poor buy the poor here, and that they all starve together. Says I, there was a very good man once lived to Liverpool, so good, he said he hadn't sinned for 7 years. Well, he put a mill dam across the river, and stopped all the fish from going up, and the court fined him £50 for it, and this good man was so wrathy, he thought he should feel better to swear a little, but conscience told him it was wicked. So he compounded with conscience, and cheated the devil, by calling it a damn fine business. Now, friend Porter, if this is your poor law, it is a damn poor law, I tell you, and no good can come of such hard-hearted doin's. It's no wonder your country don't prosper, for who ever heard of a blessin' on such carryins on as this? Says I, did you ever hear tell of a sartain rich man, that had a beggar called Lazarus laid at his gate, and how the dogs had more compassion than he had, and came and licked his sores? 'Cause if you have, look at that forehand insponsible man there, Deacon Westfall, and you see the rich man. And then look at that pauper, dragged away in that ox cart from his wife forever, like a feller to state's prison, and you see Lazarus. Recollect what follered, John Porter, and have neither art nor part in it, as you are a Christian man. It fairly made me sick all day. John Porter follered me out of the house, and as I was a tin an old clay, said he, Mr. Slick, says he, I never seed it in that a light afore, for it's our custom, and custom you know will reconcile one to most anything. I must say, it does appear, as you lay it out, an unfeelin' way of providin' for the poor. But, as touchin' the matter of dividend man and wife, why, and he peered all round to see that no one was within hearin', why I don't know, but if it was my allotment to be sold, I'd as lives they'd sell me separate from Jane as not, for it appears to me it's about the best part of it. Now, what I have told you, Squire, said the Clockmaker, is the truth, and if members, instead of their everlastin' politics, would only look into these matters a little, I guess it would be far better for the country. So, as for our Declaration of Independence, I guess you needn't twit me with our slave sales, for we deal only in blacks. But Blue Nose approbates no distinction in colors, and when reduced to poverty, is reduced to slavery, and is sold, a white nigger. No, 28. Fire in the dairy. As we approached within 15 or 20 miles of Parsborough, a sudden turn of the road brought us directly in front of a large wooden house, consisting of 2 stories and an immense roof, the height of which edifice was much increased by a stone foundation, rising several feet above ground. Now, did you ever see, said Mr. Slick, such a catamaran as that? There's a proper goney for you, for to go and raise such a buildin' as that are, and he has much use for it, I do suppose, as my old wagon here has for a 5th wheel. Blue Nose always takes care to have a big house, 'cause it shows a big man, and one that's considerable forehand, and pretty well to do in the world. These Nova Scotians turn up their blue noses, as a bottle-nosed porpoise turns up his snout, and puff and snort exactly like him at a small house. If neighbor Carrot has a 2-story house, all filled with windows, like Sandy Hook Lighthouse, neighbor Parsnip must add just 2 feet more on to the post of his'n, and about as much more to the rafter, to go ahead of him. So all these long sarce gentlemen strive who can get the furthest in the sky, away from their farms. In New England our maxim is a small house, and a most and everlastin' almighty big barn. But these critters revarse it, they have little hovels for their cattle, about the bigness of a good sizable bear trap, and a house for the humans as grand as Noah's Ark. Well, just look at it, and see what a figure it does cut. An old hat stuffed into 1 pane of glass, and an old flannel petticoat, as yellow as jaundice, in another, finish off the front, an old pair of breeches, and the pad of a brand-new cart saddle worn out, titivate the end, while the backside is all closed up on account of the wind. When it rains, if there ain't a pretty how-do-you-do, it's a pity, beds tote out of this room, and tubs set in tother to catch soft water to wash, while the clapboards, loose at the ends, go clap, 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 like gulls a-hacklin' flax, and the winders and doors keen a-dancin' to the music. The only dry place in the house is in the chimbley corner, where the folks all huddle up, as an old hen and her chickens do under a cart of a wet day. I wish I had the matter of 6 pound of nails, you'll hear the old gentleman in the grand house say. I'll be darned, if I don't, for if I had, I'd fix them our clapboards. I guess they'll go for it some o' these days. I wish you had, his wife would say, for they do make a most particular unhandsome clatter, that's a fact, and so they let it be till the next tempestical time comes, and then they wish agin. Now this grand house has only 2 rooms downstairs, that are altogether slicked up and finished off complete, the other is just petitioned off rough-like, 1/2 great dark entries, and t'other half places that look a plaguey sight more like packin' boxes than rooms. Well, all upstairs is a great unfarnished place, filled with every sort of good-for-nothin' trumpery in natur, barrels without eends, corn cobs half-husked, cast-off clothes and bits of old harness, sheep skins, hides, and wool, apples, 1/2 rotten, and t'other half squashed, 1,000 or 2 of shingles that have bust their wits, and broke loose all over the floor, hay rakes, forks and sickles, without handles or teeth, rusty scythes, and odds and ends without number. When anything is wanted, then there is a general overhaul of the whole cargo, and away they get shifted for'ard, one by one, all handled over and chucked into a heap together till the lost one is found, and the next time, away they get pitched to the starn agin, higgledy-piggledy, heels overhead, like sheep takin' a split for it over a wall, only they increase in number each move. 'Cause some on 'em are sure to get broke into more pieces than they was afore. Whenever I see one of these grand houses, and a hat lookin' out o' the winder, with nary head in it. Thinks I, I'll be darned if that's a place for a wooden clock. Nothin' short of a London touch would go down with them folks, so I calculate I want a light. Whenever you come to such a grand place as this, Squire, depend on the farm is all of a piece, great crops of thistles, and an everlastin' yield of weeds, and cattle the best fed of any in the country, for they are always in the grain fields or mowin' lands, and the pigs a rootin' in the potato patches. A spick and span new gig at the door, shurneen like the mud banks of Windsor, when the sun's on 'em, and an old rack of a hay wagon, with its tongue unhitched, and stickin' out behind, like a pig's tail, all indicate a big man. He's above thinkin' of farmin' tools, he sees to the brand new gig, and the hired helps look arter the carts. Catch him with his go-to-meetin' clothes on, a rubbin' agin their nasty greasy axles, like a tarry nigger. Not he, indeed, he'd stick you up with it. The last time I came by here, it was a little bit arter daylight down, rainin' cats and dogs, and as dark as Egypt. So, thinks I, I'll just turn in here for shelter to Squire Bill Blake's. Well, I knocks away at the front door, till I thought I'd a split it in. But arter a rappin' a while to no purpose, and finnin' no one come, I gropes my way round to the back door, and opens it, and feelin' all along the partition for the latch of the keepin' room, without finding it, I knocks agin, when someone from inside calls out walk. Thinks I don't cleverly know whether that indicates walk in, or walk out. It's plaguey short meter, that's a fact, but I'll see anyhow. Well, arter gropin' about a while, at last I got hold of the string and lifted the latch and walked in, and there sot old Marm Blake, close into one corner of the chimbley fireplace, a seesawin' in a rockin' chair, and a half-grown black house help, half asleep in t'other corner, a scrougin' up over the embers. Who be you? Said Marm Blake, for I can't see you. A stranger, said I. Beck, says she, speaking to the black heifer in the corner. Beck, says she agin, raisin' her voice, I believe you are as deaf as a post. Get up this minute and stir the coals, till I see the man. Arter the coals were stirred into a blaze, the old lady surveyed me from head to foot, then she asked me my name, and where I came from, where I was a-goin', and what my business was. I guess, said she, you must be reasonable, wet, sit to the fire and dry yourself, or mayhap your health may be undamnified p'raps. So I sat down, and we soon got pretty considerably well acquainted, and quite sociable like, and her tongue when it fairly waked up, began to run like a mill race when the gate's up. I hadn't been talkin' long, for I well nigh lost sight of her altogether agin, for little Beck began to flourish about her broom, right and left, in great style, a-clearin' up, and she did raise such an awful thick cloud o' dust, I didn't know if I should ever see or breathe either agin. Well, when all was sot to rights and the fire made up, the old lady began to apologize for havin' no candles. She said she'd had a grand tea party the night afore, and used them all up, and a whole sight of victuals too. The old man hadn't been well since, and had gone to bed early. But, says she, I do wish with all my heart you had a come last night, for we had a most especial supper, punkin pies and doughnuts, and apple sarse, and a roast goose stuffed with Indian puddin', and a pig's harslet stewed in molasses and onions, and I don't know what all, and the fore part of today folks called to finish. I actually have nothin' left to set afore you, for it was none o' your skim milk parties, but superfine uppercrust real jam, and we made clean work of it. But I'll make some tea, anyhow, for you, and perhaps, arter that, said she, alterin' of her tone, perhaps you'll expound the scriptures, for it's one while since I've heard them laid open powerfully. I had been fairly lifted up since that good man Judas Oglethorpe travelled this road, and then she gave a groan and hung down her head, and looked cornerways, to see how the land lay thereabouts. The tea kettle was accordingly put on, and some lard fried into oil, and poured into a tumbler, which, with the aid of an inch of cotton wick, served as a makeshift for a candle. Well, arter tea we sat and chatted a while about fashions, and markets, and sarmons, and scandal, and all sorts o' things, and in the midst of it, in runs the nigger wench, screamin' out at the tip end of her voice, "Oh, missus! Missus! There's fire in the dairy, fire in the dairy!" "I'll give it to you for that," said the old lady, "I'll give it you for that, you good-for-nothin' hussy, that's all your carelessness, go and put it out this minute." "How on earth did it get there?" "My night's milk gone, I dare say, run this minute and put it out and save the milk." I am dreadful afeard of fire, I always was from a boy, and seein' the poor foolish critter seize a broom in her fright, I ups with the tea kettle and follows her, and away we clip through the entry, she callin' out mind the cellar door on the right, take keer of the close horse on the left, and so on, but as I couldn't see nothin', I kept right straight ahead. At last my foot cotched in somethin' or another that pitched me somewhat less than a rod or so right agin the poor black critter, and away we went, heels over head. I heerd a splash and a groan, and I smelt somethin' plaguey sour, but I couldn't see nothin'. At last I got hold of her and lifted her up, for she didn't scream, but made a strange kind of chokin' noise, and by this time up came Marm Blake with a light. If poor Beck didn't let go then in earnest, and sing out, for dear life, it's a pity, for she had gone head first into the swill tub, and the tea kettle had scalded her feet. She kept a dancin' right up and down, like one ravin' distracted mad, and boohooed like anything, clawin' away at her head the whole time, to clear away the stuff that stuck to her wool. I held in as long as I could, till I thought I should have busted, for no soul could help a larfin', and at last I haw-hawed right out. You good for nothin' stupid slut you, said the old lady, to poor Beck, it serves you right, you had no business to leave it there, I'll pay you. But, said I, interferin' for the unfortunate critter, good gracious marm, you forget the fire. No I don't, said she, I see him, and seizin' the broom, that had fallen from the nigger's hand, she exclaimed, I see him, the nasty varmint, and began to belabor most unmercifully a poor half-starved cur that the noise had attracted to the entry. I'll teach you, said she, to drink milk, I'll larn you to steal into the dairy, and the besot critter joined chorus with Beck, and they both yelled together, till they fairly made the house ring agin. Presently old Squire Blake popped his head out of a door, and rubbing his eyes, half asleep and half awake, said, What the devil's to pay now, wife? Why nothin', says she, only fire's in the dairy, and Beck's in the swill tub, that's all. Well, don't make such a tuss, then, said he, if that's all, and he shot to the door and went to bed agin. When we returned to the keepin' room, the old lady told me that they always had a dog called Fire, ever since her grandfather, Major Donald Fraser's time, and what was very odd, says she, every one on 'em would drink milk if he had a chance. By this time the shower was over, and the moon shireen so bright and clear that I thought I'd better be up and stirrin', and arter slippin' a few cents into the poor nigger wench's hand, I took leave of the grand folks in the big house. Now, Squire, among these middlin'-sized farmers you may lay this down as a rule, the bigger the house, the bigger the fools be that's in it. But, howsomever, I never call to mind that go in the big house, up to the right, that I don't snicker when I think of fire in the dairy. No, 29. A body without a head. I allot you had ought to visit our great country, Squire, said the clockmaker, afore you quit for good and all. I calculate you don't understand us. The most splendid location atween the poles is the United States, and the first man alive is Gineral Jackson, the hero of the age, him that skeered the British out of their 7 senses. Then there's the great Daniel Webster, it's generally allowed, he's the greatest orator on the face of the earth, by a long chalk, and Mr. Van Buren, and Mr. Clay, and Amos Kindle, and Judge White, and a whole raft of statesmen, up to everything, and all manner of politics. There ain't the beat of 'em to be found anywhere. If you was to hear 'em, I concate you'd hear genuine pure English for once, anyhow, for it's generally allowed we speak English better than the British. They all know me to be an American citizen here, by my talk, for we speak it complete in New England. Yes, if you want to see a free people, them that makes their own laws, according to their own notions, go to the States. Indeed, if you can fault them at all, they are a little grain too free. Our folks have their head a trifle too much, sometimes, particularly in elections, both in freedom of speech and freedom of press. One hadn't ought to blart right out always all that comes uppermost. A horse that's too free frets himself and his rider too, and both on 'em lose flesh in the long run. I'd e'en most as lives use the whip sometimes, as to be for everlastingly a pullin' at the rein. One's arm gets plaguey tired, that's a fact. I often think of a lesson I larned Jehiel Quirk once, for lettin' his tongue outrun his good manners. I was down to Rhode Island one summer to larn Gildin' and Bronzin, so as to give the finishing touch to my clocks. Well, the folks elected me a hog reeve, just to poke fun at me, and Mr. Gihile, a beanpole of a lawyer, was at the bottom of it. So one day, up to town hall, where there was an oration to be delivered on our independence, just afore the order commenced, in runs Gihile in a most off-fired hurry, and says he, I wonder, says he, if there's a hog reeve here, because if there be I require a turn of his office. And then, said he, a-lookin' up to me and callin' out at the tip end of his voice, Mr. Hogreave Slick, says he, here's a job out here for you. Folks snickered a good deal, and I felt my spunk a-risen like half flood, that's a fact. But I bit in my breath, and spoke quite cool. Possible, says I, well, duty, I do suppose, must be done, though it ta'n't the most agreeable in the world. I've been a-thinkin', says I, that I would be liable to a fine of 50 cents for sufferin' a hog to run at large, and as you are the biggest one, I presume, in all Rhode Island, I'll just begin by wringing your nose, to prevent you for the future from poking your snout where you hadn't ought to, and I seized him by the nose and nearly wrung it off. Well, you never heard sich a shoutin' and clappin' of hands, and cheerin' in your life, they haw-hawed like thunder. Says I, Gihile Quirk, that was a superb joke of yourn, how you made the folks larf, didn't you? You are e'en a'most the wittiest critter I ever seed. I guess you'll mind your parts o' speech, and study the accidents agin afore you let your clapper run arter that fashion, won't you? I thought, said I, that among you Republicans, there were no gradations of rank or office, and that all were equal, the Hogreave and the governor, the judge and the crier, the master and his servant, and although, from the nature of things, more power might be entrusted to one than the other, yet that the rank of all was precisely the same. Well, said he, it is so in theory, but not always in practice, and when we do practice it, it seems to go a little agin the grain, as if it warn't quite right neither. When I was last to Baltimore there was a court there, and Chief Justice Marshall was detailed there for duty. Well, with us in New England, the sheriff attends the judge to court, and says I to the sheriff, why don't you escort that our venerable old judge to the State House? He's a credit to our nation, that man, he's actually the first pot hook on the crane, the whole weight is on him. If it weren't for him the fat would be in the fire in no time. I wonder you don't show him that respect. It wouldn't hurt you one morsel, I guess. Says he, quite miffy-like, don't he know the way to court as well as I do? If I thought he didn't, I'd send one of my niggers to show him the road. I wonder who was his lackey last year, that he wants me to be his'n this time. It don't convene to one of our free and enlightened citizens, to tag arter any man, that's a fact. It's too English and too foreign for our glorious institutions. He's bound by law to be there at 10 o'clock, and so be I, and we both know the way there, I reckon. I told the story to our minister, Mr. Hopewell, and he has some odd notions about him, that man, though he don't always let out what he thinks. Says he, Sam, that was in bad taste, a great phrase of the old gentleman's that, in bad taste, Sam. That our sheriff was a goney, don't cut your cloth arter his pattern, or your garment won't become you, I tell you. We are too enlightened to worship our fellow citizens as the ancients did, but we ought to pay great respect to virtue and exalted talents in this life, and arter their death, there should be statues of eminent men placed in our national temples, for the veneration of arter ages, and public ceremonies performed annually to their honor. Arter all, Sam, said he, and he made a considerable of a long pause, as if he was dubersome whether he ought to speak out or not. Arter all, Sam, said he, atween ourselves, but you must not let on I said so, for the fullness of time hunt yet come. Half a yard of blue ribbon is a plaguey cheap way of rewardin' merit, as the English do, and although we larf at 'em, for folks always will larf at what they han't got, and never can get, yet titles ain't bad things as objects of ambition, are they? Then, tappin' me on the shoulder, and lookin' up and smilin', as he always did when he was pleased with an idea, Sir Samuel Slick would not sound bad, I guess, would it, Sam? When I look at the English House of Lords, said he, and see so much larning, piety, talent, honor, vartue, and refinement collected together, I ask myself this here question: can a system which produces and sustains such a body of men, as the world never saw before and never will see again, be defective? Well, I answer myself, perhaps it is, for all human institutions are so, but I guess it's e'en about the best arter all. It wouldn't do here now, Sam, nor perhaps for a century to come, but it will come sooner or later with some variations. Now the Newtown pippin, when transplanted to England, don't produce such fruit as it does in Long Island, and English fruits don't preserve their flavor here, either. Allowance must be made for difference of soil and climate. Oh Lord! Thinks I, if he turns into his orchard, I'm done for. I'll have to give him the dodge somehow or another through some hole in the fence, that's a fact, but he passed on that time. So it is, said he, with constitutions. Orn will gradually approximate to theirn, and theirn to orn. As they lose their strength of executive, they will varge to republicanism, and as we invigorate the form of government, as we must do, or go to the old boy, we shall tend towards a monarchy. If this comes on gradually, like the changes in the human body, by the slow approach of old age, so much the better. But I fear we shall have fevers, and convulsion fits, and colics, and an everlasting griping of the intestines first. You and I won't live to see it, Sam, but our posteriors will, you may depend. I don't go the whole figure with Minister, said the Clockmaker, but I do opinionate with him in part. In our business relations we belly our political principles. We say every man is equal in the Union, and should have an equal vote and voice in the government. But in our banks, railroad companies, factory corporations, and so on, every man's vote is regulated by his share and proportion of stock, and if it weren't so, no man would take hold on these things at all. Nature ordained it so. A father of a family is head, and rules supreme in his household. His eldest son and daughter are like first lieutenants under him, and then there is an overseer over the niggers. It would not do for all to be equal there. So it is in the universe, it is ruled by one superior power. If all the angels had a voice in the government, I guess. Here I fell fast asleep. I had been nodding for some time, not in approbation of what he said, but in heaviness of slumber, for I had never before heard him so prosy since I first overtook him on the Colchester road. I hate politics as a subject of conversation. It is too wide a field for chit-chat, and too often ends in angry discussion. How long he continued this train of speculation I do not know, but, judging by the different aspect of the country, I must have slept an hour. I was at length aroused by the report of his rifle, which he had discharged from the wagon. The last I recollected of his conversation was, I think, about American angels having no voice in the government, an assertion that struck my drowsy faculties as not strictly true, as I had often heard that the American ladies talked frequently and warmly on the subject of politics, and knew that one of them had very recently the credit of breaking up General Jackson's cabinet. When I awoke, the first I heard was, "Well, I declare, if that ain't an amazin' fine shot, too, considerin' how the critter was a runnin' the whole blessed time. If I ha'n't cut her head off with a ball, just below the throat, that's a fact. There's no mistaking a good Kentucky rifle. I tell you." "Whose head?" said I in great alarm. "Whose head, Mr. Slick? For heaven's sake, what have you done?" For I had been dreaming of those angelic politicians, the American ladies. "Why, that are Hen Partridge's head, to be sure," said he. "Don't you see how special wonderful wise it looks, a flutterin' about arter its head?" "True," said I, rubbing my eyes and opening them in time to see the last muscular spasms of the decapitated body. "True, Mr. Slick, it is a happy illustration of our previous conversation, a body without a head. No, XXX. A tale of Bunker's Hill." Mr. Slick, like all his countrymen whom I have seen, felt that his own existence was involved in that of the Constitution of the United States, and that it was his duty to uphold it upon all occasions. He affected to consider its government and its institutions as perfect, and if any doubt was suggested as to the stability or character of either, would make the common reply of all Americans, "I guess you don't understand us," or else enter into a labored defense. When left, however, to the free expression of his own thoughts, he would often give utterance to those apprehensions which most men feel in the event of an experiment not yet fairly tried, and which has in many parts evidently disappointed the sanguine hopes of its friends. But even on these occasions, when his vigilance seemed to slumber, he would generally cover them, by giving them as the remarks of others, or concealing them in a tale. It was this habit that gave his discourse rather the appearance of thinking aloud than a connected conversation. We are a great nation, squire, he said, that's sartain, but I'm afeard we didn't altogether start right. It's in politics as in racin', everything depends upon a fair start. If you are off too quick, you have to pull up and turn back agin, and your beast gets out of wind and is baffled, and if you lose in the start you han't got a fair chance arterwards, and are plaguey apt to be jockeyed in the course. When we set up housekeepin', as it were for ourselves, we hated our stepmother, Old England, so dreadful bad, we wouldn't foller any of her ways of managin' at all, but made new receipts for ourselves. Well, we missed it in many things most consumedly, somehow or another. Did you ever see, said he, a congregation split right in two by a quarrel, and one part go off and set up for themselves? I am sorry to say, said I, that I have seen some melancholy instances of the kind. Well, they shoot ahead, or drop astern, as the case may be, but they soon get on another tack, and leave the old ship clean out of sight. When folks once take to emigratin' in religion in this way, they never know where to bide. First they try one location, and then they try another, some settle here and some improve there, but they don't hitch their horses together long. Sometimes they complain they have too little water, at other times that they have too much. They are never satisfied, and wherever these separatists go, they unsettle others as bad as themselves. I never look on a disarter as any great shakes. My poor father used to say, Sam, mind what I tell you, if a man don't agree in all particulars with his church, and can't go the whole hog with them, he ain't justified on that account, nohow, to separate from them, for Sam, schism is a sin in the eye of God. The whole Christian world, he would say, is divided into two great families, the Catholic and Protestant. Well, the Catholic is a united family, a happy family, and a strong family, all governed by one head, and Sam, as sure as eggs is eggs, that our family will grub out tother one, stalk, branch and root, it won't so much as leave the seed of it in the ground, to grow by chance as a natural curiosity. Now the Protestant family is like a bundle of refused shingles, when wired up together, which it never was and never will be to all eternity, no great of a bundle arter all, you might take it up under one arm, and walk off with it without winkin'. But when all lyin' loose as it always is, just look at it, and see what a sight it is, all blowin' about by every wind of doctrine, some away up e'en a'most out of sight, others rollin' over and over in the dirt, some split to pieces, and others so warped by the weather and cracked by the sun, no two of them will lie so as to make a close jint. They are all divided into sects, rilin', quarrelin', separatin', and agreein' in nothin', but hatin' each other. It is awful to think on. Tother family will some day or other gather them all up, put them into a bundle and bind them up tight, and condemn them as fit for nothin' under the sun, but the fire. Now he who splits one of these here sects by schism, or he who preaches schism, commits a grievous sin, and Sam, if you value your own peace of mind, have nothin' to do with such folks. It's pretty much the same in politics. I ain't quite clear in my conscience, Sam, about our glorious revolution. If that our blood was shed justly in the rebellion, then it was the Lord's doin', but if unlawfully, how am I to answer for my share in it? I was at Bunker's Hill, the most splendid battle it's generally allowed that ever was fought. What effect my shots had I can't tell, and I am glad I can't, all except one, Sam, and that shot. Here the old gentleman became dreadful agitated, he shook like an ague fit, and he walked up and down the room, and wrung his hands, and groaned bitterly. I have wrestled with the Lord, Sam, and have prayed to him to enlighten me on that pint, and to wash out the stain of that our blood from my hands. I never told you that our story, nor your mother neither, for she could not stand it, poor critter, she's kinder narvous. Well, Dr. Warren, the first soldier of his age, though he never fought afore, commanded us all to resarve our fire till the British came within point-blank shot, and we could cleverly see the whites of their eyes, and we did so, and we mowed them down like grass, and we repeated our fire with awful effect. I was among the last that remained behind the breastwork, foremost on arter the second shot, cut and run full split. The British were close to us, and an officer, with his sword drawn, was leading on his men and encouraging them to the charge. I could see his features, he was a real handsome man. I can see him now with his white breeches and black gaiters, and red coat, and three-cornered cocked hat, as plain as if it was yesterday, instead of the year 75. Well, I took a steady aim at him and fired. He didn't move for a space, and I thought I had missed him, when all of a sudden, he sprung right straight up and aimed. His sword slipped through his hands up to the pint, and then he fell flat on his face atop of the blade, and it came straight out through his back. He was fairly skivered. I never seed anything so awful since I was raised. I actually screamed out with horror, and I threw away my gun, and joined them that were retreating over the neck to Charlestown. Sam, that a British officer, if our rebellion was unjust or unlawful, was murdered, that's a fact, and the day, now I am growing old, haunts me day and night. Sometimes I begin with the Stamp Act, and I go over all our grievances, one by one, and say ain't they a sufficient justification? Well, it makes a long list, and I get kinder satisfied, and it appears as clear as anything. But sometimes there come doubts in my mind, just like a guest that's not invited or not expected, and takes you at a short like, and I say, warn't the Stamp Act repealed, and concessions made, and warn't offers sent to settle all fairly, and I get troubled and uneasy again? And then I say to myself, says I, oh yes, but them offers came too late. I do nothing now, when I am alone, but argue it over and over again. I actually dream on that man in my sleep sometimes, and then I see him as plain as if he was afore me, and I go over it all again till I come to that shot, and then I leap right up in bed and scream like all vengeance, and your mother, poor old critter, says, Sam, says she, what on earth ails you to make you act so like Old Scratch in your sleep? I do believe there's something or another on your conscience. And I say, Polly dear, I guess we're going to have rain, for that plaguey cute rheumatus has seized my foot, and it does antagonize me so I have no peace. It always does so when it's like for a change. Dear heart, she says, the poor simple critter, then I guess I had better rub it, hadn't I, Sam? And she crawls out of bed and gets her red flannel petticoat, and rubs away at my foot ever so long. Oh, Sam, if she could rub it out of my heart as easy as she thinks she rubs it out of my foot, I should be in peace, that's a fact. What's done, Sam, can't be helped. There is no use in crying over spilt milk, but still one can't help a thinking on it. But I don't love schisms and I don't love rebellion. Our revolution has made us grow faster and grow richer. But Sam, when we were younger and poorer, we were more pious and more happy. We have nothing fixed either in religion or politics. What connection there ought to be between church and state, I am not availed, but some there ought to be as sure as the Lord made Moses. Religion, when left to itself, as with us, grows too rank and luxuriant. Suckers and sprouts, and intersecting shoots, and superfluous would make a nice shady tree to look at, but where's the fruit, Sam? That's the question, where's the fruit? No, the pride of human wisdom, and the presumption it breeds will ruinate us. Jefferson was an infidel, and avowed it, and gloried in it, and called it the enlightenment of the age. Cambridge College is Unitarian, 'cause it looks wise to doubt, and every drumstick of a boy ridicules the belief of his forefathers. If our country is to be darkened by infidelity, our government defied by every state, and every state ruled by mobs, then, Sam, the blood we shed in our revolution will be atoned for in the blood and suffering of our fellow citizens. The murders of that civil war will be expiated by a political suicide of the state. I am somewhat of father's opinion, said the clockmaker, though I don't go the whole figure with him, but he needn't have made such an everlasting tuss about fixin' that a British officer's flint for him, for he'd a died of himself by this time, I do suppose, if he had a missed his shot at him. P'raps we might have done a little better, and p'raps we mightn't, by sticking a little closer to the old Constitution. But one thing I will say, I think arter all, your colony government is about as happy and as a good a one as I know on. A man's life and property are well protected here at little cost, and he can go where he likes and do what he likes provided he don't trespass on his neighbor. I guess that's enough for any on us, now ain't it? No, 31. Gulling a blue nose. I allot, said Mr. Slick, that the blue noses are the most gullible folks on the face of the earth. Regular soft horns, that's a fact. Politics and such stuff set 'em a-gappin', like children in a chimbley corner listenin' to tales of ghosts, Salem witches, and Nova Scotia snowstorms, and while they stand starin' and yawpin' all eyes and mouth, they get their pockets picked of every cent that's in 'em. one candidate chap says. Feller citizens, this country is going to the dogs hand over hand. Look at your rivers, you have no bridges. At your wild lands, you have no roads. At your treasury, you han't got a cent in it. At your markets, things don't fetch nothin'. At your fish, the Yankees catch 'em all. There's nothin' behind you but sufferin', around you but poverty, afore you, but slavery and death. What's the cause of this unheard of awful state of things? Aye, what's the cause? Why, judges, and banks, and lawyers, and great folks, have swallowed all the money. They've got you down, and they'll keep you down to all eternity, you and your posteriors arter you. Rise up like men, arouse yourselves like freemen, and elect me to the legislature, and I'll lead on the small but patriotic band, I'll put the bigwigs through their fastens, I'll make 'em shake in their shoes, I'll knock off your chains and make you free. Well, the gonies fall to and elect him, and he disarts right away, with balls, rifle, powder horn and all. He promised too much. Then comes a real good man, and an everlastin' fine preacher, a most especial spiritual man, renounces the world, the flesh, and the devil, preaches and prays day and night, so kind to the poor, and so humble, he has no more pride than a babe, and so short-handed he's no butter to his bread, all self-denial, mortifyin' the flesh. Well, as soon as he can work it, he marries the richest Gaul in all his flock, and then his bread is buttered on both sides. He promised too much. Then comes a doctor, and a prime article he is too. I've got, says he, a screw auger emetic and hot crop, and if I can't cure all sorts o' things in nature my name ain't Quack. Well, he turns stomach and pocket, both inside out, and leaves poor Blue Nose, a dead man. He promised too much. Then comes a lawyer, an honest lawyer too, a real wonder under the sun, as straight as a shingle in all his dealin's. He's so honest he can't bear to hear tell of other lawyers. He writes A&M, raves A&M, votes A&M, they are all rogues but him. He's just the man to take a case in hand, 'cause he will see justice done. Well, he wins his case, and fobs all for costs, 'cause he's sworn to see justice done to himself. He promised too much. Then comes a Yankee clockmaker, and here Mr. Slick looked up and smiled, with his soft sawder and human nature, and he sells clocks warranted to run from July to eternity, stoppages included, and I must say they do run as long as wooden clocks commonly do, that's a fact. But I'll show you presently how I put the leak into 'em, for here's a feller a little bit ahead on us, whose flint I've made up my mind to fix this while past. Here we were nearly thrown out of the wagon, by the breaking down of one of those small wooden bridges, which proved so annoying and so dangerous to travelers. Did you hear that, or Snap? Said he. Well, as sure as fate, I'll break my clocks over them eternal log bridges, if old Clay clips over them arter that fashion. Them our poles are plaguey treacherous, they are just like old Marm Patience Dosegood's teeth, that keeps the great United Independent Democratic Hotel, at Squaw Neck Creek, in Massachusetts, one half gone, and t'other half rotten eens. I thought you had disposed of your last clock, said I, at Colchester, to Deacon Flint. So I did, he replied, the last one I had to sell to him, but I got a few left for other folks yet. Now there is a man on this road, one Zeb Allen, a real genuine skinflint, a proper close-fisted customer as you'll almost see anywhere, and one that's not altogether the straight thing in his dealin' neither. He don't want no one to live but himself, and he's mighty handsome to me, sayin' my clocks are all a cheat, and that we ruinate the country, a drainin' every drop of money out of it, a callin' me a Yankee broom and what not. But it ta'n't all just gospel that he says. Now I'll put a clock on him afore he knows it, I'll go right into him as slick as a whistle, and play him to the end of my line like a trout. I'll have a hook in his gills, while he's a-thinkin' he's only smellin' at the bait. There he is now, I'll be darned if he ain't, standin' afore his shop door, lookin' as strong as high-proof Jamaiky. I guess I'll whip it out o' the bung while he's a-lookin' arter the spigot, and p'raps he'll be none o' the wiser till he finds it out, either. Well, Squire, how do you do, said he, how's all to home? Reasonable well, I give you thanks, won't you alight? Can't today, said Mr. Slick, I'm in a considerable of a hurry to catch the packet. Have you any commands for Sou'west? I'm going to the island, and across the bay to Windsor. Any word that way? No, says Mr. Allen, none that I can think on, unless it be to inquire how butter's goin'. They tell me cheese is down, and produce of all kind particular dull this fall. Well, I'm glad I can tell you that question, said Slick, for I don't calculate to return to these parts. Butter is risin' a cent or two. I put mine off mind at 10 pence. Don't return. Possible. Why, how you talk? Have you done with the clock trade? I guess I have. It ta'n't worth follerin' now. Most times, said the other, laughing, for by all accounts the clocks warn't worth havin', and most infernal dear too, folks begin to get their eyes open. It warn't needed in your case, said Mr. Slick, with that peculiarly composed manner that indicates suppressed feeling, for you were always wide awake. If all the folks had cut their eye teeth as early as you did, there'd be plaguey few clocks sold in these parts, I reckon. But you are right, Squire, you may say that. They actually were not worth havin', and that's the truth. The fact is, said he, throwing down his reins, and affecting a most confidential tone, I felt almost ashamed of them myself. I tell you. The long and short of the matter is just this, they don't make no good ones nowadays, no more, for they calculate 'em for shippin' and not for home use. I was all struck up of a heap when I seed the last lot I got from the States. I was properly bit by them, you may depend. They didn't pay cost, for I couldn't recommend them with a clear conscience. And I must say I do like a fair deal, for I'm straight up and down, and love to go right ahead, that's a fact. Did you ever see them I fetched when I first came, them I sold over the bay? No, said Mr. Allen, I can't say I did. Well, continued he, they were a prime article, I tell you, no mistake there, fit for any market. It's generally allowed there ain't the beat of them to be found anywhere. If you want a clock, and can lay your hands on one of them, I advise you not to let go the chance. You'll know 'em by the Lowell mark, for they were all made at Judge Bellaire's factory. Squire Shepherdie, down to 5 Islands, asked me to get him one, and a special job I had of it, near about more sarch arter it than it was worth, but I did get him one, and a particular handsome one it is, copalled and gilt superior. I guess it's worth airy half dozen in these parts, let t'others be where they may. If I could 'a' got supplied with the like o' them, I could 'a' made a grand spec out of them, for they took at once, and went off quick. Have you got it with you, said Mr. Allen, I should like to see it. Yes, I have it here, all done up in tow, as snug as a bird's egg, to keep it from jarrin', for it hurts 'em consumedly to jolt 'em over them our eternal wooden bridges. But it's no use to take it out, it ain't for sale, it's bespoke, and I wouldn't take the same trouble to get another for $20. The only one that I know of that there's any chance of gettin' is one that Increase Crane has up to Wilmot. They say he's a sellin' off. After a good deal of persuasion, Mr. Slick unpacked the clock, but protested against his asking for it was not for sale. It was then exhibited, every part explained and praised, as new in invention and perfect in workmanship. Now Mr. Allen had a very exalted opinion of Squire Shepherdie's taste, judgment, and saving knowledge, and, as it was the last and only chance of getting a clock of such superior quality, he offered to take it at the price the squire was to have it, at £7 10. But Mr. Slick vowed he couldn't part with it at no rate. He didn't know where he could get the like agin, for he warn't quite sure about Increase Cranes, and the squire would be confounded disappointed. He couldn't think of it. In proportion to the difficulties, rose the ardor of Mr. Allen. His offers advanced to £8, to £8 10, to £9. I vow, said Mr. Slick, I wish I hadn't let on that I had it at all. I don't like to refuse you, but where am I to get the like? After much discussion of a similar nature, he consented to part with the clock, though with great apparent reluctance, and pocketed the money with a protest that, cost what it would, he should have to procure another, for he couldn't think of putting the squire's pipe out arter that fashion, for he was a very clever man, and as fair as a boot jack. Now, said Mr. Slick, as we proceeded on our way, that our feller is properly surveyed. He got the most inferior article I had, and I just doubled the price on him. It's a pity he should be a tellin' of lies of the Yankees all the time. This will help him now to a little grain of truth. Then, mimicking his voice and manner, he repeated Allen's words with a strong nasal twang. Most time for you to give over the clock trade, I guess, for by all accounts they ain't worth havin', and most infernal dear too. Folks begin to get their eyes open. Better for you, if you'd had yourn open. I reckon, a joke is a joke, but I concate you'll find that no joke. The next time you tell stories about Yankee peddlers, put the wooden clock in with the wooden pumpkin seeds and hickory hams, will you? The Blue Noses, Squire, are all like Zeb Allen. They think they know everything, but they get gulled from year's eend to year's eend. They expect too much from others, and do too little for themselves. They actually expect the sun to shine, and the rain to fall, through their little house of assembly. What have you done for us? They keep ushing their members. Who did you spunk up to last session? Just as if all legislation consisted in attacking some half-dozen puss-proud folks at Halifax, who are just as big noodles as they be themselves. You hear nothing but politics, 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 one everlastin' sound of give, give, give. If I was governor, I'd give 'em the but een of my mind on the subject. I'd crack their pates till I let some light in 'em. If it was me, I know. I'd say to the members, don't come down here to Halifax with your long lockrums about politics, makin' a great tuss about nothin', but open the country, foster agriculture, encourage trade, incorporate companies, make bridges, facilitate conveyance, and above all things make a railroad from Windsor to Halifax. And mind what I tell you now, write it down for fear you should forget it, for it's a fact, and if you don't believe me, I'll lick you till you do, for there ain't a word of a lie in it. By gum, one such work as the Windsor Bridge is worth all your laws, votes, speeches, and resolutions for the last 10 years, if tied up and put into a meal bag together. If it taunt, I hope I may be shot. No, 32. Too many irons in the fire. We had a pleasant sail of 3 hours from Parsborough to Windsor. The arrivals and departures by water are regulated at this place by the tide, and it was sunset before we reached Mrs. Wilcox's comfortable inn. Here, as at other places, Mr. Slick seemed to be perfectly at home, and he pointed to a wooden clock, as a proof of his successful and extended trade, and of the universal influence of soft sawder, and a knowledge of human nature. Taking out a penknife, he cut off a splinter from a stick of firewood, and balancing himself on one leg of his chair, by the aid of his right foot, commenced his favorite amusement of whittling, which he generally pursued in silence. Indeed, it appeared to have become with him an indispensable accompaniment of reflection. He sat in this abstracted manner, until he had manufactured into delicate shavings the whole of his raw material, when he very deliberately resumed a position of more ease and security, by resting his chair on 2 legs instead of 1, and putting both his feet on the mantelpiece. Then, lighting his cigar, he said in his usual quiet manner, "There's a plaguey sight of truth in them our old proverbs. They are distilled facts steamed down to an essence. They are like portable soup, an amazin' deal of matter in a small compass. They are what I value most, experience. Father used to say I'd as lives have an old homespun self-taught doctor as are a professor in the college at Philadelphia or New York to attend me, for what they do know, they know by experience, and not by books, and experience is everything, it's hearin' and seein' and tryin', and arter that a feller must be a born fool if he don't know. That's the beauty of old proverbs. They are as true as a plumb line, and as short and sweet as sugar candy. Now when you come to see all about this country you'll find the truth of that one. A man that has too many irons in the fire is plaguey apt to get some on 'em burnt. Do you recollect that our tree I showed you to Parsborough? It was all covered with black knobs, like a wart rubbed with caustic. Well, the plum trees had the same disease a few years ago, and they all died, and the cherry trees I concate will go for it too. The farms here are all covered with the same black knobs, and they do look like old scratch. If you see a place all gone to rack and ruin, it's mortgaged, you may depend. The black knob is on it. My plan, you know, is to ax leave to put a clock in a house, and let it be till I return. I never say a word about sellin' it, for I know when I come back, they won't let it go arter they are once used to it. Well, when I first came, I know no one, and I was forced to inquire whether a man was good for it, afore I left it with him, so I made a pint of ashin all about every man's place that lived on the road. Who lives up there in the big house, says I? It's a nice location that, pretty considerable improvements them. Why, sir, that's A. B. S. He was well-to-do in the world once, carried a stiff upper lip and cared for no one. He was one of our grand aristocrats, wore a long-tailed coat and a ruffled shirt, but he must take to shipbuildin', and has gone to the dogs. Oh, said I, too many irons in the fire. Well, the next farm, where the pigs are in the potato field, whose is that? Oh, sir, that's C.D.'s. He was a considerable four-handed farmer, as any in our place, but he sot up for an assemblyman, and opened a store, and things went agin him somehow. He had no luck arterwards. I hear his place is mortgaged, and they've got him cited in Chancery. The black knob is on him, said I. The black what, sir, says Blue Nose. Nothin', says I. But the next, who improves that house? Why, that's E.F.S. He was the greatest farmer in these parts, another of the aristocracy, had a most noble stock o' cattle, and the matter of some hundreds out in gin notes. Well, he took the contract for beef with the troops, and he fell astarn, so I guess it's a gone goose with him. He's heavy mortgaged. Too many irons. Agin, said I. Who lives to the left there? That man has a most especial fine intervale, and a grand orchard too. He must be a good mark, that. Well, he was once, sir, a few years ago, but he built a fullen mill, and a carden mill, and put up a lumber establishment, and speculated in the West Indy line, but the dam was carried away by the freshets, the lumber fell, and faith he fell too. He's shot up, he han't been seed these 2 years, his farm is a common, and fairly run out. Oh, said I understand now, my man, these folks had too many irons in the fire, you see, and some on 'em have got burnt. I never heard tell of it, says Blue Nose. They might, but not to my knowledge, and he scratched his head, and looked as if he would ask the meaning of it, but didn't like to. Arter that I asked no more questions. I knew a mortgaged farm as far as I could see it. There was a strong family likeness in 'em all, the same ugly features, the same cast o' countenance. The black knob was discernible. There was no mistake. Barn doors broken off, fences burned up, glass out of windows, more white crops than green, and both lookin' poor and weedy. No wood pile, no sarce garden, no compost, no stock, moss in the mown lands, thistles in the plowed lands, and neglect everywhere. Skinning had commenced, talking all out and puttin' nothin' in, gettin' ready for a move, so as to have nothin' behind. Flittin' time had come. For gatherin', for foreclosin', prepparin' to curse and quit. That beautiful river we came up today, what superfine farms it has on both sides of it, han't it? It's a sight to behold. Our folks have no notion of such a country so far down east, beyond creation most, as Nova Scotia is. If I was to draw up an account of it for the Slickville Gazette, I guess few would accept it as a bona fide draft, without some 'sponsible man to endorse it, that warn't given to flamin'. They'd say there was a land speculation to the bottom of it, or water privilege to put into the market, or a place to rock to get off, or some such scheme. They would, I snore. But I hope I may never see daylight agin, if there's sich a country in all our great nation, as the sixth Synody of Windsor. Now it's just as like as not some goney of a Blue Nose, that seed us from his fields, sailin' up full spirit, with a fair wind on the packet, went right off home and said to his wife, "Now do for gracious sake, mother, just look here, and see how slick them folks go along, and that captain has nothin' to do all day, but sit straddle legs across his tiller, and order about his sailors, or talk like a gentleman to his passengers. He's got most as easy a time of it as Ammi Cuttle has, since he took up the fur trade, a snarin' rabbits. I guess I'll buy a vessel, and leave the lads to do the plowin' and little chores. They've growed up now to be considerable lumps of boys. Well, away he'll go, hot foot, for I know the critters better nor they know themselves, and he'll go and buy some old rack of a vessel, to carry plaister, and mortgage his farm to pay for her. The vessel will jam him up tight for repairs and new riggin', and the sheriff will soon pay him a visit, and he's a most particular troublesome visitor that, if he once only gets a slight how do ye do acquaintance, he becomes so amazin' intimate arterwards, a comin' in without knockin', and a runnin' in and out at all hours, and makin' so plaguey free and easy, it's about as much as a bargain if you can get clear of him afterwards. Benipped by the tide, and benipped by the sheriff, the vessel makes short work with him. Well, the upshot is, The farm gets neglected, while Captain Cuddy is to see a drogin of plaister. The thistles run over his grain fields, his cattle run over his hay land, the interest runs over its time, the mortgage runs over all, and at last he just runs over to the lines to Eastport himself. And when he finds himself there, a-standin' in the street, near Major Pine's tavern, with his bands in his trouser pockets, a-chasin' of a stray shillin' from one end of 'em to another, afore he can catch it to swap for a dinner, won't he look like a ravin' distracted fool, that's all? He'll feel about as streaked as I did once, a-ridin' down the St. John River. It was the fore part of March. I'd been up to Fredericton a-speculatin' in a small matter of lumber, and was returnin' to the city, a-gallopin' along on one of old Bunton's horses, on the ice, and all at one I missed my horse. He went right slap in and slid under the ice out of sight as quick as wink, and there I was a-standin' all alone. Well, says I, what the dogs has become of my horse and portmantle? They have given me a proper dodge, that's a fact. That is an hour's squeak, it fairly bangs all. Well, I guess he'll feel near about as ugly, when he finds himself brought up all standin' that way, and it will come so sudden on him, he'll say, why it ain't possible I've lost farm and vessel both, in 2 twos that way, but I don't see either on 'em. Eastport is near about all made up of folks who have had to cut and run for it. I was down there last fall, and who should I see but Thomas Rigby, of Windsor. He knew me the minute he laid eyes upon me, for I had sold him a clock the summer afore. I got paid for it though, for I seed he had too many irons in the fire not to get some on 'em burnt, and besides I knew every fall and spring the wind set in for the lines, from Windsor, very strong, a regular trade wind, a sort of monsoon that blows all one way, for a long time without shiftin'. Well, I felt proper sorry for him, for he was a very clever man, and looked cut up dreadfully, and amazin' down in the mouth. Why, says I, possible? Is that you, Mr. Rigby? Why, as I am alive. If that ain't my old friend, why how do you do? Hearty, I thank you, said he, how be you? Reasonable well, I give you thanks, says I, but what on earth brought you here? Why, says he, Mr. Slick, I couldn't well avoid it. Times are uncommon dull over the bay. There's nothin' stirrin' there this year, and never will I'm thinkin'. No mortal soul can live in Nova Scotia. I do believe that our country was made of a Saturday night, arter all the rest of the universe was finished. One half of it has got all the ballast of Noah's Ark thrown out there, and the other half is eat up by bankers, lawyers, and other great folks. All our money goes to pay salaries, and a poor man has no chance at all. Well, says I, are you done up stock and fluke, a total rack? No, says he, I have £200 left yet to the good, but my farm, stock and utensils, them young blood horses, and the brand new vessel I was a-buildin', are all gone to pot, swept as clean as a thrashin' floor, that's a fact. Shark and company took all. Well, says I, do you know the reason of all that misfortune? Oh, says he, any fool can tell that. Bad times to be sure. Everything has turned egg in the country. The banks have it all their own way, and much good may it do 'em. Well, says I, what's the reason the banks don't eat us up too, for I guess they are as hungry as yourn be, and no way particular about their food either, considerable sharp set, cut like razors, you may depend. I'll tell you, says I, how you get that slide, that sent you heels over head. You had too many irons in the fire. You hadn't ought to have taken hold of shipbuildin' at all, you knowed nothin' about it. You should have stuck to your farm, and your farm would have stuck to you. Now go back, afore you spend your money, go up to Douglas, and you'll buy as good a farm for £200 as what you lost, and see to that, and to that only, and you'll grow rich. As for banks, they can't hurt a country no great, I guess, except by breakin', and I conceit there's no fear of yourn breakin'. And as for lawyers, and them kind o' heavy coaches, give 'em half the road, and if they run agin you, take the law of 'em. Undivided, unremittent attention paid to one thing, in 99 cases out of 100, will ensure success. But you know the old sayin' about too many irons. Now, says I, Mr. Rigby, what o'clock is it? Why, says he, the moon is up a piece, I guess it's 7 o'clock, or thereabouts. I suppose it's time to be a-movin'. Stop, says I, just come with me, I got a real nat'ral curiosity to show you, such a thing as you never laid your eyes on in Nova Scotia, I know. So we walked along towards the beach. Now, says I, look at that our man, old Lunar, and his son, a solemn plank by moonlight, for that our vessel on the stocks there. Come again tomorrow mornin', afore you can cleverly discern objects the matter of a yard or so afore you, and you'll find 'em at it again. I guess that vessel won't ruinate those folks. They know their business and stick to it. Well, away went Rigby, considerably sulky, for he had no notion that it was his own fault. He laid all the blame on the folks to Halifax, but I guess he was a little grain posed, for back he went and bought to Soak, where I hear he has a better farm than he had afore. I mind once we had an Irish Gaul as a dairy help. Well, we had a wicked devil of a cow, and she kicked over the milk pail, and in ran Dora, and swore the bogle did it, just so. Poor Rigby, he wouldn't allow it was natural causes, but laid it all to politics. Talkin' of Dora, puts me in mind of the Gauls, for she warn't a bad-lookin' heifer that. My! What an eye she had, and I concaded she had a particular small foot and ankle too, when I helped her up once into the hay mow, to sarch for eggs. But I can't exactly say, for when she brought 'em in, Mother shook her head and said it was dangerous. She said she might fall through and hurt herself, and always sent old Snow afterwards. She was a considerable of a long-headed woman, was Mother. She could see as far ahead as most folks. She warn't born yesterday, I guess. But that our proverb is true as respects the Gauls too. Whenever you see one on 'em with a whole lot of sweethearts, it's an even chance if she gets married to any on 'em. One cools off, and another cools off, and before she brings any one on 'em to the right Weldon heat, the coal is gone and the fire is out. Then she may blow and blow till she's tired. She may blow up a dust, but the deuce of a flame can she blow up again, to save her soul alive. I never see a clever-looking Gaul in danger of that. I don't long to whisper in her ear, you dear little critter, you, take care, you have too many irons in the fire, some on 'em will get stone cold, and t'other ones will get burnt so, they'll never be no good in natur. No, 33. Windsor and the Far West. The next morning the clockmaker proposed to take a drive round the neighborhood. You hadn't ought, says he, to be in a hurry. You should see the vicinity of this location. There ain't the beat of it to be found anywhere. While the servants were harnessing old Clay, we went to see a new bridge, which had recently been erected over the Avon River. That, said he, is a splendid thing. A New Yorker built it, and the folks in St. John paid for it. You mean of Halifax, said I. St. John is in the other province. I mean what I say, he replied, and it is a credit to New Brunswick. No, sir, the Halifax folks neither know nor care much about the country. They wouldn't take hold on it, and if they had waited for them, it would have been one while afore they got a bridge, I tell you. They've no spirit, and plaguey little sympathy with the country, and I'll tell you the reason on it. There are a good many people there from other parts, and always have been, who come to make money and nothing else, who don't call it home, and don't feel to home, and who intend to up Killican off, as soon as they have made their net out of the blue noses. They have got about as much regard for the country as a peddler has, who trudges along with a pack on his back. He walks, 'cause he intends to ride at last, trusts, 'cause he intends to sue at last, smiles, 'cause he intends to cheat at last, saves all, 'cause he intends to move all at last. It's actually overrun with transient paupers, and transient speculators, and these last grumble and growl like a bear with a sore head, the whole blessed time, at everything, and can hardly keep a civil tongue in their head, while they're fobbing your money hand over hand. These critters feel no interest in anything but cent per cent, they deaden public spirit, they ha'n't got none themselves, and they larf at it in others, and when you add their numbers to the timid ones, the stingy ones, the ignorant ones, and the poor ones that are to be found in every place, why the few smart-spirited ones that's left are too few to do anything, and so nothing is done. It appears to me if I was a blue-nose-eyed, but thank fortin I ain't, so I says nothin', but there is something that ain't altogether just right is this country, that's a fact. But what a country this Bay country is, isn't it? Look at that medder, ben't it lovely? The prairies of Illinois are the top of the ladder with us, but these dikes take the shine off them by a long chalk, that's sartin. The land in our far west, It is generally allowed, can't be no better. What you plant is sure to grow and yield well, and food is so cheap you can live there for half nothing. But it don't agree with us New England folks. We don't enjoy good health there. And what in the world is the use of food, if you have such an eternal dyspepsy you can't digest it? A man can hardly live there till next grass afore he is in the yellow leaf. Just like one of our brand new vessels built down in Maine, of best hackmatack, or what's better still, of our real American live oak, and that's allowed to be about the best in the world. Send her off to the West Indies, and let her lie there a while, and the worms will riddle her bottom all full of holes like a tin colander, or a board with a grist of duck shot through it. You wouldn't believe what a bore they be. Well, that's just the case with the western climate. The heat takes the solder out of the knees and elbows, weakens the joints, and makes the frame rickety. Besides, we like the smell of the salt water. It seems kinder natural to us New Englanders. We can make more a plowin' of the seas than plowin' of a prairie. It would take a bottom near about as long as Connecticut River to raise wheat enough to buy the cargo of a Nantucket whaler or a Salem tea ship. And then to leave one's folks, and native place where one was raised, halter broke, and trained to go in gear, and exchange all the comforts of the old states, for them our new ones, don't seem to go down well at all. Why, the very sight of the Yankee gulls is good for sore eyes, the dear little critters, they do look so scrumptious, I tell you, with their cheeks bloomin' like a red rose budded on a white one and their eyes like Mrs. Adams's diamonds, that folks say shine as well in the dark as in the light, neck like a swan, lips chock full of kisses, lick. It fairly makes one's mouth water to think on 'em. But it's no use talkin', they are just made critters, that's a fact, full of health and life and beauty. Now, to change them are splendid white water lilies of Connecticut and Rhode Island, for the yaller crocuses of Illinois, are what we don't like. It goes most confoundedly egg in the grain, I tell you. Per critters, when they get away back there, they grow as thin as a sawed lath, their little peepers are as dull as a boiled codfish, their skin looks like yellow fever, and they seem all mouth like a crocodile. And that's not the worst of it either, for when a woman begins to grow saller it's all over with her. She's up a tree then you may depend, there's no mistake. You can no more bring back her bloom than you can the color to a leaf the frost has touched in the fall. It's gone goose with her, that's a fact. And that's not all, for the temper is plaguey apt to change with the cheek too. When the freshness of youth is on the move, the sweetness of temper is amazin' apt to start along with it. A bilious cheek and a sour temper are like the Siamese twins, there's a natural cord of union atween them. The one is a sign board, with the name of the firm written on it in big letters. He that don't know this, can't read, I guess. It's no use to cry over spilt milk, we all know, but it's easier said than done that. Womenkind, and especially single folks, will take on dreadful at the fadin' of their roses, and their frettin' only seems to make the thorns look sharper. Our minister used to say to Sister Saul, and when she was young she was a real witch, a most an everlastin' sweet girl, Sally, he used to say, now's the time to larn when you are young, store your mind well, dear, and the fragrance will remain long arter the rose has shed its leaves. The odor of roses is stronger than the rose, and a plaguey sight more valuable. Saul wrote it down, she said it warn't a baddy day that. But Father Larfed, he said he guessed ministers' courtin' days weren't over, when he made such pretty speeches as that are to the Gauls. Now, who would go to expose his wife or his daughters, or himself, to the dangers of such a climate for the sake of 30 bushels of wheat to the acre, instead of 15? There seems a kinder somethin' in us that rises in our throat when we think on it, and won't let us. We don't like it. Give me the shore, and let them that like the far west go there, I say. This place is as fertile as Illinois or Ohio, as healthy as any part of the globe, and right alongside of the salt water. But the folks want 3 things: industry, enterprise, economy. These blue noses don't know how to value this location. Only look at it, and see what a place for business it is, the center of the province, the natural capital of the basin of Minas, and part of the Bay of Fundy. The great thoroughfare to St. John, Canada, and the United States, the exports of lime, gypsum, freestone, and grindstone, the dikes. But it's no use talkin'. I wish we had it, that's all. Our folks are like a rock maple tree, Stick 'em in anywhere, but end up and top down, and they will take root and grow. But put 'em in a real good soil like this, and give 'em a fair chance, and they will go ahead and thrive right off, most amazin' fast, that's a fact. Yes, if we had it we would make another guest place of it from what it is. In 1 year we would have a railroad to Halifax, which, unlike the stone that killed 2 birds, would be the makin' of both places. I often tell the folks this, but all they can say is, "Oh, we are too poor and too young." Says I, "You put me in mind of a great long-legged, long-tailed colt father had. He never changed his name of Colt as long as he lived, and he was as old as the hills, and though he had the best of feed, was as thin as a whipping post. He was Colt all his days, always young, always poor, and young and poor you'll be, I guess, to the end of the chapter." On our return to the inn, the weather, which had been threatening for some time past, became very tempestuous. It rained for 3 successive days, and